Hello. I see you there, chat. You see me? You kind of do. I need to look back a little bit. There we go. Greetings, one and all. I am Low Energy Videos. This above me is Commissar Feelgood. Others may join us. It is a open invitation because it is my birthday. And look, I even got the giant novelty thingy thing that's in the thumbnail that I can't find for love of God of me to put on myself. Um, but we are going to today be just watching videos, having the drinks, and shooting the shit. Thank you, Green. I still never use the 3 drinks minimum lodge anymore, but because this is the last drink we're going to be having in a long while, at least in theory. Not going to beat myself up if I have a drink, but obviously that's also not a declaration. I'm not going to have a drink. Wink, wink. No, I'm not going to have it. But if unfortunately something happens, or who knows, maybe fortunate something happens, I won't kill myself. Simply go, right, reset. Um, I am down for a It's my birthday. I am down to celebrate. I have had a very chill day. I ate my own weight and quality streak. And Garen's music is 100% right. They did do the shrinkflation thing about it, which is a fucking tragedy. When so there's a video out there of him responding to another video, and this family since I think 2017, every Christmas they'd get a quality street, and they would see how much the price was and how much you get in it. And every year the price has been going ever so slightly up, but the numbers went down by half by 2023, and I counted 60 pieces of sweets when it was once like 180. Absolutely, that's some fucking shrinkflation there. I wouldn't have even snagged it up, but it was the post Christmas stock moving. It was on sale. It was reduced. It was down to like 450. And I was like, you know what? Coffee Street 450. I could do worse. So I snagged that up, brought it home, and yeah, I've been eating them all day. Although Metal Monkey did get some. Uh, yeah, it has been a very chill day. I watched Squid Games, talked to some friends, and kind of zoned out in like a torpor after eating all those sweets for an hour or two, which was very chill now to think about it. I even got some exercise in 'cause it's my birthday, but I still like to move. My sciatica does. So it's been solid. Now though, here comes the biggin, because this is the last drink I'll be having for 2 months. The next time, in theory, I should be having a drink will be Paddy's Day, which will be 58 days from so roughly 2. Um, uh, Feel Good and I are heading up to Sligo. At least that's the plan. You still sticking with it? Fuck yeah. I'll probably far less likely have the luck, but I'll still put the feelers out. And we'll just go out there for a day and get a little smack see where the wind takes us. But until then, I have a lot of plans for my money. In actual fact, I've got to pay off bills and get a fucking. That's what I need to do. But I'm gonna be so happy when I get that motherfucker. Do you know where Noon's Carpets is? Ah, well then you know of it. It's up there by Tesco's and like um you turn in at the Hive there, and then you just go up that road. And yes, it's there. But yeah, I asked them, and all. But for that, I need to save. So this lack of alcohol is not just going to be mental and physical; it's also going to be financial. But once that's done, I am going to go and enjoy myself, and I'm going to enjoy myself tonight because this is kind of something I've been pining for a while now, and not just because I am a hopeless drunk. Because if I was a hopeless drunk, I wouldn't have. Because the last time I had a drink was the morning after we did the New Year's, and I had that. I had a few sips of that honey JD. And I didn't finish it, and I was just like, no, I'm good. I was gonna buy more, and I'm like, I might as well start now. So yeah, bother me none. Yeah. So I'm not feeling the monkey on the back of my neck going drink, drink. Instead, I've been focusing on other things. Um, Dieting, exercising, and oh, I am so happy that. So I was going to go and get myself I got myself a pair of jeans up in the Sports Direct, and I snagged them up for, I shit you not, £8, and it was a great deal. I couldn't believe it. I went up and I checked, and they were like, "No, no, these are £8." So I took them home, and they were just a little too tight. I was gonna wear them the night we went out, but they were like, "Okay, these are too tight. I can't wear them right now. Maybe I could wear them in February." Last week I put them on, and they fit perfectly. So yeah, so I am. This success is driving me forward. This I'm feeling good about myself. Getting out there in the dating world too, so it's baby steps. And I just, yeah, I'm feeling good about me. Oh, my new weights are in the mail, along with a new microphone, which I'm so looking forward to. The age of the Echo should soon be at an end. End. Oh, you can have my old one if you want. If this works fine, you can have this. It'll be an upgrade. Yeah, I've got you on full blast, and oh my god, I just realized now I had you muted on the mainstream. Now they can hear you. All right,
Uh,
introduce you. You said a grand total of six things.
yeah, nothing really relevant at all.
Yeah, but yeah. Um, Say hi to the chat. As far as I'm aware, we do have some people in.
What? Hi, people. It's Commissar here.
Hi, Billy Boy
He's
Blue. Cheers and happy one day close to the expiration date, good sir. That's technically true on every day, but this is the day where you reflect over the last one. And I did that last night, getting out of the bath. I was just looking in the mirror and I was like, "So how was this year for you?" And don't forget, I was meant to be going off to America. I should actually be already over in the States by this point. But I don't feel like beat up about it. I feel good. I feel like, great, I didn't just piss more money down the drain over months when I really needed to start improving my life. Like this chair I'm in now is so much more comfier than the shit chairs. You remember I was using a dining chair last time you were over?
Yeah, yeah. Those are shit dining chairs.
I know, right? Because they're not meant to be used like that. But here I was. So I got myself a bog standard office chair, and it works great. It was a nightmare to build. Um, but the I am like glad for that. I've got my new stand here. I got my wire for my second screen, which is so great. I can't wait till I get my third screen up and running. I'm gonna need £80 for that. So. Oh, speaking of, how about I do the shilling? Everyone, please like, share, and subscribe. Check out the links down below for the doobly doo. And if you are so inclined, down there too, you will find things like Streamlabs, Labs. Is it Streamlabs? Oh, Stream.
I don't fucking know.
It's PayPal. OBS streamer. Yeah, it is technically. And it's just helping brother out there. So well and good. We're gonna look at some videos in a minute. I just poured myself Southern Comfort, and this was my dad's drink. Jesus, the smell of it. I don't relate my dad to the smell, but I relate my dad to the concept of. I've got my own histories with this drink. I was working over in the States. I spent the first paycheck I had, big shock, on getting wasted. And my friend took me out to the liquor store, and I got that huge party size bottle of Southern Comfort. That was all for me. And I was like in their living room playing Resident Evil 4 on like I think it was a GameCube at completely plastered, about 90% of the bottle empty. And I was like, okay, I think I got it. Great. I get up, I go over to the air mattress they had put aside for me, and I just vomit all over the damn thing.
Oof.
And in my
That's
infinite wisdom, I thought, I'm gonna flip this over and deal with it tomorrow.
you tit.
Worst part was it was an apartment, so their toilet was right there.
Oh,
Oh,
comrade.
they took it,
You
but
just splattered their floor with vomit. What can they say?
they made me clean it up, like, and I deserved it.
Yeah.
I was young.
Yeah.
I mean, my friend was still impressed because I was pretty young at the time, and I downed all that. And he's like, "Holy shit!" Like, I have some friends who just couldn't even finish like a fifth of what you did by yourself, and I'm like, "Yeah, thank you."
Jesus.
What can I
You
say? I'm a dad's son. Ugh. I'll miss fun memories of booze, but as I slowly wean myself off the shit. But honestly, it costs so much. Have you seen they got increasing prices of Guinness again?
It doesn't surprise me in the slightest. It's one of the most widely sold fucking booze in the entire country.
Entire world.
Yeah,
Of
but here in Ireland, it's a cultural thing.
course, just like you go over to America, and I know Budweiser wants to be seen like that, but in reality, it's probably going to be a fight between Coors and Pabst.
Oh yeah,
But,
but Coors
but
would be always be seen as Canadian because, as far as I know, it is actually Canadian.
it is, but it's like the way Foster's is Australia. No one in Canada fuck uh, drinks fuck Coors. Um, but yeah, I'm not a kitty, 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 kitty. Meow. Friend. Hmm. So I have
Cat.
here. If Magic Ascend's showing up, he'll be happy. There was a poll, well not a poll, but a vote between Havana Seven rum, which Troy wanted, and Sudden Comfort, which Magic has suggested. And after a long while of thinking, Sudden Comfort won out because I've had rum far too recently. And nothing's gonna top that really nice rum that we had at your place. That was his suggestion too. The bottle of that looked like a pirate bottle, the skull on it. That was what's that called again? You still have the bottle?
Yes, in the kitchen. You can go get it.
Oh, your mic's gone all crazy.
Yeah, it's because I changed over mics. Do I switch it back?
It'd probably be best if you change it back. I can barely hear you.
Okay. I could also move it to it's actually closer to my mouth.
It's ironically better, but now it's next to impossible to hear you.
Just switch it over then. Give it a second to readjust. And she sells seashells.
Yeah, you sound good now. The important thing
Congrats.
is not just that I can hear you, because this is some pretty good headphones right here, but so that chat can hear. You know? Anyway,
Well, These are very good headphones. It's just I don't particularly want to wear them because they hurt my head after a while.
All right. Speaking of, let's go and was watching Legal beforehand, but we're not gonna watch that. I see TikTok has now been officially banned. So, yeah,
Yeah, but it's not an enforced ban. It's very weird.
it is, isn't it? And of course, everyone's going over to a Red Book.
And they're
To
all getting fucking turned into getting radicalized fucking
I
because
imagine
there's
there's going to be 5 or 6 new tankies at most of which are just like, ooh, I'm going to pretend to learn Mandarin or Cantonese, hee hee hee, and then not. Um, uh, but
it's a
what?
bit weirder than that. It's a fact that the Chinese have been doing shopping examples for years because they can show what they've been showing off what they can get for like tiny amounts of money.
Yeah, it's
So
Temu, isn't
the
it?
Americans
Whole
are
point.
seeing this. The Americans are seeing this, and they're like, "Holy shit! They can get a pound of corn for like $1, and we're spending $7 for the same corn that's produced locally, and they're buying."
Yeah, that's Potemkin village shit. You go over there and then they wouldn't find it in different because they have different economic zones around the
Oh
coast.
yeah,
Yeah, but if you went to like Chongqing, find that. But the thing is that like China, you can be like, oh, it's cheaper to go and live over in China the same way Tucker Carlson went over to Russia and was like, wow, groceries cost next to nothing. Yeah, it's because the Russians don't get paid very much, do they? So most of the money that they do get go into groceries. It's not quite
yep.
that's like not quite the same thing. Also, all the products weren't the ones that you wanted. Well, labor laws are essentially non-existent in China. No, no, that's not true. It's a country for the proletariat and the workers, which means that the workers have every right to be controlled by the government, who know exactly what's good for them. And what's good for them is to give their brother-in-law's construction company discounted contracts to work triple speed to get that highway. Oh, and it collapsed. Well, don't worry, folks. The next one won't. Like, in actual fact, you know what the best things the Chinese do? They build shit in other countries to promote, to influence those countries, like in Africa and in Central Asia. That shit is really high quality.
Oh, in
It's
Central Europe too, but
yeah,
the problem
the
is
Belt,
they take like three
the Silk
times
Road.
longer. Yeah,
Yeah,
they
um,
take 3 times longer, so they screw over the countries they're actually building them for,
yeah.
and they end up the Chinese end up owning it for like several hundred years because the countries who bought it can no longer afford to actually pay what they said they were going to
Not
pay.
entirely true, because in places in Africa, some of the countries that aren't fully controlled by the Chinese just go over the stuff afterwards. Like, yeah, this is now nationalized. Thought you were socialist. I thought you liked this shit. So all the rails are
Yeah,
now. I think Botswana nationalized all the Chinese roads that they built, and then they were like, "Well, we're not going to give you any more stuff. We don't need you now." you know, Thanks for building that, motherfucker. Other ones suddenly have mysterious coups. Ooh, what are the chances? But I mean that's
it's no so
uh
out of control, despite the fact it was nationalized by the old government, and the old government doesn't exist anymore. So yeah,
yeah, pretty much. You've replaced the CIA handler with, I was gonna say the KGB, but what's the Chinese equivalent? What's their like
the Chinese is one of the most terrifying ones because they don't have a recognizable acronym. It's just
Chinese
Beijing.
intelligence is government aid Ministry of State Security. Well, that's fair.
Yeah, it's just Beijing. Like instead of being like, oh, this reports to their KGB handler. No, it's just Beijing. It's just like,
Ministry of State
that's
Security, the MSS, Principal Intelligence Security Agency, Secret Police, People Republic of China. Yeah, because they can be so open about it too. They don't have to hide the fact that they have like series of propaganda, or they just hire up like militias to go. Um,
where they literally have it something
Look at
called the
their
Ministry of.
motto: serve the people firmly and purely, reassure the party, be willing to contribute, be willing to fight hard and win.
Yeesh.
And there's
That's
apparently only 110,000 members of it. That's way less than I thought. But of course, they're almost like inquisitors. Probably they show up to like a little regional capital and it's like, right, you do what we say now.
It's probably more a case of like any Secret Service agency, the boogeyman under the bed.
Yeah, except for the oh, David Lynch died. I forgot that. Um,
Yeah.
that's a shame. He put out some dog shit. He put out some genuine turds from time to time, but he also put out some absolute insanely crazy stuff. I love. Obviously Dune. His idea of Dune was is my default of Dune even now. I like new
Yeah.
interpretations of Dune. Don't get me wrong. I actually when I was at McDonald's last week, an old guy was walking in, and he had the same copy of Dune Messiah as I did, from like the '70s, and he was reading it. I was like, that's awesome. But like his idea of Dune was trippy as hell. Eraserhead is bleak. Uh,
Eraserhead is not just bleak, it's bizarre and bleak.
Twin Peaks, of course. Here's a blank check at a beautiful town out in Pacific Northwest. Help yourself.
Here's
Um,
a fucking metric ton of cocaine, go nuts.
it worked for Stephen King.
Basically, that's pretty much what I thought their logic was. Here's a ton of
um,
cocaine, here's a
David
metric ton of
Duchovny
cocaine,
as
and a blank check, and a town to film in. Go.
in drag, just being like, I was undercover uh, a trans prostitute, and then afterwards, I was like, I like myself better like this, so I just stuck around. But he's still his CIA or like his FBI handler, which I think they parody. Don't they do that in the Venture Brothers? One of like the really tough guy, like the sergeant, he starts dressing up in drag, and that's just what he ends up doing.
Yeah,
Um,
like the lead captain of the
with the
OSS
yeah, like
cigar that turns
oh,
into a cigarette, which turns into a cigarette holder.
nice. Uh, UA, gotta love the irony of China naming the People's Police. Hey. Well, I don't know what's more ironic, that or to protect and serve on the side of a cop car.
They're not even
Um,
real fucking Gardaí. They're not even fucking anything. They're just, law enforcement, which is pretty on the nose when you think about it too, because it's really just
or,
enforcing fucking
yeah. All right, let's start with this. Do you know who the Cheese Man is?
no. And I like cheese. How much is this going to make me hate cheese?
Nothing. The Cheese Man is surprisingly. So the channel's called Cheese Parade, and he they have this massive cheese based Marvel Universe lore. And here's the
It's
premise.
not just a bridge, it's ominous.
Ominous? What do you think's gonna happen?
What the hell? Oh my god!
Bridge of the Ordinary Bridge.
It's just an
That was my first introduction to the Cheese Man, and I thought that was a funny little bit. I wonder if no, that's kind of what it is. He's this psychotic cheese based borderline demigod. That's a part. Here he is in a post credit scene.
Fine. Found this in the archives. Hoping you still know how to use it.
Hell yeah.
Your heart.
You may have shown this to me before.
I've shown this to you.
You might have. My memory is shit, so it's hard to tell.
Let's see if we can find the one where he's in chains. There's also like yeah, he has an ensemble cast, one of which is like called like Pyrotechnics guy, who just call no special effects
Special
man.
effects.
And yeah,
Yeah, it
he's
would
a
be special.
yeah. And he as he gains powers, his special effect attacks get better and better. But at the end of it, it's like this crappy little JPEG that's going across the screen as he's like losing powers. It's pretty great.
I
Oh, here
just
we
guessed
go.
that by the
Oh, you clever.
He's going to be our new mascot.
Why's he got handcuffs on?
Cheese Man is on very specific medication, which we do not have yet. So this is really just for everyone's safety.
Well, what does he do?
Hey, Troy.
I don't know. Look at him. He dances. He cheeses people. What do you do, Cheese Man? No, I can't take the handcuffs off.
Well, then how can he show us what he can do?
Ooh, alright, now. Cheese action. Oh! Holy shit!
You just got cheese.
What? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm down for stuff about Cheese Parade. They broke it off from the cheese stories to do other stuff. But to me, it's always the cheese version.
Happy birthday.
Did you ever see that? Dono of the French bodybuilder slash sex toy expert bouncing up and down on the fat ass?
No, what the?
Okay, watch the stream. And first of all, Troy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you for the happy birthday. It's been a pretty cool birthday so far. But watch the stream. And also, I owe you a shot now. So let me just do this again. Now, you watching the stream?
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Yes. My phone.
Yeah, you gotta watch the actual stream.
Right.
Happy birthday.
Yes. Oh God, he's gonna go through an infinite void now. At least now you'll be able to see it. Look at him getting smaller. Yeah, it's one of those pocket pussy things that like double up as just a big fat ass, and he's just bouncing it up and down indefinitely.
Oh God, the tunnel.
The tunnel of asses. The back shotting all day. Hell yeah! This is the future that liberals want.
Well, I mean, fuck liberals. Those. Oh God, it gets even worse when you go into the phone.
Right.
Right.
And this void of fat asses. And I just love the noises he makes. Blacka, blacka, boom, boom. That was a bitch to isolate. God. Anyway. Let's see what this is. What's just hot dog? What's hot dog?
I don't know, but it's not coming up on the main stream, I don't think.
Yes, it
Oh,
is.
there it is, yeah. Sorry.
Hot. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Well, we're off to at least what we were expecting. Hey? I'm scared.
Yeah.
Hot dog?
Okay.
And I have no idea what's coming here. Oh, stop that. Well, the first bit. Ordinary sausage will be angry.
I mean, you gotta crisp up that skin as far as I'm concerned.
And I'm an idiot. I didn't pop open the champagne yet.
Okay.
So it is
Sorry,
just going to be a hot. Is it just going to be him preparing a hot dog?
Certainly seems that way.
Why the hell did I add this? Where's the payoff? relish. I don't like relish.
It's better than kiwi ketchup.
True. Do I have the thing of Heinz curry ketchup in there? I actually kind of like it.
Okay.
No, I'm kind of in.
Yeah, you are a bit.
Sale.
Did you just waste like 2 minutes of our lives watching this?
I think I did, and you know what? I almost see this as a refresher, considering all the crazy shit that I tend to watch. That it's like this is just a hot dog. Oh, okay.
Yeah, all right.
Fair.
Like,
Respect. I was doing scared for a minute. I was waiting for like a literal jump scare or something like anything.
yeah, like anything to happen aside from him making a hot dog, but apparently not now. He's just making a hot dog.
Oh,
Man, seeing stuff like this is always so cool, bro. Cause like a person like me, I can sit out there and play in that all day and be satisfied with life, boy.
Andavar.
And of more. Okay.
We when I do shots, I have Andavar and Muscadine. You know the story of them?
I don't believe so.
Right. So I was streaming one day and I was doing shots for donos, as I tend to do from time to time. And I was coming up with all these different things that I could remember. You know, Prost, Skull, Campai, Lakayam, Cheers, Slancha, blah, blah, blah. And I was like,
Oh, it's yeah.
I gotta think of a new one. And then I thought, why don't I come up with one that sounds like it could be real, but it isn't? And people were like, well, why not Plimpity Plomp Plomp Plomp? I'm like, that doesn't sound real. And then somehow we got to Andy. I'm like, Andivar, and there we are. As for Muscadine, it was the same thing. I think Muscadine sounds a little less realistic than Andivar, but
I
they're
would come up
both.
with something like Pilscore.
Yeah, there's
Something
another good one. That could always be another good one. I always think that if I ever do release like merch, I'm gonna have shot glasses with just those words on the side of it, and of our must
If
Pillock.
it works, it works.
No, Pillock. It can't be Pillock. Pillock is not. Pillock.
Yeah, Pillock's a thing. So
Pillock is a thing. I don't Ballard as an insult. You fucking Ballard.
I mean, can't you call someone a bollard and call it a day?
All right, let's get this. Well, let's have Fredo speak.
It's my imagination to go crazy, but it also make you think, bro. Cause like at one point in time, somebody probably went out there on that beach, man. First time out there, they stepped on that sand and it lit up. And another person saw it. And I looked at him for a moment and it was like, which? And then they murdered him. Man, seeing stuff like this is always so cool, bro.
Oh god, he's not wrong though. Like, what did the first cavemen that saw that think? They were like, ah. Was there an entire civilization dedicated to easing the spirit beach? You know,
Yeah.
leaving.
They were probably like, are we on the magic? Are we on the brain shrooms?
Yeah, the fucking ayahuasca. Well, I suppose that would. The psychedelic. Right.
Liberty Caps, Fly Manita. Or sorry.
Okay,
No,
here we are. Moment of truth. I'm gonna pop open this cork. It's weird. I haven't had a dog in years, but even to this day, I kind of still wish I did, because my dog used to love going after corks. Make a colossal mess, but I love chewing on it. Before you say it, I know it wasn't good for the dog. That's why we stopped giving them it.
yeah.
Just
Bad
like,
for his
stop.
teeth.
Yeah, but they did love it. Woo! That's not just a big ass. That's the fuck me silly mega masturbator. Get the lore right. I really hope that he's not kidding and that's the actual name. Anyway, Here's to a very chill, very productive, and dare I say, a little bit healthy 2025.
Well, considering my 2025 is going to be filled with piercings and tattoos, I can't see that happening to me, but I hope it goes well for you.
Oh, you know what they say about champagne? You want the stuff that tastes worse, and that's how you know it's great. That's bullshit.
No, that is bullshit.
It's, let's see, Fantasy World Tumblr post. Oh, that's the one with the AI voice.
One of my favourite hobbies is thinking about the f***ed up implications of this fantasy world map that my parents got me for Christmas. Middle-earth and Mordor and Whoville and Terabithia. I found the full one, and it's so much more chaotic.
Look, it's on Westeros. Let's see, there's Fantasia, Hyrule, there, fucking, there's the Shire, Dinotopia's off on the West Coast.
At least they don't have Nern sort of photoshopped in there too.
Lilliput, Earthsea, yeah, where's Tamriel?
Nern. It's called Nern. The world is called Nern.
The continent's called Nern. The continent's called Tamriel. The world's called Nern, and the mortal plane is called Mundus.
Yeah.
And Aetherius is the lights in the sky because they don't actually have stars. It's the firmament is real, basically. What the flat earthers, the psycho ones who believe that it's all a part of like God's plan, in Elder Scrolls, it's legit. Niwan, Land of the Lost, Living Island, Sodor, the Thomas the Tank Engine is just off the coast of Terabithia. Fuck yeah.
Hyrule shook me to my core. The existence of Oz and Neverland is so wild too. Does this mean that there's a real Earth outside of this? Could Wendy hang out in Westeros? Narnia, Middle-earth, Wonderland, Whoville, Terabithia, Moomin Valley, Fantasia? Where was Moomin Valley when the Westfold fell?
Where are the riders from Hyrule? None have arrived, my lord. And it just cuts to like all these dead pony everywhere. Oh God!
You alright? Sounds like you're choking on the champagne.
What?
Sounds like you're choking on the champagne.
Oh, I was a little bubbly. I'm fine. All right. When blowing up your enemy's car. Oh, did you follow this? The guy who we're not on Twitch, so I can say it. The simp who was losing his mind over a Twitch girl, so he went to her house and set fire to her car, and then he was caught just like around the corner from it, and there was a security camera of it, and he's like, no, that wasn't me. I guess not.
On May 16th, 2023, officers from the Monroe Police Department in Ohio were dispatched to a situation involving a vehicle being intentionally set on fire.
Do you live here? Come tell me what happened, hon. Yeah, come over here. Tell us what happened, okay?
It's not on fire, right?
I don't know. Let them deal with it. Is there anybody else in the house we need to know about? I need you to stay here and let us deal with it, okay? Come tell me what's going on and who's all in the house. Nobody?
No, just my bird and my two cats.
Okay, well, they're taking care of that. Let's take care of you real quick, okay? It's just you by yourself, so.
I was dead asleep.
Yeah?
And he said, who's outside?
I like who's outside? Blur. Because obviously, like, I'm from the era of, like, pops where they blurred the face. And that's fine, but, like, the whole blur almost makes it look like there's something wrong with the pixels of the camera. And, like, it's damaged in some way. Or like one of those really annoying ghost hunters will be like, what is this strange blurred image here on stream? Oh, could it be an astral projection?
And I said, what are you talking about? He said, who's the man that put something on her car? Because he's at work, and I guess they notified him that somebody was outside. So he looked, and he said, there's a man putting something on her car.
Okay.
And I pulled it up. I said, oh my God, hold on.
When the victim says she, quote, pulled it up, she means their house surveillance.
Look at those mutton chops. My God.
Yeah. Is he wearing a mask
which shows
as well?
I think he's wearing the COVID mask.
the entire crime being committed. The suspect, wearing a loose-fitting pair of lighter-colored sweatpants, latex gloves, a darker-colored shirt, a hat, and a mask, sets a box-shaped object on the vehicle. He then sets another object,
also known as a box,
on top of it with a fuse-like wire sticking out of it. The suspect lights it with a lighter and
so convoluted.
Yeah,
like this is America. You can just walk into a fucking sports store and walk out with a shotgun.
walks away, which leads to the entire front end of the vehicle being engulfed in flames.
Came over, set a square box on top of her car.
Okay.
It just looks, I mean, I can show you, but it was something square. Walked all the way back over there and got something that almost looked like a lampshade, set it on top of it, and then he lit it.
Okay.
He lit it, and then he walked away, and that was
Did
it.
the video show where he went?
I'm not
You had
sure.
access to the video.
I can pull up what I have right now.
That's fine.
While the victim shows the officers the surveillance footage, the fire department arrives and puts the fire out. The vehicle is a total loss.
Can you forward that to my email address somehow? Do you know how to do that?
I'll see if I can figure it out.
Okay. So your video, where did it show him walk off to? Do you know?
It looked like he just came this way.
The suspect was just last seen over here in a cul-de-sac and then disappeared.
This officer, as well as many others in the area, both on foot and patrolling in their vehicles, all begin to look for any suspicious people in the vicinity. 10 minutes later, officers find a vehicle parked on the side of the road, only about 2 minutes away from the crime scene.
Yeah. He just... Oh, did he go? There you are. My bad. Yeah, he just sticks around. Like, what? Why?
Like, the real question is, why the hell did he do it in the first place? This dude is fucking psychotic.
He was giving her vast sums of money, and then I don't know, she said something he didn't like, and yeah.
Scene.
What's going on?
He just stowed in his car.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. Just wanted to rest up a little bit. have a long drive.
Why are you doing it out here?
No reason.
Hey, keep your hand up.
I'm gonna put my seat up.
Well, keep your hands up. We're on the first cul-de-sac. Stop reaching at your seat, okay? Unlock the door. Where do you
go for my glove box, officer, while looking at you menacingly.
live?
I'm from New York.
You're from New York? Why are you doing out? What are you doing out here?
Just came to visit a friend, really.
Where's the friend live?
Down in Cincinnati, but he's working like doing some construction over here.
Well, step out.
Oh damn, he's got a plan and everything.
Do you have anything on you? Any weapons like that?
No.
Turn and face the car. You mind if I search you real quick?
Sure, go for it.
So why did you decide to just pull off in the neighborhood to sleep? I'm so confused.
Because I drove 40 miles here, and I literally came like an hour ago, and I was like shot, and so I just needed to knock out.
So you just pull off into a random neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, it was right off of the street.
I just had an explosion of tiredness, officer. Like, I was ablaze with fatigue.
Whatever it is, I really didn't know where to go, because there's nowhere to there's no parking lots around here or anything.
He looks like somebody I used to watch years and years ago on Channel Awesome, but lamer. It's not him, but...
Where's your ID?
It's on my phone.
You're from New York? Yeah. Come over here with me. We're going to stand by my car.
Okay. Is everything okay?
Just take a look.
Yeah. You said your phone's in the car? Yeah. Do you
your
want
ID on the back of it? Is that where you keep
Yeah, it's in the case. I can
okay.
open it.
Do you care if I look at it? Thank you. All right. Come over here with me. Just what you're saying to me is very confusing. It makes no sense to me.
I know. I'm sorry. It's the truth, though.
But why would you... I just don't understand why you would pick this neighborhood to come in the back of... to sleep in front of these people's house.
Honestly, I just made the first right out of there because I needed just like a spot where I wasn't in the main road. And I'm sorry if they called the cops or something because they probably thought I was, I don't know, doing something weird here. But I swear,
I don't do weird things. Not like burning cars. No. Burning hybrids, maybe.
I have no words for this.
Yeah, if I remember right, he doesn't like admit anything as they bring out one thing after another that's like clearly is
insane.
That clearly disproves everything he's saying, right? So happy birthday from Riley. Awesome.
Nice.
I'm not doing anything crazy out of left field or anything.
You mind if we search your car?
No, please, go for it.
The reason why I ask is because there was somebody who set a car on fire.
Set a car on fire?
This cop here has a bit of adventure hero voice.
Yes.
Like, what do you mean? Like, how do you set a car on fire?
How do you set a car on fire? Well, how about we start with that's a bit outlandish. I was thinking more like you create a giant a giant skyscraper made of glass, and you park your car in a specific spot nearby it, and then the glass focuses a beam on it, which melts the tires to place, and then it slowly boils away at the gasoline inside, which results in flames. And the reason I bring that up is because I just remembered that happened in, of all places, London, with the gherkin.
I thought
No,
somewhere
it
in the
was the
States.
walkie-talkie building. I remember that.
I thought it was this weird bit of art that was created that had sort of folds and rolls and stuff.
I think that, yeah, I think it's possible to do it with a lot of things, but London is like such a mishmash of buildings, and it's not built for all that those modern weird ass buildings. And if I remember right, the walkie-talkie during a dark summer melted a bunch of cars to the tarmac, the like the actual pavement, on like 2 or 3 streets over.
On fire.
Like they lit the gas tank. That's crazy.
Yeah. And then you're back here.
No, I mean.
Well, you see how that's why I'm contacting you. You see how it's weird.
Yeah, but no, I mean that wasn't me. Sorry.
How long have you been back here?
What time is it?
About 3 o'clock in the morning.
I got here probably like around midnight.
Okay.
Yeah.
He said we could search it if you want to do that.
Okay. Can you have him pop the trunk with his key?
Can you pop the trunk with the key, or is the keys in it?
Yeah, no, you can pop the trunk with the key. Thank you. Sure.
Have you had anything to drink tonight?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Somewhere like down.
Pills, flash vitamins.
I came because I landed at CBG and I drove. It's like 40 miles, and I was already shot from the freaking flight.
So where does your friend live?
Somewhere like down there, but he works up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna skip on it because I don't want to watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
But this is where he looks so disheveled.
I think I'm like trying to rob him or something. But no, like something like that. I honestly just made the first right off that road. Made the first right because I was like, yo, I need a place to just knock out for 30 minutes, and it ended up being a few hours. But yeah, I wasn't trying to hurt anybody here.
This officer has now sent a picture from the surveillance footage that shows the suspect, so he can compare it to this man they're investigating.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't have nearly as good mutton chops. Let him go.
Do me a favor right now. We're gonna come over here and I'm just gonna put you in the back real quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is everything okay? Is something come back bad on my ID?
No,
Okay.
no, not for right now. I just want to put you in the back of the car real quick so I can look at some things and go from there. Okay.
Okay. You want to close my doors?
Yeah, I'll get it.
You want to take my keys?
Yep. It's about the same outfit. I want to see if there's a mask in here.
I don't know if there's a COVID mask in there or not. Did he say who he was coming to visit from New York? Why that's so important that he drive here?
No.
It's just weird that you would come to visit a guy for that long of a flight. Here's your COVID mask.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got a lighter in here. He's got a torch lighter. Yeah, there's a torch lighter and a blue COVID mask. And that's it. There's no luggage. There's no backpack.
Yeah, there's no hat.
Well, where's his luggage at? Where's his bag?
Let's detain him.
Yeah, he's in the car, right?
Well,
You
yeah.
searched
Let's
him,
just
no
leave
good?
him there. Wait for the detectives. Yeah. I think this might be our guy.
A K-9 unit is now brought to the crime scene at the victim's house so they can pick up and track the suspect's scent. Officers now simply have to see if the K-9 unit leads officers to the same male they're investigating a couple minutes down the road.
So be honest with you, man. We got a dog that's tracking right now. Okay.
Okay.
From where the crime happened. Okay. You be honest with me. Is that dog gonna lead straight to this car?
No. I promise you it's not.
Okay.
Oh, please just cut away immediately to show the dog like sniffing at his crotch or some shit like that.
Yeah.
All right.
There was something in the back seat because you can see an impression and you can see a piece of glove, purple glove right there.
Yep.
And then there's an
Which
impression.
there was a box.
A box?
It was like a box here.
Yeah, that's a box. That's the shape of a box.
And he's wearing the same shirt and the same outfit.
I venture to say that he definitely needs to be talked to.
Yes, he does. So I'm going to stop questioning
I
now
would
and let
like to,
detectives.
Yeah.
Just give us 1 second, all right, ma'am? Okay.
Dave, was he in that car? Yeah.
The K-9 tracked the scent to the car the male was found sleeping in, prompting newly arriving officers to discuss their new #1 suspect.
So he's in the back of my car.
He's only suspect,
because
isn't
we
he?
didn't know it first.
We'll just stop right here because there's no need for me to even go further then.
The dog picked up hard coming down, he came down here, and as soon as we hit this street, he picked up super hard. Because he said, you'll know when he's tracking, he said, because he'll start basically jogging. And we were jogging here, as soon as we hit the street, he was like...
While searching the area around the suspect's car, officers found multiple plastic bags with a hat, multiple sets of latex.
Oh, for fuck's sake, he just threw them out. Like,
Oh, this is just sad.
why do they do this? Why can't criminals be a bit smarter?
Yeah.
It's like when you hear about serial killers riding in to taunt the police and it leads to their arrest. It's like, is it genetic? I'm going to commit a crime, and I'm going to... Oh, do you remember that from a few years ago? Manchester police responded to a guy on Facebook by just saying like, "Hey man, we're looking for you. Do you know where you are? Yeah, sure, mate. It's right here." And they just came arrested.
I do. It happens all the time, though.
It was like I guess it's Darwinism. It's just weeding out the stupid. Like the real criminals you don't hear about. Right?
Well, the real criminals are the ones who either you hear about so long after the crime has occurred because they don't find any evidence for it.
Or
like
said either.
Or you hear about them immediately because they're fucking dumb.
I like the idea of the ones that do really well, but just inherently in some minute way fucked up. Like the biggest one I'm thinking of is remember the guy who killed his wife and threw her body into the drum of acid, but she had like kidney stones, I think, and they couldn't dissolve. And
no, but it sounds like something that would happen.
Yeah, he was. The cops came around obviously because you know how it is when a spouse goes missing, your partner is the suspect. So they were asking around, and they went into the back into his garage, and there was just huge drums of acid in these giant like warning label drums, and he's like, "Oh, I'm allowed to have them because of my job." He was like a sort of like curator or something, and he needed them to clean off the asbestos bed or some shit like that of older buildings. So they're like,
Yeah.
oh, well, that's fair. And they looked inside the drums and they couldn't see any sign of human stuff, but they noticed weird things just bobbing up in the corner. And they didn't think much of it. I mean, hell, do you want to stick your nose into a vat of hydrochloric acid? So you just kind of like, okay, whatever. Went on. Like, hey, so I just looked at this medical journal. You know that like kidney stones can actually dissolve in acid, right? And they kind of looked at each other and went back, and sure enough, they had them tested. And it's like, why were there a bunch of kidney stones that your wife was on record for having? And he's like, well, that's a smart person who wasn't smart enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is something that you don't think about, right? It's like, or Catch Me If You Can, the story of that. He was naming himself after Flash, the original, the actual like human names of the person from the Flash.
Barry Allen and stuff like that.
Yeah, he would write those checks with those names. Those would be his aliases until they realized, wait a minute, this guy's a fucking kid. Like he's just reading comics all day. And sure enough, yeah, he was like 19 when he was caught for the first time. After he had stolen, I think, $5.2 million in 1950.
Damn, that's
it's a great. Did you ever see it? DiCaprio and Tom Hanks.
Oh yeah, I did see that one.
Yeah, that's all legit. And he did end up working with the FBI to hunt down other con artists, and he did show up on a game show in the 70s to he was like a former con artist that was like, yeah, one of these people was a renowned world class con man, you know, like, and then the people have to guess on street, like the three people, and they can only ask them their very specific questions, you know. That's you can only tell the truth. That was the name of the show. You can only tell the truth, which is an interesting premise. Like one of these people is a particular thing, right? It's like Through the Keyhole. You remember that show?
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. Oh, hey,
Anyway.
Nicky Richards, good to see you. Two things. One, I need to get on to you about being a guest in February. And two, if you're free, I'd love to have you in the chat. It's an open invitation. But either way, thank you so much for the like.
Gloves and another mask within them, not even 10 feet away from the vehicle, underneath a pine tree.
Got his gloves and everything.
So now that he's obviously
Stay right over here.
let's skip
I know you
to
probably can't get these off.
Huh?
Can't get these off.
We will when we get down there.
Okay. I know the evidence is overwhelming, but I'm not the guy that did this. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just not.
based on what? Like what's your
They wouldn't
counter?
tell them the evidence they've got.
The dog followed you back. There's like trace elements of the damn gloves. Like you look like the guy. You're dressed exactly. Were you knocked unconscious and then the real person like put all the stuff on you and then scattered it around in the back and left this scent for the dog? Also, when they check his bank details, you'll see he's got a very close connection to the woman. I mean, if this was like a TV show, you'd then be like NCIS or some shit like that. They'd be like, wait a minute,
Yeah, you would be like,
this
how
doesn't
dare they
add
be so
up.
predictable?
And then the real twist was like, it was this person all along who was using this guy as the fall guy. But no, that's not how the real world works. This guy is, yeah.
I'm just not the guy who gets anything dirty, you know? It's just not me.
Well, I'll tell you this. If you know something about the crime, then you might want to tell the detective.
At this point, I think I just need a lawyer, honestly, because I'm not the guy that did this, and you know, you told me I'm being charged with it, and I did do it, so.
Farhan, the #1 suspect, was charged with aggravated arson, breaking and entering, and possession of criminal tools. His vehicle was towed and impounded as evidence. He is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Now, off the record, but most cops can tell when you're lying. Hey, everyone, I'm John, and I appreciate you.
Hey, awesome. Glad to see you there, John. I'm sure you caught your fair share of bad people, but that's the end of this clip. So awesome. I hope that guy gets in the old trouble arena.
No, he just really strikes me as someone who needs to see a fucking psychologist and therapist. And
True,
yeah,
but either way, he has to be taken out of the loop.
yeah,
He's clearly a threat to other people, right?
very much so.
Oh, this is hilarious.
I
Lesbians
do wonder why you
actually
brought
like
this one up. Is there a thought chain that led to it, or
what?
Oh, they just
the stalker dude.
yeah.
I
Like,
think
was
he
there
just,
an update on his case?
if I remember right, I remember Charlie talking about this, and that's how I found out. He was like that girl there who got her car set on fire was a Twitch girl.
Yeah.
Which girl gets car set fire? Twitch viewer set my car on fire. That's her YouTube. Just Foxy. But here's Polygon by alleged stalker. So I'll say one thing. Hasten girl, she's hot.
Yeah, look at
Suspect,
those microphones. And some good microphones.
right? Yeah, she knows her audio balancing. Unlike
Yeah.
some, I'm the some people.
Also, notice the naked threat in the background.
The what?
Behind the microphones. The naked threat in the background.
No.
The big fuck off assault rifle.
Oh damn! Yeah, that's isn't that a German thing?
Couldn't tell you. It's just by the silhouette.
D something.
It looks like from the M16 family of rifles.
Maybe. I wish we were still friends with Two Guns No Ammo. He was, as the name suggested, a fucking pro on this shit. But drama's gonna drama, and that's something that won't be happening this year. Suspect from Jamal reportedly drove hundreds of miles to streamer Kylie Carter's home. New York man reportedly drove hundreds of miles to Twitch streamer Kylie Carter's Ohio home, set her car, Jaguar F-Type, on fire, 28-year-old farm, arrested. Carter is a popular 25-year-old. I actually never before. Just Foxy and played games like Fortnite, talking with viewers. Oh, well, that explains. He's gonna play Fortnite. I'm not interested. On Twitch, that's a huge amount. That's a surprisingly low amount on Instagram, though.
Probably focuses more on Twitch because Twitch is obviously the bigger earner for her.
What? Carter hasn't streamed on Twitch and has been quiet on social media since the incident. Footage shows a person, Carter's mother, called police and firefighter, Polygon, Mayor, the mother, Talker, like nearby articles. Yeah, we watched the video. We're still traumatized in ways expressed as real world violence. It doesn't really. I suppose all we'll do is just find his name, then see what happens to him now. This. Your man sentenced to prison. This is March. I've been holding this on since March.
Shit. So basically,
No.
he's sentenced for possessing an incendiary device.
Well, this
So
is
he
the
was
same
sentenced
guy,
for
yeah.
having life.
Sentenced to 48 months in prison. An unregistered incendiary device. It was a box with a bucket.
And a fuse. Don't forget the fuse.
Damn
Probably
right.
some polyethylene.
I remember. Do you remember when the guy who ran Japan, Abe Shinzo or whatever? He's the meme dude. One that like is like have sex. Their population is so low. He was when he
It's still very low.
it,
And
it's
even then,
low. It's lowering all the time. But when he was assassinated, either last year or the year before, he we had two guns on, and he was calculating how like anyone could have gotten a gun in Japan because of their strict gun laws until it realized it was a homemade job made out of piping. It was a pipe rifle from Fallout 4. It was just like this. It was made of pipes, and had like a wooden stock, and it could only fire twice, and it worked. It was held together with duct tape.
oh yeah, they're called garage guns, and they
Mhm.
vary wildly between two varieties. One,
Well, of course.
you
Yeah.
have the paper death trap, as they're called, because some of them are actually genuinely made of paper and designed to fire a single cartridge. And then you have these extremely over-designed, machined sheet steel monstrosities, which are actually incredibly reliable and in some cases better than many firearms you'd purchase.
Gun. There.
Oh yeah, it's a duct tape nightmare.
Right? And it was apparently he killed him over the cult that they were a part of. Had a disagreement about the two, like they were these two like pseudo Christian cults that they were a part of, and yeah,
Yeah.
like a lot of people were like, oh, he killed it for this reason or that reason. No, he killed him because of religious bullshit. But it like that is like that's as homemade as you get. And nowadays we have 3D guns too.
Well, if you want to see something really impressive, look up high grade machined garage gun, because that's the name the police give them, is garage guns. Yep.
Where?
See the second one in?
That's a grease
They
gun.
made they made an M3 greaser. They actually made one of those from scratch.
Oh, you
There you
weren't
go.
kidding. Holy shit.
Yeah. That's that's one of the high grade ones. Terrifying things.
Holy fuck.
The magazine came from a Thompson.
Still, they
But
needed
there
a
is
magazine at least, but I mean, my god. Oh, that you could make a stand if you just changed the direction of the magazine.
oh yeah. But then there's those, and there's the the duct tape paper death traps that you just paper death trap you just looked at.
Yeah. And both are successful. Do you know the game Kingdom Come Deliverance has a sequel now?
Kingdom Come More Deliverance.
No, Kingdom Come Deliverance. Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
what would
It
they
has a
add to the
sequel. Now, the
or they
reason I'm
just
bringing that up is because you get to actually have the first hand cannon in that game. Have you ever seen pictures of that thing? That thing's absolutely hilarious. They always wore the deepest, thickest armor, and it was just a long pipe with a huge fuse, and the knight would very timidly, because there was about a 50% chance the whole thing would explode like a mine, set the fuse off, and then it would fire wildly in any direction. Oh my god, I love those things. They are so ridiculous, but from there, all guns come from. It is the cave painting on a wall. You know, like it
Oh
is.
yeah.
Like,
But if you want to see crazy vintage firearms, my favorite will always be the duck foot gun or the goose foot gun.
yes.
Because it's just so dumb. It's just
Oh,
so stupid.
you want to have a good time? Did you ever see the Sultan of Delhi's claw mount, the claw gauntlet that had the two muskets strapped to the front of it?
Is that the one that had the trigger that went like that?
Yes, it's what's his name's Horus's and later Abaddon's gauntlet is based
Yeah,
off that idea.
We might as well bring it up for
Yeah.
everyone.
If as always,
I know the design, but I can't say I've seen the original.
okay, so it's Indian Clawed Gun Glove.
They're called tiger claws.
Those are the tiger claws, cool. But where's the gun? It's like how about just
Try tiger claw musket. These are the punch guns and sap guns.
Yeah, that's not the same thing.
Or sap gloves.
Historical gun in.
That's the World War one.
Yeah.
World War
then it's on screen. So there's a classic Indian man.
That's your classic bloody. All right, if we're not showing this to everyone, is it really wise to keep looking down this chain?
Well, if I'm not looking at everyone, then.
Or I mean, if no one can see this, like.
Yeah, no, that was fine though. It's just is it Timur's gun? I've seen it. It's in a museum, and it's a gauntlet with claws for hands, and on top of it are two barrels, like a heavy bolter with the hand gauntlet. It's fucking brilliant, and I can't think of the right word or the right. We're gonna try one more time, and then we'll move on, or else we'll be on it all night.
Move on from vintage firearms.
Okay, so it's a gun gauntlet. India. Let's say Turk as well. Just Mughal weaponry. Tempting. Ooh.
No, that's the two-handed glove thing that they had sort of had the grip where they'd have one in each hand.
Yeah. That's dope.
That is dope, but I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that.
No, that's a fucking swiper and a half.
That's like something Predator would wear.
Hmm.
They even had the Predator fucking wrist blade thing in one of the suggestions, right beside it.
Alright, let's go to Mughal weaponry.
You'd have to name the Shah.
Right, and I thought it was Timur, but it's and Shah's Iranian. This but the
So it was more of a general Eastern term for a kit.
Yeah,
But yeah.
I thought it was more prevalent than this. If I remember. No.
You could always try a vintage gun glove.
Nah.
India.
It's so cool. Oh, there's the bombard that took down Constantinople.
Yeah.
No, that's his traditional weaponry. No. Oh well.
And it took two bombars to bring down the Great Walls of Constantinople.
Yeah, of course. They found, ironically enough, when they did it, the early onset of the negation of cannon on walls, which was without thinking to make the walls stronger. Back in the, I think Theodosius built the walls. That's what they were called, the Theodosian walls. And I think when he built them, it was like in the 7th or 8th centuries. To hurry shit along and to save money, he had packed the insides of the wall with just rubble from other construction. And then it was like crushed in real deep. When the walls fell, it actually became really great at withstanding further bombardment. So when they
Oh
collapsed,
yeah.
more giant balls would just sink into them, and then the defenders would rush out, grab the boulders and the giant iron balls, and just bring them back in and use them to prop up their own defenses. It was
Yeah.
very, but they never
But I thought that
really
was Vlad Tepes,
institutionalized
who,
that. There was no like that was not planned.
like, in the aftermath of
Dardanelles,
in the aftermath of the Ottomans taking it, didn't Vlad Tepes try to retake it? And he
he
used his
he
own
tried to raise
specialized covering.
people, but the situation had changed. He was after all, he was a vassal of the Ottomans for a long time, and also a vassal of the Bulgarians. Then he was a vassal of the Ottomans again. So like he wasn't exactly a trustworthy person. He also lost Wallachia like 3 times. But at one point, he did suggest to the Pope that he should become a crusader, and they should all go and take back, Constantinople. But
Was that before he
the
gained the title
Habsburg,
of Dragoon?
Vlad the Dracul,
Yeah.
but of course, at that point, the Austro-Hungarian Habsburg were a little bit busy in the 30 Years' War, the most bloody war until the onset of the Napoleonic War, and they were kind of more focusing on killing Protestants than Muslims. So, which is a shame if for any of you return with a V pro Constantinople motherfuckers who want the return of the Byzantine. Because at that time, the Ottoman Sultan was focusing on having a very pointless war with Persia. So he was far away from the capital. So it could have ended
Yeah.
up going pretty well. But no, the Bulgarians in the late 1800s almost took on. They'd even built a giant cross put on top of the Hagia Sophia, and they were dragging it around to every Turkish town they could, saying, "You're going to be our slaves for change." And then they were like, "Hold on, folks. How about you just get your own independence and we call it quits? We don't want the Balkans to be known as a place of blood."
Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Anyway, should I get back to silly
Onwards.
videos?
Yeah, onwards. Immature things. YouTube. Well, I got a click.
What's something that's incredibly immature that you will never stop doing?
I mean, if you're asking, I'll tell ya. This is how I psychologically destroy all my enemies. Did you know you can buy random keys on eBay by the pound for like $20? And you can also buy key tags in bulk pretty cheap as well. When this ammunition arrives upon my doorstep, I carefully inscribe my nemesis's name and number upon each individual tag. And then I just pick
Now
two
that's
keys
a
at random and then
return to tradition. Forget your sort of like, I won't talk to them at the soiree that we have once a month. I will accidentally with giant quotations, misspelled their name. And he's like, nose, sticking it up your nose. Oh, I'm so glad that era of the internet, the sort of like incredibly, the try hard sort of I'm a gentleman sort of era that especially the white nationalists would try to do.
Yeah.
They would, and it would always be like they were living in their mom's house, and they were like very. And Nick Fuentes is the last, and dare I say, greatest. No, it wouldn't be him. It would have been J.F. Garipi. He always tries to live up to this sort of idea of, oh well, if you want to know, yeah, he would sound like this. And he would just be talking about like every day he wakes up and puts out the four, and then pour a glass of blah blah blah. Fuck off. Okay, that is not how normal people worked in the 50s. It is not how a normal person works now. No,
Yeah, no one said I'm going to put a suit on today, or even
unless they
anything.
go to work, and he doesn't. He complains about gay people and the Jews in his stream. He's somebody who if you remember the Charlottesville shooter, he had his name written on the side of his gun. Yeah. Yeah, the Canadian government have him as a watch list. He actually can't go to Europe. Like, he's blocked from every European country. Oh, gotta love it. I mean, you gotta love when somebody. Oh, from crazy to crazy, I suppose.
Aw, it likes it.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's gonna throw down because kangaroos are famously addictive.
It depends.
Oh,
Well,
if
the
Red
gender and
Eyes
how you-
ends up in the chat, I gotta ask him. He's from Australia, and for years he would tell people that, given a chance, kangaroos try to drown dogs by rivers, and we watched
Oh,
a
yeah.
video of a kangaroo trying to drown a dog. Like, they hold their heads under the raging river because, like, their arms are just bulky as shit. Like, those fuckers can rip your face off.
Oh, yeah.
But everyone was like, "Oh, they don't do that." No, well, they can do that.
They can. They usually don't, but they will do that if they have the opportunity.
Yeah. LGBTQ sandwich. Well,
Today we're making the LGBTQ plus sandwich, which is a sandwich based
did
on...
he say puss? I heard
he
him
said
say
plus.
I know, but it sounded like puss.
Today we're making the LGBTQ plus sandwich.
Puss.
Puss. Yeah, he said puss.
I fucking called it puss.
Which is a sandwich based on the BLT, but with a little G and Q plus a couple other things added in for good measure. We'll start with the lettuce, which is dealer's choice. You can go with tough and rugged crispy water, also known as iceberg lettuce, because only 10% of it is above water when submerged. You can also go for something like Boston bib lettuce, which is more flimsy and dainty, just like the people of Boston. You can also go with a battle-hardened lettuce like romaine. Whatever you choose, just make sure you put your lettuce on the sandwich parallel to the bread, not perpendicular, or it will be too thick and you'll...
But you're making Stonehenge, so that works. It actually looks like those dolmens you see out here on the West Coast.
Yeah, it kind of does. Passage grave.
Yeah.
Consume unnecessary oxygen calories. Also, make sure your lettuce isn't this wet before you try to slot it onto the sandwich. Guacamole is a dip from Mexico made from guac-avocados. Start by playing a quick game of guacamole. Then we'll cut these up to get the green stuff out. Most people don't want to do this, but if you cut open the pit, you can get more guac-avocado out of there. We'll chop up some onion and some pickled jalapenos because every sandwich needs pickles. We'll mix that together with some lime juice, flavor glitter, and some pepper. And I think too much cilantro will clash with the rest of this sandwich, so I'm gonna go real easy and just include around 17 molecules worth of cilantro.
I don't disagree with I don't disagree with them using that, but I just disagree with the word cilantro.
Cilantro is for you, is it?
Yeah. What was the other name?
Cilantro. Sal or Sol? Which go do you?
Neither. It's got a completely different name.
Cilantro.
Yeah, it's not.
If Grandar was here, he'd correct me. So what is it?
It's like parsley or something.
Is it just is cilantro just parsley?
As far as I remember, yeah.
Really?
Cilantro, other name. Coriander.
Coriander. I didn't know that either. I did not know that cilantro was also coriander. Okay. Okay, I learned something today. I'm going to forget it as the night goes on, but still. That's awesome.
Well,
Now I'm gonna
parsley
make...
and Mexican parsley too, but you know, I never heard either of those. But the common thing is cilantro and coriander are the same thing.
Ah, LG Beacon. Ah, so the bisexual is bacon.
The bacon, and I'm going to use the best method, which is baking bacon. When you stuff this sandwich in your face, you want to make sure the bacon doesn't tear the whole LGBTQ apart, so baking it ensures easy melt in your mouth bites for everyone. Now we're going to slice up our tomatoes. Much like the lettuce, you can choose any tomatoes you want. According to the internet, some great options are Early Girl, Beefsteak, German Queen, Big Boy, Black Prince, Green Giant, or field tomatoes, which come from a field. And finally, we'll need queso, as in cheese. Could be a slice of queso, could be queso fundido, or queso blanco, or Tex-Mex style queso. Figure out where you want to be on the queso continuum and just go with it. I'm going with a boring piece of straight up queso. Okay, it's spicy Havarti, traditional Danish queso. First,
Oh, yeah, but be careful because they'll pull it from the shelves a bit. That
Yeah, I
noodle.
don't think
Yeah,
Danish like spicy food.
no, they don't. They pulled the Korean hot chicken one shelves they can get over here sometimes. It was too spicy.
God damn, that seems like a waste.
It is, and it's so. Don't get me wrong. There's a video of me trying it. I never got this. The video itself never got to see the light of day, but I kept the blooper of me trying it, and it was so hot. You just see my eyes go widen, and I rush over. Now, if Raisin was here, she'd tell us about the glories of heat because she has no heat levels. There is no Scoville level so high that she can't tolerate. And it's terrifying to watch in person. I've eaten with her twice in IRL, and her meals always need more of everything. No matter how spicy it is, you always need more. First time I ever saw it, she's actually a little bit, she was embarrassed at first. She thought she was a freak. I was like, you kidding me? This is a superpower. Like,
It's both.
we get you on hot. Yeah, all right, technically true. But I mean, we get her on hot ones. She bites down. She just like outspice anyone who's ever come on there before. But yeah, she just bit into into a ghost pepper just for fun to start. And her partner was there right next to her, and he's from like Devon. You can imagine how quickly he went bright red.
Oof, yeah, yeah.
our sandwich assembly will start by putting our bread
I
into
love how I just had to say he's from Devon, and you know where we're going.
Yeah, Devon is not exactly famous for its spicy food.
British people aren't really. I mean, you got mustard, but mustard's like a okay level.
English mustard just tastes like gasoline.
Oh, you have to get like the really like homemade stuff, but even then they don't go for the spice. They go for the sort of tingle, the flavor. I don't like those people who just eat the super spicy stuff without any flavor. You need the flavor.
Oh yeah, you do. But at the same time, English mustard doesn't have flavor except sadness. It's very English.
I'll take that over American stuff you get in the sweet bottle.
Fair, yeah, okay.
the toaster where it doesn't quite fit, so we'll flip and flop it around until it magically emerges from the vertical hot closet like a monarch butterfly. Except instead of flying 3,000 miles a year over several generations while feasting on milkweed and growing 2,700 times its original weight while clapping its fancy wings the whole time, it's more like two pieces of toast. We'll take that guac, which will spread out on the bottom. You can also top the sandwich with guac or switch every time you make it. Now we're going to add the bacon. You want to make sure the bacon goes between the guacamole and the lettuce, which we'll add next. Now we'll add our tomatoes. They're sliced thin so you don't get the problem of double tomato thickness, which can cause the sandwich to slide apart. But remember, you must coat your tomatoes with flavor glitter to fully bring out their taste. And this is also a great place to add some pepper. And now I'm going to add the queso. And now we're back to the bread, but there's one more thing, and it's called mayo. And it's not just because of my genetics. I mean, obviously, I'm a 1/4 French person, so I'm naturally predisposed to enjoying mayo since it's part of my heritage. But there's just a symbiosis between bacon, tomato, and mayo that cannot be ignored. This is not the time to deny yourself that pleasure. And there we have the LGBTQ sandwich plus BPSM. Now it's time to get a grip and ram this LGBTQ+ down everybody's throat who you love and who also enjoys sandwiches made with these ingredients, who are also expecting you to do that. So it's not a total surprise, but more like a welcome thing because they're hungry, and maybe because they said, why don't you go in the kitchen and make me a sandwich, as a joke, but you went into the kitchen and made them a sandwich as a
But not before you didn't put on the very skimpy French maid outfit that has no so and the apple fries up at the back. And every once in a while you drop like someone bend over, but he's too busy watching Game Grumps in the other room that he doesn't. So you're just kind of sitting there and standing with your ass in the air, and it gets cold, and you turn around and saying, realize, oh, okay, I shaved for nothing, it seems. And then, yeah, happy anniversary.
counter joke, but then maybe you ate it in front of them as a reverse counter joke, and now they regret it because you're going, this sandwich tastes so good, and they actually believe you because it's true.
I
mean, aside from the guacamole, it's a pretty basic bitch BLT.
Yeah. And I'm not even a huge guac man. I don't hate guac. Guac has its place. I just
Yeah, it has its place in a burrito. It doesn't have its place in that kind of stuff.
Yes.
And yes, I will argue that a burrito is in fact a sandwich.
That's fine.
It's just a chili sandwich.
Ice cream is a soup if you take too long to eat.
I just prefer it soupy myself, but
Ew, that good old goop. I mean, I'm eating a lot of Greek yogurt since the diet started. So
yeah, fair.
Oh, here's a bit of English culture.
My name is Jimmy Brown. The name of this song is I'm Quitting Prozac to Continue Drinking. A pill in one hand, a bottle in the other. I want to feel happy, but I just feel smothered. Prozac was supposed to ease the pain, but all it's done is melted my brain. I'm quitting Prozac to continue drinking, 'cause that's the only thing that keeps me from sinking. I know it's not healthy, but it's what
Heathen, finish your pints before ordering a new one.
Yeah, like, that's such an English thing to do.
Isn't it? Like, so you like Guinness, do you? Yeah, you like the first half of Guinness, don't you? Then you just want more foam. You know what you do? You do the American thing in the bad bars, and you wait until they've poured the drink and just serve it to you. I thought Americans had unlearned this trait, but last time I was in the States, last year, I got a Guinness, and they just poured it in half, so foamy, with like the sliverest of black at the bottom, and it was just growing and shaking, and I'm like, okay, cool. So when is it done? And she's like, it is done. Oh, no, it's not. And then, thank fuck, a more mature person behind her goes, yeah, hold on, give me a second. Pour it out a little bit, pour it up, retap, here you go. I'm like, thank you, it still wasn't the best, but at least it kind of looked like a Guinness at the end of it. Probably a milkshake, the thing that was handed to me. What?
Ugh. I just needed a second to get over that mental image of that horrible pint of Guinness you described.
to drown out the voices and the thoughts that won't leave. The doctors told me I shouldn't mix, and they were right because I feel like shit.
Sorry, mate. Could you pick that up, please?
Basically, yeah, is what you get.
Rashes and scratching and mini seizures, headaches, nausea and relentless fever. I'm quitting Prozac to continue drinking, cause that's the only thing that keeps me from sinking.
You know why he's getting no joy out of any of this? This is how Cobes eats and drinks now. It's like he's like climbing a mountain that the gradient's getting higher and higher until it's eventually just like a flat surface. And he's like, no, I can stop anytime I want. I don't want to.
I'm quitting Prozac to continue drinking, cause that's the only thing that keeps me from sinking. I know it's not healthy, but it's what I need to drown out the voices and the thoughts that won't leave. They said Prozac and alcohol were a dangerous combination, so I'll choose booze as my main medication. They gave me all of these SSRIs, and now all I want to do is die. I'm quitting Prozac to continue drinking, cause that's the only thing that keeps me from sinking. I'm quitting all this Prozac, cause that's the only makes me feel like crap. I'm quitting Prozac cause
For this joke, he must have spent like 300 at the pub.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I get 4 of your dinner meals, please?
Yeah. It looks like an older video, so it probably spent less. Oh, it's
Yeah.
9 days old.
Oh, there you go. Wait, really? I only found this 9 days ago? Damn.
God damn.
Alright, lesbians actually like men.
If lesbians were truly attracted to women, their fun toys would all be woman parts. Instead, they are man parts.
That's not true. They functionally enhance the experience. Just because your girl got braids in doesn't mean it's not your girl. Who you love is who you love, no matter what temporary prosthetic they use.
We are not talking about something that is simply for visual enhancement. We are discussing technological sorcery mimicking the grounds of masculinity.
So there's evil magic in the strap. 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 Wouldn't that speak more to the repeated behavior of men that results in women rather using the semblance of a man's member, something from silicone, than actually engage in intimacy with one?
Kids, if you went into a coffee shop in the 90s and they had open mic night, this is what you heard. Like, it was just this on an endless loop.
No different than how men...
Am I the tampon or is the tampon me? Click, 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 click. Everyone around the room is clicking in approval.
will reduce women to objects while only emotionally connecting with their male counterparts.
So straight men are gay women straight. I'm so confused in present day. Bust out cocoons and wear your face, cause I can't keep up with the escapade. I can't keep up, straight men are gay women straight. Bust out cocoons and wear your face. I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
It kind of has a nice voice to him, at least, if nothing else.
Yeah.
You know that was a skit, right?
Yeah. You mean, yeah, that was still a shit show.
It was. Elf Lock official gameplay trailer. Unity Engine Game of Thrones. Mix of gameplay and game. Her hair looks like Garfield's tail.
Yeah.
Your Majesty, welcome home.
Lady Ariana, it's
Oh,
so
that's
good to
big.
be back after all these years. If only the circumstances were better.
Let's not sugarcoat it. We are at war, and we're losing it. Lord Katov fights valiantly to defend our borders from the enlightened, but
From a beholder by the looks of it. Holy shit.
he alone is not enough. Our soldiers are tired. The phase magic is waning. And even nature itself seems helpless against our enemies, especially with so many cowardly hearts and selfish minds within these walls, too.
What do you mean? I've only met friendly faces since I returned.
Do not be fooled, Your Majesty. Deception and betrayal are running amok.
And they just hire native English speakers to everyone on the continent. There are so many hungry late teens to mid-20 voice actors and actresses who will do anything for a crust of bread. Like,
Yeah.
just reach out. And it's been like this for years. For every Inquisitor Naira, who we've had on and is a fucking gem, there are 500 people who, like, they're like from Serbia and they think their English is good because they got an 80% in their exam school without ever speaking to an actual like English speaker. It's true to every language on the planet. There is literally like you need to live it, you need to act it. But then you hear these European ones, unless they've been localized, it's all yes, I know what you mean. I think that's a problem too. I sound like a normal person. No, you don't. You don't sound like anything.
Why did you do a Kermit the Frog impression? But okay.
Because the alcohol is hitting me harder than expected.
Here, weakening us from within until it is all
No!
over. Unless, perhaps, you could do something about it.
But how?
You'll need to be sharp and resourceful. If you want to uncover the mysteries of this castle, leave no stone unturned. Look into every corner. Talk to the people, get to know them, and then use their needs and wants to your own advantage. And whatever you do, always be careful around the Fae. They might seem childish and harmless at first, but they'll curse you in a heartbeat if you offend them.
That sounds like a tall order, Lady Ariana. I don't know if I can measure up to a task so huge.
You have to, Your Majesty. For if you fail to discover the treachery that eats away at the soul of Iron Reach, we are all doomed.
Cool.
As dramatic as an unhappy turnip.
Well said. Like that, it's just, yeah, like it's soulless. It's like they were bored reading those lines.
Yeah, that. No.
It was a shame because it's an interesting idea. It's gonna be medieval, but it's not gonna be combat based. It's kind of like Plague Tale in that regard. Now you got to find alternative routes around shit, and you know, maybe there'll be like a sort of faction mechanic where like you get on good people's, you get on people's sides, and other people's like will get negative and play them off against each other, and they'll be like courting intrigue and shit. That could work. And then if there's like a magical element to it too, where you, I don't know, maybe you play a game with a devious little elf, and then it'll unlock a secret passage that you know about, and suddenly, and 2 hours later, you can work it.
It's an interesting idea, but
Mm-hmm. I respect the iron nail right there. Queen.
Yeah, like that's a nice touch, but that looks like it was ham-fistedly put together.
Oh, she saved the perfect wedding picture. Did you go to a lot of weddings growing up?
Not really, no.
I did, and some of them had like a lot of money behind them, and I found weddings to be only as fun as the other kids around and how much of the hotel I could explore, or in some cases castles. Then that was obviously a lot of fun. Except for my godmother, who I shit you not did it in the old steam gauge museum in the north of London, outside of town. She had her reception there, and it was just surrounded by these huge moving like steam wheels that just were constantly in motion. Things were like the size of my room. It's like a steampunk stream. It was great.
Yeah. Sounds pretty cool.
It was dope. First time, I believe it or not, I ever had lamb at that reception, but I thought it was a little greasy, and that still is true. Like you have to work hard to get lamb not to be.
Yeah, it takes.
What?
It takes work to actually make lamb a palpable meal, and a lot of garlic, a lot of.
Oh
salt.
yeah, absolutely. There was a lot of garlic there. It tasted good. It was just Jesus. Naked dude being robbed by hairy beast. It's on YouTube, so. Baby. You fat thief. You bastard.
The wizard box didn't like him doing that.
Nope. Eating on the toilet, I can relate. But give naked give the naked rat their look back. Incredible precision to the helicopter. Oh, this is during the LA fires.
And I understand that you have another structure burning behind you.
Coming to you again.
Whoa.
Damn, that is impressive. That is a good hit.
They're still going.
Yep.
Yeah,
they are.
Still tracking. That's crazy. Did I ever introduce you to the guy who tests all the different Japanese restaurants? He's like an American dude.
Don't maybe.
Under this busy shopping street in Japan, there's over 80 hidden restaurants, and I'm trying every one of them. Out of my comfort zone, I go in completely blind. I order what they recommend, and based off taste alone, I rank them on a tier list. Some are incredible, and some are inedible. This bowl of ramen scared me, but not as bad as when I was gonna go tink tink at the potty when I saw a hallway behind a door that's normally closed and oh great.
Alright, here's the thing. I love finding moments like that where you go into a place, turn around a corner, and you see an open door, and you're like, even if it's just like a back room where people like change in and out of their uniform in the office. Storeroom. You shouldn't be in a storeroom. You have no idea of the horrors that are within here.
Cursed again. But that has nothing to do with today's episode. This is a Yusui, a cute little place with a rotating menu. Well, it's 2 menus on alternating days, so I guess it's a flip-flop menu. The atmosphere is cozy and inviting. Happy time afternoon, lovely flower and a beautiful garden. A stark contrast to the Ju-on bathroom hallway. Today I got the Gyunik men, and the staff kindly let me know that it's quite spicy and I should only order it if I like spicy food. And I said, darling, I can eat noodles out of the devil's butt in a cast iron skillet. Normally broth this red has one.
I'm sure they had no idea what the hell you just said, so they just kind of smiled and did the Japanese grin and the nod, like yes,
quite so.
Yes.
Personality trait. Hot. And that's not fun. But this broth has a sensational beefy depth. The oil sheen gleamed across every single noodle and the beef chunks were inappropriately tender. As today's side, they had chashudon, served cold with cucumbers, bean sprouts, and an egg. It was super tasty and a refreshing respite from the stingy spicy of the noodles. This deserves every bit of it. Under this busy shop.
Yeah, I do love him. He needs to do more of the long form videos. He's only done 3 of them. He's only does one once every once in a while. Like he did a long, and now he's just doing the shorts. I love his shorts. It's just his long form videos are great because it isn't just food. He talks about everything.
Hey, if the shorts work for him, the shorts work for him.
Absolutely. Bunch of new stuff. Nothing here. Irish potato famine. Extra history complete. Oh, they comboed it. How Singapore can Asia's most OP country. Oversimplified. Cool. I spent all my money on you. What?
I can't take girls on dates because I spend all my money on you. I can't take girls on dates because I spend all my money on you. That's a unique problem to have. I would say that you're doing it for a good cause because you are inadvertently giving me money and providing entertainment towards the stream, and thus it's for a good cause. But I have to tell you, I am unfortunately to many people, I don't know if people have realized this, but I'm actually not your girlfriend.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer.
I'm sorry.
Every
I
night,
know.
I can feel my leg and my arm.
It's a play up, but you know, if she then do like double clicked or like triple clicked and see her view count start going down, like her subscribers, then she would change her tune in a heartbeat. She'd be like, "Oh no, but I mean, we could be friends one day. Maybe I'll do a meetup and you guys can hang out with me." Oh my god, did I ever show you the footage of the dude who openly admitted to he was a mod in some girl's Discord, and when they all met up together for like a big fan meetup, he hugged her and he claimed that he came in his pants.
No, that's horrific.
Oh god, let's see if I can find that because he's at a bar when he says it. Like Discord mod admits jizzing his pants. Here it is.
But
And watch, if I remember right, watch the guy with the beard there. Look his response. Also, oh my god, he looks, I don't know how else to say this, a plucked chicken. He has a bit of a plucked chicken vibe, do you think?
Yeah, he kind of does.
Yeah.
I met a girl who's a streamer. I went up to her, I hugged her, and I came in my pants.
And he just admits it in public on
Yeah.
camera with an audience.
Hey. Yeah. The cringe is strong.
He both knows he shouldn't be saying it, but there's a weird level of pride there too. It's like what's that saying? Like, don't fear the cringe, become it. He's just at the cusp of that's becoming true, but he can't quite make. He got 90% of the way there, where he knows that's a really pathetic thing to say, but he can't connect the dots to make the 10% to go over becoming. Oh, what are those fucking douchebags called? Sigmas, where he becomes a Sigma and he's like, I know I'm a fucking douche knuckle and I don't care. And then JoJo music plays as he walks away. Rather, he says that and halfway through you just hear him sharding himself.
Wow. Hug your
I think you need to get laid a little more often.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Was she hot though? Was she like super duper hot?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's forgivable if she was super duper hot.
He's also at a bar. He's drinking water.
Yeah.
Yeah, I might not want to see him drunk. That might bring up bad things.
Yeah.
Oh. If I ever meet I have met my mods. What am I talking about? I met a good chunk of my mods. But I want
They
them
just
to in
that's
their.
when they hugged you.
But I know I've had mods that have masturbated to me in the past, but they're not mods now. Not because of that. That's totally fine. It was just them also being weirdly stalkerish to me. Would you believe I've had stalkers who started streaming? It's weird.
Yes, I would, because that's the nature of people.
Some guys don't take no well. But anyway, how about this? Wait, he's got the BBC News accent? Oh, I love this. I've always loved listening to other people describe how they think it sounds. Japanese people think, for example, we also have like donkeys.
Police of Pakistan Patan. Today we have to the border in Afghanistan. We near after the Afghani OCC border area. We have to the rocket launcher firing after the people 35 wanted to blast it.
Longitude there. I think he was just naming off like words he knew in English.
I think so too. And he came very American sounding.
He also sounds like John Rhys Davis. He looks like John Rhys Davis there, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Today we have to the border in Afghanistan. We near after the Afghani OCC border area. We have to the rocket launcher firing after the people 35 wanted to blast it.
And Balkan. I heard Balkan.
Yeah, it sounds like he sort of picked up his words from a news channel.
Which,
that was on in the background.
Yeah, I mean, you've been overseas, you know that, like, especially in back in the 90s, CNN was the one thing you could always guarantee was going to speak in English. You were at, like, hotels and shit, you turn on if you were in a country that wasn't naturally, say, Spain, fucking, like, France or somewhere like that, if you turned on the TV, you'd eventually find CNN, or if you were close enough, BBC, or in the former colonies, like, say, Canada, which would India would be a good example, and you'd have BBC. But yeah, it's just something I always, as a kid, always knew that no matter what, I'd be able to watch the news in. I remember one time we watched in Lanzarote, we watched second Austin Powers film in Spanish, and it was like at 8 and my mom was just like prepping. But I turned on the TV and it was actually really funny enough that we got plenty of laughs, especially when once in a while my mom would ask me what happened and I had to go back to my memory. But you could hear the English very low underneath Spanish that would overdo it. And it was great. But then once in a while, like Dr. Evil's voice would just cut in normally. Okay. Because there wasn't an equivalent in Spanish. So they just kept it in. It was so jarring. It was great.
Yeah, that does sound very jarring.
Here. Speaking of jarring.
This parcel has to be in Suva by 12 today, or we sunk.
You better get this package to Suva by noon or you're finished.
Get this to Suva by midday or don't bother coming back.
Dutch angling it so much to hide the fact they were just on a flat gradient.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know why this shocks me, but they just have regular cows in Fiji. I thought they would have had some like naturally adapted cow that was like a strain of a cow that does well in the climate. But that was just regular cows, like by our standards.
Yeah.
Can't believe what the dude did.
Wow, what is that?
Package from Mr. Mudaki. Oh, yeah, thank you. Toyota Hilux 4-wheel drive, only from Esco Motors.
That was the most awkward wink I have ever seen.
They had a budget of what was in everyone's back pockets at the time. So
Yeah.
I'm surprised it turned out pretty great. I love this. I love, like I said, I love watching like weird ads on like a budget. Ireland needed more, and the ones that stick out with me. Do you remember the Irish safety ads for driving?
You mean the ones that were shit?
That always got people killed, like the incredibly brutal, like
the horrifically violent ones? Yeah.
Yeah, that they had to ban at some point.
Yeah, and they ended up on like banned ad fucking lists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nando's diversity ad. This one's from South Africa, if I remember right.
You know what's wrong with South Africa? All you foreigners. You must all go back to where you came from. You Cameroonians, Congolese, Pakistanis, Somalis, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. And of course, you Nigerians. And you, Europeans. Let's not forget all you Indians and Chinese. Even you, Afrikaners. Back to Swaziland for you Swatis, Lesotho for you Sotos, Tswanas, Vendas, Zulus, everybody.
Real South Africans love diversity. That's why we have introduced 2 more items, new peri-crusted wings and delicious chinchado and chips.
Hell yeah! It's ironically like the most progressive ad ever, but it's done in such a brutally racist way.
Yeah, that's... Wow. Wow, that's both aggressively racist and progressive at the same time.
I mean, South Africa is a country that is heavily interwoven with different cultures. But you still get people who are like, oh no, South Africa for South Africa. Okay, what's a South African? And then he'll point to like 30 people nearby him. It's like,
half
no.
of which are from another country.
Yeah, you go 10 minutes down the road and then they'll say you're a bunch of foreigners. No?
Yeah.
It's hell. That's what District 9 was set in South Africa. That was a very good choice, as he said, and they even put it in the movie. You expect this thing to happen in LA, which is a nice nod towards Alien Nation. If you remember Alien Nation from the 90s.
I think I tried to forget that
one. All right, I fucking love the intro, so I'll just show you the intro. Alien Nation theme song. You can see here. Aliens show up to Earth and they're refugees. They were basically showed up in this huge ship that was they were used by a ruling caste of slave lords that would terrorize the majority of them to mine resource asteroids and barren rocks as they moved across the cosmos. And then at some point, the slaves said, fuck you, and overthrew the masters. But they couldn't control the ship. So they hovered over the nearest world that happened to be Earth. And they asked for help. And that's the premise.
That was the scene in California's Mojave Desert 5 years ago. Our historic first view of the newcomer's ship. Theirs was a slave ship carrying 250,000 beings bred to adapt and labor in any environment. But they've washed ashore on Earth with no way to get back to where they came from. And in the last 5 years, the newcomers have become the latest addition
Rambo's
to the
sick. It also shows that sort of RoboCop near future, where as time goes on. For example, there's a moment where there's a bunch of celebrities protesting the newcomers being forced to be registered in one of the movies. And you get to hear one of the cops going, "Hey man, I've got the lawyer from the artist formerly known as Sylvester Stallone here." I know. Oh, it's such a little time capsule in a lot of different ways. That things like Star Trek
near future ones were like that.
What?
All the
the near future one. Yeah. Do you remember the one that was a lot of it was shot in Dublin? It was like the Fifth Wave. It was like a story built based off one of Gene Roddenberry's babies, like Andromeda, and or like the Seventh Wave or the Ninth Wave, and these weirdly like borderline angelic creatures show up and they're trying to help us, but there's something really about it, and because they've shown up, they've introduced us to a galactic community that we're not prepared for as a species. But at the time, to save money, they shot a lot of it in Dublin. And it's like like pre-crisis, financial crisis Dublin. So like you can actually see the spire being built in the background. Oh, it's fucking brilliant.
Population of Los Angeles.
Yeah, they made their own language and everything. Here's one of their instant chants. I love this show. It's movie. They really want this to be like the next Babylon 5 or Stargate. Every once in a while they address a really cool topic, like the main human character, his ex-wife is a hardcore Catholic. Well, they've actually doubled down since the arrival of the newcomers, and they think that they're not even demons, they're just soulless things. And he can't stand how she's like so heartless towards these people. And he's like, this isn't the woman I fell in love with. It's like, but they're not a part of God's plan. Well, yeah, the Pope wouldn't know what to do if aliens showed up. It would kind of disprove a lot of shit that he spouts. And I love
The Pope
that.
might be like, these are our gods. They came from heaven, obviously.
Oh
like,
God, there is a reverse where humans try to follow the culture of the newcomers, but the problem is the newcomers themselves have lost a lot of their culture by their slave masters, who had stripped them they'd stripped them from their culture, turning them basically Borg, or they were trying to, but they'd failed. So they just kept terror. Like the way they'd live inside the ship would be like you were inside a sort of tube when you weren't working. And every once in a while, once a year, they brought up the equivalent of like the boogeyman who would go around and terrorize people, drag them away. The lights would flicker and turn off. And then a guy in an outfit would show up and just terrorize someone and drag them away. Kind of like, what was that movie? The Village, where they created their own bad guy. And it was all just a way of them keeping control. It was it was a really and it's based off a movie, or it's based off a book, and then that movie was that was turned into a movie starring I think James Caan, and it was a different detective dealing with a murder case. It was borderline cyberpunk at times. Like I would love Kojima taking a shot at this, because if you know Kojima's early work, he was really invested in like the near future sort of um uh, Total Recall sort of universe. Oh, it was I love this shit. It's not my favorite shit. My favorite shit's Diesel Punk, but this is pretty good.
Yeah. I've always been a big fan of Ray Punk with that whole fucking bizarro-esque ass attitude towards it.
Describe Ray Punk. It's slipping my mind.
Ray Punk is like space sailing ships with people with fish bowls in their heads, sort of thing.
Oh, so like 50s,
Scantily
like sort
clad
of
as
Rick
hell.
Blackwave. Oh, so like how Fallout describes the space, like New Vegas.
Yes, but it'd be closer to Flash Gordon.
Okay, so yeah, so you know, it's that line from Mystery Science Theater. How I wonder how they eat, breathe, and are fast stuff. However, fast.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Ray Punk is so you have to suspend your entire understanding of space.
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
completely.
here's Brian Blessed with giant fucking eagle wings coming in. Why? Because it's cool.
And they can fly between planets because why? Because they can.
I remember watching the cartoon that was made by the same people, if I remember right, who also made that Godzilla cartoon, the Extreme Ghostbusters.
Damn. The one thing I don't remember about the Extreme Ghostbusters cartoon is the guy who played Ebert in the movie tried to apply as himself, and they didn't take him.
Egon.
Yeah, Egon. Sorry.
Yeah. That was Harold Ramis, who died
Yeah.
a good few years ago. God, he got fat at the end of it, and he had this huge Jufro going on. He looked nothing like he did from like the original movies. My God. But I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was applying for that.
Yeah, as far as I recall, it was him who actually applied for it. Didn't get the role because they didn't like the sound.
You know,
Like
want
the
to
way
know
it's
what's wild? You remember the 90s and 80s cartoons, the real Ghostbusters?
It might have been the real Ghostbusters he applied for, is what I'm thinking.
The guy who plays, who was Bill Murray's character? Um,
Oh,
oh God,
shit.
I can't think his name. But his voice actor is the same guy I mentioned it earlier, so everything is always connected, as Garfield.
Yes, that I remember that.
Yep, that was.
Check the chat.
All right, I need to. Oh, hey Spirit, good to see you. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We're having a fantastic day. I'm introducing Feel Good to the joys of Alien Nation. I need to pee because Liquid will do that to me. I'll be back in a second. And listen to that chat. That's a fucking dope jam. The context of him losing it in the car there is that he want his partner. It's basically like a Dirty Harry moment where he's like, "Man, I don't want a visitor partner. Hey, look, it's not my job, okay? The governor came on to me and he said like it's a cultural bonding moment, right? Now they'll do better if they have one of their own talking to them because they're being basically put into favelas, into like the barrio. They're an allegory for every immigrant society, but
Yeah.
he's basically Spock. He's incredibly like logical and quiet.
Stoic.
Yeah, and he doesn't know how to lose himself. But over time, he learns from the human, and the human. It's a standard. He learns from the human,
Yeah.
and the human learns from him. And at one point, he's trying to show like you shouldn't put up with this. You should get angry. But why would we do that? You know, get angry. Like you deserve to get angry. Like you saw that.
Yeah.
It's some cheap shit, and I love it. Just like the Tick there, that was a great show.
Oh yeah. I
Take
remember
it up onto the mountain.
I preferred the animated Tick. I always
Me
will.
too, but there's two live action animated, the two action Ticks, and I've heard rumors around Hollywood that if you are asked to join up with the Tick, you say no because it's considered cursed. Every time they try to do a live action, it's a disaster. I mean, the first time around, one of the main characters did die really early on. He died in a car crash, like after episode 4, I think.
Probably where the curse came from. The idea
Yeah.
of the curse.
And then the second one had something to do with like studio interference, which is not unusual in Hollywood.
It's pretty common.
Yeah. My biggest mistake in Japan.
We just went to the wrong airport.
Tokyo has 2 airports that are really far apart, and because we only got.
You remember this girl, right? Oh,
sorry, I just stepped away for a
Okay.
second. Sorry, just had to close curtains.
That's
Anyway,
cool.
go on.
You remember this girl, right? She's the one I was watching the Pokemon thing she did with her and her partner, who's in the background there.
Yeah.
We just went to the wrong airport.
Tokyo has 2 airports that are really far apart, and because we only got a few hours of sleep the night before.
I'm actually really surprised Tokyo only has 2 airports. London has like 5.
3, I think. London Stansted, Heathrow, and
Gatwick
has 3.
Then you got London proper, like the City of London Airport.
Yeah, okay. Which
And
that's 4.
the last one, Matt Men did a video on this very topic, where the airport is it's so far away from London that you wouldn't think it, but they called it the City of London to get more traction.
I hate
it. It's like closer, I believe, to Birmingham than it is to London. But because of some obscure what constitutes a city, you can now add it's not Ipswich. No, point is that like it's a little cheat they did. And the government even like, okay, from here on out, no one can do this little cheat again, but they never corrected them. They've never forced them to change. So whenever you're landing in London, there is a slight chance you're landing in like a 5-hour rail ride out of London.
We were going to the wrong one. And we cannot miss this flight because Japan Airlines literally invited us to fly from Haneda Airport to one of the hardest places to get to in Japan if you don't have a flight. Which we do.
I respect that they're already getting reached out by the Japanese government for tourism's sake, because if I remember, I told her the story. She was originally came over to Japan as an English teacher.
Yeah.
Went so badly that she left, started doing streaming and like clips like this, and done so successful now. The Japanese government is actually working with it.
Didn't we talk about this the last stream I was on?
I remember yeah.
If we can manage to make it through the gates. JAL's self-check-in, easy, but it's security I'm worried about.
No lines, no lines, no lines, no lines.
I don't know what I'm worried about. Lines are usually short at Haneda, but it is not over till I get there. Glad for our sake that those gates do not close until that plane is about to take off. Also glad they have free in-flight Wi-Fi so I can show you exactly why I could not miss this trip. This is Wakayama, specifically Nachikatsura, famous for that one waterfall in Japan that's all over social media, the Kumano Kodo where you put on traditional outfits to do a pilgrimage through the countryside and mountains, and lobster. This is a side of Japan.
I thought that guy was gonna
lobster.
Is he gonna have sex with that lobster?
Questionable.
Feel good. Did you ever see the Japanese game show that was shot in Carrick?
No, that sounds horrific.
The premise of it is that they get a bunch of people from Japan and they drop them in an English-speaking country, and they have to find where they are while being filmed, and that's whilst their partner is back in the studio, and they judge them. Oh God.
Well, let's roll through this video and chat.
Then we'll see. Yeah. Okay.
Lobster. This is a side of Japan so many people don't get to see, and we almost didn't get to see, but we're so happy we made it because there are so many rare and unique activities to do out here, and you'll just have to catch your own flight with JAL, hopefully from the right airport, to experience it for yourself.
Bougie. You've become bougie, madam. You have lost your working class ways. Well done. Glad she's doing well for herself. Now you see, folks, that's called the Irish response. Because even when we couldn't stand the living sight of Bono, we were still glad that an Irishman was.
Yeah. He was still an arsehole though.
Oh, 100%. But we were like, oh, he's doing alright. We didn't give that thing to Conor McGregor. You notice that? We didn't give him the same.
It's because he was an arsehole. Is an arsehole all the time. Like, he comes out, he talks shite, and then everyone expects us, the Irish people, to love him. When no.
No. Maybe it was never tagged as Ireland, but I swear to SNL. But they're like these two guys, and they're dropped off by the clock tower, and they have to figure out where they are.
That.
Yeah. I always thought that was kind of funny because the amount of hour were they like blindfolded for the entire like 2-day trip to get to Ireland from Japan?
Yeah, unless they were just really bad actors. Good gods.
And so this is a Nerf style minigun, 3,000 darts per minute. how
Good luck
exactly?
reloading it.
What?
Good luck reloading it.
Right. Well, good luck cleaning that shit up.
Yeah. The
I
sound
mean,
of the empty canister is like,
it is cool watching it go, and it's just why? Well, what benefit does it bring?
what benefit does the spinning barrel even give in this situation? Like,
Well, it is a chain gun.
you don't need a spinning barrel for a chain gun. Like, when Gatling invented the Gatling gun, each barrel. But with this, it's probably just, firing off as the barrel goes in front of the chamber.
From Billy Boy Blue. Your scientists were so preoccupied with whether they could, they never asked, stop to think if they should. Yeah, that's Oppenheimer for our age, am I right?
Yeah, yeah.
The end of Oppenheimer, where he's thinking of as he's gonna blow up the world. Here's a bit of nostalgia for us all. Bit late now for someone who's twitching on the floor, but flashing light warning. I sucked at this game.
That game sucked.
It was like Golden Axe, but what?
I was just saying, didn't this game suck?
It was Golden Axe, but with the turtles. And it was one of those early games that really wanted you to play multiplayer. So as you can see there, you're like, oh well, you just player one, player two, player three, player four. If not, you're just dogpile. If you really want to feel sucky, behold, there's an Art of the Surge going on right now in X. Gone is the rain, so hell yeah. Also, why are they in Florida? They're from New York. If they're going on holiday, they go back to the old country. And as Master Splinter is from fucking Japan, you go to Japan. Okay? You don't go down to Florida.
Master Splinter was born in the same fucking pool of goo that they were.
Not the original human that he was. Unlike the turtles, he was not an actual, like, just from a store. The rat that he infused with was. He was born in Japan and was a world-class martial artist.
Look, they needed an excuse for them to get hit with a nuclear shot.
Let's go, turtles. Start of our long, hard battle begins. Wait a minute. Why are they even being attacked? Does it ever
Because
explain?
they're giant turtles on the beach in Florida, and there's no soup to be had yet.
Yeah, they're just enjoying themselves on the beach, are they? Okay. Foot Clan. Foot Clan. Yay. The Foot Clan followed you all the way down here. Nice.
I'd just like to think that's a regular Floridians just attacking them on the beach because they see giant turtles and they think of all the soup they can make out of it.
Instead of grenades, they should fling like crack pipes.
I mean, be a bit on the nose, but
Well, more on the gums.
No.
I can't take girls on dates because I spend all my money.
Making a back now.
I started training at a new kitchen, Bistro Le Moc Tortue, which is located in Shediac. First day on the job, the goal is just for me to learn how the kitchen operates. Best way to do that is start at the very beginning, washing dishes. When you work in kitchens with smaller teams, everyone does everything. Anyone that
Turtles in Time is the best side scroller. Yeah, I played that one on a handheld, if I remember right. And it was the handheld that you had to wind up. You remember what that was?
No, can't remember that one.
also cleans, and it's the perfect opportunity to learn where everything is kept. They've actually got a really great system here. They've got a metal shelf where the wait staff and kitchen crew place dirty dishes, and I just grab them, spray them off, load them in, send them through. During the shift, when the chip machine goes off, I'll run into the kitchen, see how they prepare the food, that way I can get familiar with it, and before you know it, service is done. We're cleaning up. The dining room here is actually really cool. They have a massive collection of board games that guests play, but that's just day one. I've still got a lot to learn.
That looks like a place where it's expensive, but a lot of like sexual people go there to hang out.
Yeah.
We can have fun.
Bruh, you know what I was thinking, bruh? If your leg get cut off, would it hurt? Duh. How though? Cause your leg got cut off, fool. Where you gonna feel the pain? In your leg. Exactly, bruh. How you gonna feel the pain in your leg if your leg is gone?
Yeah. The mimic. Alright, I need to find out what that looked like it was about $15 an hour. It's Canada, so you probably got a little bit more, but then when you transfer it into not Canadian money, yeah, probably. The most honest cigarettes commercial ever. Those are the same people who did Animaniacs? What the fuck?
When I need a break from chopping down those 4,000-year-old redwoods, I turn to lumberjack cigarettes. The pure taste of
Nice touch, his teeth are green.
burning leaves. When you want to feel that tar going deep into your lungs, try lumberjack cigarettes.
Lumberjacks are swell and they make your clothes smell. Above and beneath they leave stains on your teeth. Pick the leaves of dead tobacco, chop 'em up for lumberjacko, rolled up tight and lit on fire. Suck 'em down till you expire, so when you get yens for those carcinogens, the lumberjacks you bought taste like cigarettes odd.
I like how even the dancer is kind of like a little bit out of breath from just doing that.
You know, it reminds me of that scene from Mrs. Doubtfire where he's being forced to do the cigarette.
Yes, the improv,
promo.
the line. It's like, oh
Yeah, he's
no,
just
my
going
throat, I'm dying here.
Yeah, that's what that entire ad just sort of puts me in mind of, because you can tell the guy hates cigarettes from the start.
Right. Blandred about women and men. Laugh my ass off. Let's hear it.
Something I came across.
Yep.
Women are monsters, and men were once their plaything. They ate our forefathers' innards, sucking them dry of all life. Over the centuries, they have plundered our cities. They have cruelly oppressed our people with forced labor, and that unspeakable...
You can see the guy filming in the reflection. This is like some 2003 shit. What? 11 days ago. Respect.
...is about to strike our empire once again. This is the shape of our most bloodthirsty enemy, the symbol of our sacrifice. Even those who are fortunate enough to survive are left horribly scarred after their encounters with women.
What?
Enter incel joke here.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Oh, I love. I follow a guy called Walter Fade. We've had him on the show, and he often like shows off nice guys and shit. And it's just, oh, that's a great episode of Black Dynamite right there. Adult Swim would fuck me up. Also, I forgot, Francine likes a good spanking. That's good too. But the like the amount of guys who are like, I'm just talking. I don't want to fuck you, you dirty old, enter any old slur you want, when he had been spending the last 2 days non-stop just to grab her attention. And she's like, hey, I actually don't like you that way. Wow, someone doesn't know how to feel feelings. You should go to therapy or something. Unlike me, I'm a great guy. Lots of girls like me.
I've had too many guys talking
And I don't
like that. Find them.
Yeah, okay, I gotta ask. Pre and post transition, dating scene, what was the differences from the overtly cis? Doesn't have to be, obviously it doesn't have to be like heterosexual because I'm over. But like just the dudes on dating apps and like Grinder or whatever the hell you go to get your kicks off. Like, how did you notice you're basically treated more or less like trash?
Honestly, before transitioning, I was still treated. It's exactly the same. Guys just they're trash.
Yeah, we are.
And they seem to not realize how trashy being when they're talking to you. And yeah, and the objectification. Yeah. The weird part is though, before transition, you mind less.
Ah. What was the logical switch for you?
I just got sick and tired of guys basically turning around and going, I just want to use you as a toy. I don't want you except body. I don't care about.
All right. So they don't care about you as a person. They just want you sex toy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not
And
fun.
no, it doesn't sound like it's fun. I know if I was looking for something more, I would be kind of pissed off um, as someone would be like, oh yeah, yeah, no, you see, you're just a walking phallus or sperm bank. That you don't have pain. You don't have. I don't care about your feelings.
Oh no,
Lay
you're
on the.
not thinking horrible enough. You got to understand they would use phrase like "cum dumpster."
I was trying to be. I mean, I was going to use. I'm just a fucking dildo. Like in that case, in that regard, I'm just a sex toy and a cum pump. If they're a cum dump, then I'm a cum pump, right?
That would be the logic, but they don't see it that way and get offended.
And yeah, well, I've called. I've had girls wanting me to like call them all sort of shit, but that's the context, isn't it? And a lot of these guys don't get the. Like, I've told girls fucking fuck me by their request. I've told this in public before, so I have no problem saying it. Don't worry, it isn't a drink talking. It's I've literally like told girls that, and then I've told that story in like what I thought was kink friendly like communities, and they all were like, "Motherfucker!" If you ever seen that meme, that motherfucker's over there eating beans. You ever see that meme?
I don't think so. Anyway, continue.
But the it's like that. Like this motherfucker's over here calling girls cum dumps, and like or like fuck me, and this
Hey,
we're here eating beans. It's really okay, cool. But it's like it was this moment where I was like, whoa, what? I thought we were having this conversation. Like I thought this was a part of like the flow of the conversation. And they made me self doubt. As you know, I am very prone to self doubt. And I was like really thrown off by people like pointing and laughing. I was like, it was all consensual. Like, but do you honestly think that I didn't care about them if I thought it was like less than human? No, they wanted me to talk to them like that. And that's what being a dom is. I don't hate the women I'm with. I usually love the living hearts of them. But
yeah,
like, it's like, what the fuck? I almost want to
it's
point around. I want to turn around and go like, "What's your problem?" But that reminds me of that line from The Simpsons where, like, maybe you are all homosexuals. You know, like, Rainier Wolfcastle getting angry that people
Yeah.
were booing him. Like, I'm talking about self fucking down. It's just, oh my god. Like, I think the
It's
internet is a big part of that because you can't really express yourself with text.
yeah, yeah.
But, sorry, go on.
Well, I think that a lot of them get off on the deep aspect on that was never really my thing.
Oh no, you know that's a part of the power play, right? Because if you can be
Oh,
somebody,
yeah, I know that it is part of the power play, but again, opening with that is not
oh god,
attractive.
no, open. Like
Yeah, that's been
literally,
my
hello.
generalized.
Not even a hello, but like I'm gonna use you as a cock sleeve. Now there's a quotable line.
Yeah,
But like if they literally DM'd you with that, is that what happened to you?
pretty much all the time.
Fuck's sake. See, there you go. Now those are the differences. Billy Boy, if I toss all my used tissues into my normal trash can, does it technically come dumpster? It does. Just like if a nun masturbates, she has a dirty habit.
Oh,
Yeah, I
terrible.
got that one from Josh Hadley all those years ago. Oh, Beardy. Had I tr- had I a time machine that was very specifically related to the channel, one of the things is I would have Josh Hadley on, and I still could. I'd have to reach out through an acquaintance of like the final girlie to reach out to him, and he's probably not even doing any like content anymore. He's just vibing. He's probably pushing 60 now, honestly. Like I don't think he remembers, but I'm like, hey man, you probably don't remember me, but he slapped me across the face. You dare show your face? Like, I am so, I had to. I was young and foolish.
Yeah.
A weird, Mexican telenovela music playing.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
betrayed me, Lev. But no, like, I think I'd love to have him on, and he spawned that joke. If a non masturbates.
yeah.
Oh,
Anyway, you want us to show?
He also did one foot in the gutter, one fist for the gold, which was his call off.
My brain has gone all sorts of weird places.
I know, right? There's so many places you could take that. It sounds good on paper until you really start going, wait, doesn't that also mean yes? Yes, it could. Anyway, here's Walter.
Hey everyone, this is Walter, and I'm back here once again with more Reddit
And yes, this is his voice.
content. Nice guys are those guys who have high expectations, and then make the devil shiver when they lose their patience. They don't actually have that much patience, though. Let's get started with Nice Guys from Reddit. These posts come to us from Reddit Nice Guys. You make me happy, and you're such a beautiful girl. I really hope we can become good friends. Thanks. Do you think we can talk more? Maybe a bit more, but I'm not looking for any more friends at the moment, to be honest. I know what you mean, but I just want to prove to you that I'm not a bad guy. You're really lovely, and I feel like we could have some things in common.
Isn't you lovely? Like, you're really lovely is something that, like, your English elderly great uncle say. You're lovely. Like, it doesn't really. I don't know. The way he's like, you make me happy and such a beautiful girl. Like, only time I ever really call someone beautiful is like in like, well, for example, you're beautiful, something like that. Like I'll say it
Yeah,
almost like a sort of like a passing, just as a statement of fact, like it's written into the stone. This person's beautiful, rather than I'm outside her window on a moonlit night singing like soliloquies and like prose to her, like "You are dark like the rose." No, no, no one wants to hear that because it sounds fake. A little bit the
Cringy.
yeah. There is a time and place for it. I mean, under the right circumstances, would you or would you not enjoy someone reciting poetry?
Not really, because true poetry itself is pain.
Oh, you fucking edge lord! Go watch your fucking hoodie. No,
No, it's
no.
just
True
like
poetry is
even if
whatever it
like
needs.
we don't have cake, it's still pain in its own way.
No.
Like you look back at all the great poets who have managed to survive through time, they're speaking of usually their pain of loss
What about love
and regret.
poetry?
What?
What about love poetry?
I've always found to be very fake.
By our
And
standards,
even
yeah, but what about the meaning behind it? Like, I love you so much that I can't stop thinking about you is a universal truth. You've experienced it. I've
and
experienced
what's that? It's longing, it's pain, it is the need for a person. It is still pain.
it. You know, I've never actually been in pain over the lung of a person. Rather, I have been disappointed when they haven't reciprocated at that level. I haven't obsessed over someone. Maybe when I was a teenager, when I didn't know what the fuck love was. Have you noticed the two correlate so well? Why do you think so many teenagers obsess over Shakespeare and then kind of drop it in their 20s? Or pick? I
Yeah.
think when what's the one set in the island? The Midsummer's Night Dream. When they can start looking at it and going like, "Oh my fucking god, it's really like clever." The more you go on to it, even though there is a character who is literally has the head of an ass, and his like
Yeah.
name translates into butt. Like, yeah, he'd walk out on stage there at the Globe, and people would just laugh their asses off. And then centuries later, no, it's sophisticated because it's a little nod towards the poverty that the poor's had under the Tudors. No, fuck off. No, it didn't. It is literally an ass joke. It is
Yeah, it
fine.
is. Like, I'll give you a great example
Okay.
from Macduff, and I'm going to quote the scene before the old king is found dead. Oh, how I love to drink! It gives the desire, but takes away the ability. And it's basically a dick joke about how drink takes away the ability to fuck.
I got one better for you. To alcohol. Cause of and solution to all right problems.
That's Simpsons. That's not Shakespeare.
Ain't it just though? Alright, and let's be real here. After we're all dead, people will make those connections. Classic Simpsons to a generation was our Shakespeare.
That's very true, but
Yeah.
Shakespeare had serious points and
And the
dramatic points,
Simpsons
whereas
didn't?
The Simpsons had, for every dramatic point in The Simpsons, there is 200 silly moments.
And that changes nothing because it isn't a one-to-one comparison. You're not as autistic as me. I beat you on the autist level, so you don't need to literally take everything I say at face value. Rather,
Okay, we're comparing Shakespeare to
The Simpsons,
The Simpsons.
who have actually quoted The Simpsons on numerous times in the past. There's a Klingon Hamlet.
Yes,
Shakespeare
there
is
is.
everyone's baby. I have seen 5 adaptations of Shakespeare, 3 in Hindi, 1 in Tamil. No, they're all well made. What was the one? 50? Was it like 10 Reasons to Hate You or to Love You? What was that 90s one that everyone loves to parody? And they're is it Othello that they're trying to mimic? And then of course there's the one that's the musical that is literally ripped off from Romeo. It's literally called Romeo and Juliet Plus, right? Where it's
Maybe.
full and there's like a trans character in it.
Is it the one with Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yes.
Oh, that was just Romeo and Juliet
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
That was
the
Tybalt's
thing. Like, if you want to be a purist and just look at all his works, well, then I can introduce you to anti-Estonian motherfuckers who will point out that he didn't write any of his works, which I don't believe, but we can go down that path. Rather, I have a different approach to Shakespeare. Shakespeare is so good at creating scenarios that every generation that comes after him can rip apart his baby and recreate it so long as it has the same themes. Now, will they be as good? No, and they shouldn't be, but they should be their own story to follow. The best example is The Lion King.
It was a great retelling of Hamlet.
Or so was Kimba the White Lion. Go back even further. Except it isn't. Because you can say, oh well, this is that. Well, what was the director's artistic vision? Oh, I'm gonna retell, say, Richard II, and I'm gonna have a guy who's eventually going to be known for being a fucking wizard show up with boar's tusks, and he's going to be set on fire while sitting on top of the world. And there you go. And it's all done as a World War II fascist analogy, which tossed in a little bit of Thatchery going on. Okay, cool. And then you're going to get another person who retells. Is it Titus Andronicus? Isn't that one of his plays?
It was Julius Caesar, if you're thinking of it.
No, it's about a Roman general who ends up betraying somebody by feeding his own family to them in a big banquet.
Oh, can't remember.
And
I'd
it's
say I
done.
remember all of Shakespeare's work.
This movie is done in this incredibly convoluted on-stage sort of way. And that's valid too. It's all valid. That's what I love about Shakespeare. You can take anything about Shakespeare and then add your own flavor to it. You can have Shakespeare set in a rural town in like Oklahoma in the 70s. And if you get all the characters right and all the themes right, that's Shakespeare.
All right, yeah. Fair.
Yeah, that's the power of Shakespeare. You know what it reminds you of? It reminds you of Gary's mod. It's a template. It's a tool. It ain't a game in and of itself. You just work with it to create something. And I love that. But if you want to talk about the actual stories of Shakespeare, I need to do my research. I really don't know as much as I'd like to know.
Thanks. I get the feeling she just doesn't want to be friends with this guy in particular, because that first message was very bizarre and thirsty. Hey. Hi.
That was the drink.
Oh, you're ignoring
I'm
me.
very proud of that little rat.
Sorry, but I've been really busy and wasn't wanting to chat. But hi. Does that mean you don't want to chat now? Not right now. I don't know when. I don't really have anything to chat about. You can just let me do the talking then.
Okay, that's a good
Hi.
plan.
Hello. Hey? Am I talking to myself? Haha. Wow, you really don't want to talk to me. Hey. Hi. Hi.
No.
Hey. Hey, how's you? So you're just gonna ignore me, haha. Hey. I want us to speak, please.
Oh, stop it.
I don't understand this guy at all. She sounds so disinterested from the very start. Why even talk to her? I respond to be polite, but I'm sorry, I don't want to chat. If you message me, I might not always respond in the future. I get lots of messages from people wanting to chat, and it's not fair on everyone if I keep responding but don't want to be friends, so I should probably just stop.
Oh, Billy Boy, sorry for not reading the chat. If I toss all my... Oh, yeah, okay, damn, thanks, that was cold as fuck. I don't know the context of that.
I think it was something. I think the way I said thanks was cold, but I.
Yeah, you need to clarify that, motherfucker, if you're still in the chat.
I refer you to my previous
Don't make me
message.
clarified that I made a faux pas.
What do you mean?
I care about you folks.
I mean what I said? I resent my previous message
Also,
before you...
I don't know how else to say this, feel good, but right now, you look like Cicero from Skyrim. It's just the way you look to me with these glasses on. You have Cicero's jester's hat, the big square thing with like the trim on the back going down. Yeah.
You mean
Yes. So, and the way your outfit looked and your pale skin, you look like Cicero. Oh,
great! I look like a psychotic jester.
happy day.
Okay.
Oh, don't. I wasn't throwing shade. Like I've always loved Cicero.
I'm laughing at it. Don't worry about it.
He's one of the 3 actual characters in that. There's like 3 to 5, and the rest are all
started a
little
many
subplots.
month-long one-sided conversation. Huh?
Yeah.
I sent this message months ago, before you started sending me loads of messages over the course of months, so I'm showing you the message again, since you obviously didn't get it the first time. I really don't know how much clearer I can be, and I don't know what you're not understanding. I simply can't understand why we can't speak. We don't have to be friends, you've made that clear, but speaking and chatting to people is a nice thing. You
Mate, no one wants. This woman does not want to be around you at all. Period. Why are you wasting your time with her? When I get a message on, like, say, a dating app, and just being like, I'm like, here, have a lovely day. Walk on. When,
Yeah.
when like, to this day, I remember my only guest slot for Bearded Ramblings being rejected by simply saying it's not really my cup of tea. That stuck with me only because it was unique. And that was years ago, like maybe even like 3 or 4 years ago. I've only ever had one rejection. Everyone else just doesn't respond or just can't at that particular point. Pull back later. And yeah, I know some of those could be people who just don't have the balls to say it, but it like rejection to me is not that. But I've had been rejected in really mean ways, really mean ways. But those ones didn't like make me want to go like, how dare that woman not love me, God's gift to humanity. Like I was just there like, oh, that was a bit mean. Anyway, like you just get on with your fucking day.
Yeah. I have had conversations with people that I've been the woman in this situation before. So.
Oh yeah, where they didn't. They're like, why aren't you being nice to me? Like, why aren't you paying attention? Hello? What are you up to? Hello? Cunt, dot. Hello? Sorry, I was having a bad moment right there. Hello? Why are you being so bad? This is really rude. Kill yourself. Like those sort of conversations
Yeah.
I've been party to. I've not actually obviously died. Don't get me wrong, I've been rejected, especially when I was really young. I've been rejected and took it bad, but I've never been, guys. You're gonna be wizened up by the age of 30 and no one will like you. Meanwhile, me, a high quality male, will get all the women.
You seem to show it on your live streams, but off it you don't. Exactly. I do on live streams, but off it I have boundaries.
Not gonna lie, I've ghosted people from dating apps, but I've also been ghosted. Comes with territory. We all have.
Yeah.
I don't like that side of it. We've always got caveats, but there's ghosting, and then there's there's also genuine meanness. And there's one thing I will say about all dudes on dating apps here in the West that is universal, and it's not cool. It's not something I have to do. Probably not something you have to deal with there, feel good, because you is lanky, and that's heightism. Heightism's real. I know tons of girls who will not fuck anyone who's shorter than them or even shorter to their arbitrary standard. But they won't, it won't just that they won't fuck them, they'll actively mock them.
And for some reason they'll think this is okay, and yeah, no, I don't understand it.
I mean, you've heard of Bagel Boss, right?
No.
He was a dude who became internet famous about, I'm gonna say 12 years ago. He was caught at a bagel store and he was losing his fucking mind because while he thought he was being treated badly on dating apps because of his height, and he got so bad that the crowd around him basically just punted him out. He was a short motherfucker, no way around. He wasn't like dwarfism short, which ironically then goes back the other way because of things like Game of Thrones with Peter Dinklage. People seem to give that a pass, but if it's not like a genetic like issue, and instead it's just you just happen to be really short, guys will be ripped apart on dating apps. I've seen so many girls who are like, if you're shorter than me, or if you're shorter than 5'10", don't talk to me. I'm 6, so I'm fine. But like Krendar wouldn't get hit on nearly as much as I do, and I don't get hit on at all. So there are girls out there who would love him, who've seen him on the apps, who just fight him away because of his height. And he's like,
Look,
he's 5'10", like, fuck
I'm
off
a
with
shade
that.
under 6 foot.
Yeah, we've done the height comparison there, and
Yeah.
I have to remember
And
to fucking move. I don't like over people, but I used to do it in school. Yeah, they would. I always remember one kid. He was bullying a friend of mine. We were both sitting in the corner, stood up, and he just looked up. Oh, just backed off. That has to be my best whole moment. You see, kids, that's what you do with your strength. Use it to help those in need. That's what you do with strength. Now, I'm not very strong, but that motherfucker thought I was fucking terrifying for a few moments, and that's all you need. Well, I was a bouncer. It's all about that show. It ain't need to be real. But
well, it's all about the ability to project strength.
it helps if you got some fucking muscles, because eventually, like, they'll see through your bullshit and you have to throw down. Oh God, here's a great example. Do you remember at the barrel store, the amount of bouncers who, all of us could have easily taken in that woman with the grey hair that you seem to be very interested in?
Yeah, she had presence.
But she was a bouncer and she had great presence. Absolutely.
Also,
I told her you were into her on the way out and she wanted your location. I couldn't pin you down. You were a bit preoccupied, if I recall, right?
I literally told you all of this months ago.
See, you started off with a really good New Year. I started off with a really good New Year's too. See, so we're both off onto the same spot. So don't get maudlin on it.
Just accept it and move on. I don't want to chat with you. It's really that simple. Respect my boundaries, please.
I remember Bagel Boss. Yeah. it ended badly for Mega Boss. The poor guy's dead now. He had a heart attack. He stressed himself into an relationship. But yeah, he became a sort of internet ball cow, and it wasn't great. But he became the default of all short kings, but like the bad default. Like there are plenty of good default short kings. Um, what's his name? Brad Williams, but he was just a horrible example of someone who did not appreciate anyone even glancing at him.
I don't know what part of me not responding since
He
before
makes
August
videos
made you
of him
think,
going into the
yeah, if I
store,
just keep messaging,
trying
she'll
to
eventually
start
give in
fights.
and want to chat. And just because you don't understand it, doesn't mean you can't still
It would be
respect my
cool.
boundaries. Especially when I've told you over and over. Wow, I actually thought you was the same as you are on live. I guess I was wrong. I haven't even done anything, but sure, you do you. I'll just block you because you're not worth my energy. Yeah, I think that would be best for everyone. I can't believe he's trying to force his way into a streamer's DMs, calling her beautiful and saying she makes him happy.
Yeah.
By the way, sorry about the quality, but this is the original image I had to work with. I will never understand people who keep wanting to talk to people that don't want to talk to them.
Right?
Do they really think so lowly of themselves? They should really follow the advice of go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated. Simple. She is probably a hot girl, and he wants to get into her pants.
If, for example, you're just getting, yeah, okay, cool, LOL, likes, thumbs, scenes, would you get it through your thick skull that maybe it ain't gonna happen? That maybe you're just kind of gonna have to move on and you're gonna be okay with doing that rather than just, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're being rude right now. Why aren't you paying attention to me? Like Walter's shown clips from people who were annoyed that like they weren't talking during the person's mother's funeral. Where did you go? My mom died. That's no excuse. I was worried about you.
Oh, that's just no.
My grandma used to tell us the story of how she and her husband met, like it was some fairy tale rom-com. But the gist of it is that the guy saw her in the movie theater, in her school uniform, she was 17 and he was 21, and chatted her up. Then insisted on walking her home to her complex and proceeded to stalk which window lit up to know exactly where she lives. Yeah, sometimes older people like to give advice on persistence.
This is new from YouTube. I got an age restriction set on this on my stream. Did I not set it? I don't think I set. All right, that's fair. I don't think I set it. What you do is you set up when you're prepping up a stream. There's like a list of like things you turn on and off, and I normally switch. This is not for people of a certain age because I swear like a fucking sailor, and I also talk about some pretty heavy topics. So I'm like, yeah, I don't want a bunch of kids watching this shit. I'm going to talk about my crazy sex escapades or stuff I found online or hear other people talk about the same. Yeah, I don't want some fucking 7-year-olds skimming through the internet to find me. That's fair. But I guess it did it automatically for me. All right, cool. That's a new.
And the world just doesn't really work the same way anymore.
just didn't turn
There
it
is a
on
time
before I
to give
went.
up, like
Oh,
in
did
this
every-
post. And this next one appears to be from FetLife.
FetLife!
You clearly do not respect boundaries. 1. I have checked my messages, and you have messaged me twice in the past, even though I said no thanks each time. 2. You messaged me a third time today, and I again said no thank you. I even gave you a reason this time. Due to a negative interaction we had previously, whether it be comments on an ad or a picture, I am not interested. Which I shouldn't have to do for both 1 and 2, because no is a complete sentence. 3. After I said no today, you just sent another
YouTube fact checkers have determined you are in fact a degenerate. Only took them half a decade on this channel and another half decade on the other one. So it took a decade for them to go, this guy probably isn't for kids. Motherfucker, there are kids who might have watched me on year 1 who are no longer legally children by the time you made that claim.
message, trying to convince me to come to West Bumblefuck to hang out with you. Now I am getting annoyed because clearly you cannot take no for an answer. You seem the type to violate someone's consent, which is dangerous in this community.
Yes, it is.
If you can't take a simple no, what makes you think I'd go anywhere with you, even a public space? Do better on your future interactions with women. Just block me. Nobody gives a fuck about your boundaries. You really took the time out to write a whole 3 paragraphs over here. You must really have no life and enjoy rejecting men for your own ego, because you know all we want is one thing from you. Be serious. You can reject me 1,000 times. My life continues going on. I have met plenty of women from this website, and everyone enjoys their time with me. I'm a respectable person who has his own condo and drives his own car. More than I can say for you. Please do better. Stop trying to feed your ego. Goofy as fuck. Yeah, he's a respectable person who has his own condo where he doesn't respect boundaries. Sounds pretty rapey. I guess it's especially bad on FetLife, which isn't really a hookup site, but I guess a lot of people don't get the memo on that.
Yeah. I might have going in known a little better on that front. I still met some cool people on FetLife, but still.
Oh yeah.
I should have realized that that's what a munch is for. A munch is to actually meet someone up in person. Because when you meet someone in person, a lot of the online worries kind of evaporate. And munches almost never result in sex, but rather you've made connections.
Yeah. And that's in many ways a nicer thing to have.
Always nicer thing to have. Because it opens up tons of new opportunities. You get to meet people. Because I said this, I've told this story before. Years ago, I was talking it was actual Jake's, Jake from the old Bad Reloaded days, and he was talking to a well-known black pillar, so an incel, and he was trying to convince him that like women are fine. I don't fulfill the traditional role of being a dude, but not only do I have a hot girlfriend, who's soon going to be my hot, no, what else? But I'm also in an open relationship. But more often than not, when I meet up with girls, I'm just going to hang out with them because they're fun. And the guy back is saying whatever, but it was in the comments that I was, and I said like, if these guys just understood that at the end of the day, all they need is friends and they're fine, and everything else will eventually come out of that. But at that point, it'll be like a secondary thing. It'll be like, oh, I got laid. Cool. I've also found people I want to spend the rest of my life with. Then, like, they'd be a whole lot happier. And the only way to do that is to start with like internal growth. Because these people, like for those of you who don't know, with the black pill community, like they don't even shower; they've just given up. And these are the people who created the look maxing craze, where they take the chisel to their jaws, and obviously like fuck their bodies up heavily. And yes, that is a cult. It's no different than the gooping stuff or the crypto, and obviously all that stuff is interwoven. But they went out of their way to just like say, "Oh, my life is worthless, my life is over." And most people, including myself, were saying stuff like, find a friend, work on yourself, maybe get an excuse to turn the computer off and get out and about. And some guy responded to me, and he said, "I don't want friends. I just want to fuck."
Yeah.
They didn't understand any of it. And all I'm thinking of is that scene in Voyager where Janeway is talking to the holographic Da Vinci, and it's like, try to explain poetry to a bird. And he's like, you can't, can you? Like they'd hear it, but it wouldn't mean anything to them. It's like,
that is a great contextual line to use and great
yeah,
phrase.
because I know you like your Star Trek, and I love my Star Trek too. So I use that as a sort of a bridging. And And that's how I felt. Like, I was like, you're completely everything, and I could see you're connecting dots. It's just going off in such a wrong direction. I just, how can I help? How can I teach these kids? Like, I should be. They should teach. Forget sex ed. No, not forget sex ed. Sex ed is important.
sex is pretty
But
fucking
talk
important.
about things like STDs and the early forms of consent and like condoms and the period and all that. Great, fantastic. But there should also be another class the kids have to go through that is simply called relationship guidance, and it's everything from how to deal with the workplace environment, what is and isn't okay, what is and isn't okay with your family, because the amount of people who watch incest porn who think that suddenly it might be okay to grab your sister's ass. No, it's not. Um, and of course, the most obvious stuff is online. Like so much online, and it's going to be a constantly changing and shifting thing. You wouldn't have Andrew Tate. He would simply be Thanos out of existence because he only exists as a response to not thousands, millions of men, young men, but also plenty of people my age and older who just don't get it. And if you talk to them for 5 minutes, you can see their root cause. And it's usually they bought the bullshit of the last generation's idea. You work hard and you find yourself a wife and you set up a home and everything will be a-okay there, champ. And you can have barbecues out in the back garden and you can talk about sports. And everyone goes off to college, gets an immediate degree. Blah 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 blah. It's all
And
bullshit.
then they get an instant degree, and then they instantly get a high-paying job, and
Yeah.
etc. etc.
And then a
etc.
girl just magically appears out of the ether with no history of her own. She was Adam's ribbed out of him. She was the first female Autobot in the cartoon who was just created by one of the Autobots on a whim. Like, just no, that's not how shit works. People are people, and it works the same in reverse too. The trad wives on YouTube, and on Instagram and TikTok and blah blah blah. It's just
And they get really pissed off because they're not being treated right as a trad wife because,
they're
of course
being treated fine because they've got rich daddies who are looking after them, or they're grifters who don't really give a shit about it. But their problem is that they see something online. They see, for example, maybe a mother talking about trans identity to their kids, being like, some people are boys, some people are girls, some people are born boys, but they realize they're girls. That's the equivalent of pedophilia while they hold a fucking crucifix in between their fingers. And it's all bullshit. But it's not bullshit, the root causes of it, but it's all just a part of the big culture war. And they're all hypocrites, and I feel like I tried to swim into the deepest oceans, and I did. I mean, hell, I've talked to QAnoners. It's just at a certain point, I don't want to see bedrock. There is someone out there right now who's probably so off the grid that he's like in a trailer in like the desert somewhere, and he's just like siphoning power off an old like abandoned military base, and he's just like huddling next to like a bonfire he makes, screaming about how the Trangelians are reading his cum imprints every time he masturbates. And he's the bedrock of all the conspiracy theories everywhere. Or maybe
he's running a
it's like
Windows 95 off of fucking.
he's running Linux. Let's be real here.
He wouldn't know how to make Linux work.
Oh no, those motherfuckers are incredibly tech savvy. One day, check out Temple OS. This schizo lunatic from America. He made a religious operating system by himself over the course of 20 years, and it is the most like it's a down the rabbit hole has a great video on it. Anyway, chat, what's up? Hello, from Jespro. Happy birthday, Lev. Thank you so much, Jespro. Appreciate it. Hell no. Parents need to teach that. Yes, because every relationship needs to. You know what the thing is? My ma kind of did teach me some basic shit, but she never taught me relationships. Neither did my dad. But I figured a lot of things out. The key word there being consent. Like, I never moved after they said no. Like, I thought that was a given. Like, if a girl isn't in what they said earlier, what Walter said earlier, if someone's not into you, why are you still talking to them? So by that logic, if someone doesn't want to have sex with you, now here's the thing. That's actually come back to haunt me because I've met a girl who actually met a few girls who wanted the whole consensual, non-consensual going on, and I didn't pick up on the signs, and I was like, oh, well, couldn't we have talked about that first? Like,
Yeah.
that's something that I thought you'd make very clear, because I'm not going to go to jail for your fucking kink, thank you very much. Nor would I, frankly, want to do that in the first place. I want someone who wants me, you know? What's wrong with that? By the way, love also sometimes comes from serendipitous circumstances. My old man taught me not to disrespect women, but every other human being, unless they prove not to be worth respect. Yeah, you're going into every person's conversation, even if it's on the bus, for the first time ever. Don't forget, they're going through their own journey, and you're meeting them, and they're meeting you. They don't know your decades of pain, nor, frankly, do they need to know that over the course of the bus. Fuck anyone who does that. I'm sick of that shit. It's one of the major reasons I don't strike up conversations with people. I don't want to hear like, oh, I've done this and I've had to deal with that. And I'm like, I'm actually going to get off the stopper. Yeah.
Yeah. It's understandable.
Yeah. Real talk. Yeah, it's all real talk, Billy boy. But it's all positive. Mango got that about me. I can talk about this deep-seated shit, but there's a moment where it becomes real and angry and like bitter and sad, and we ain't. It's not this. Jesus. This is just life. This is me reflecting on life and all its deeds.
This is banter as far as I'm concerned. It's
Right? But there are some people who'd be like, dude, this is getting too real for me. I'm sorry, please go back to your bubble then. Because apparently you literally live in one. Like, Christ, this is like epic beyond epic.
Conversation. What's the point in having a conversation if it doesn't have depth and meaning?
Right? There's some depth and meaning for you. My bladder's full. I'm back in a second.
I mean,
Walter,
seeing as this is from FetLife, the idea of not caring about boundaries is clown shoes. He sounds sickening. For context, since I couldn't add text to the post, this is on FetLife, a social networking site for the kink community. This dude has interacted negatively with me in the past and continues to message me every so often. He was blocked, and this is from an alt account, I guess. I politely said again that I'm not interested, and he continued to tell me, I live in X neighborhood. There's plenty of barbecue places here. Come through, when I already said no. Nobody gives a fuck about your boundaries? No, dude, it's you that doesn't. Admits that he only wants one thing from women, and tries to frame it as if all men are his co-conspirators in this mindset.
I recently joined a website where basically people meet up in the fuck. And even then, it's very rare that you open with, hey, I want to use you like a sock. Like it's gonna you'd have to hit they're actually called unicorns, the ones who like that. And even then, if you're a unicorn, you're going to be bombarded with so many quotes like that, so many messages like that, you're going to end up just ignoring them. So, yeah, you have to try harder. What did I say? Men aren't sending their best. Like they're not. It seems whenever we hear about this, it's always like the doggest of dog shit. I almost want to find like these stories in reverse of like these really charming, cool dudes who ended up like marrying people and shit.
It's always nice when you find them, but they're
Oh,
always rare.
every once in a blue moon. But even then, like you find people who have those ridiculously overcomplicated proposal moments. And one of the worst is anytime a black guy tries to wrangle in the cops in America. Like there's one at a petrol station where the guy is like he's getting like subdued and like a crowd of 40 come around and start harassing the cops, and then the guy undoes his cuffs and brings out the fucking ring, and you're like, are you fucking high? Someone could have been packing. Like there could have been gunshots. What? Don't do this. Also, it puts the bride and occasionally the groom on the spot. So I actually do kind of like those videos where like someone proposes in public, and then the person's like no, and just walks away. I kind of like those because you don't assume that shit. Every marriage I've ever known that did it well already kind of tested the water like a month or two prior. You don't just spring it on someone. Christ. Kind of a big fucking deal.
To normalize him being a piece of shit. Why do men like this talk about themselves as if their opinion is the majority? Yeah.
Alright, work away.
And not all men. So I love you. Did I see you in a Dollar Tree, or am I reaching to fulfill my narrative?
A Dollar Tree!
And then he has a stroke or something. Your sickness is now hating men, but lasting their ignorance, because it's a safe place for your self-loathing to go through its course. The reason you hate me, even though you know you're supposed to love me, is because I loathe your situation.
What? Even though you know you're supposed to love me? This is religious logic. It's like when a really fundamentalist Christian tries to describe an atheist and they think that like, oh, you must just know God is real and reject him. So you're a Satanist. No, I don't think Satan's real either. But what do you believe? I believe that when you die, nothing happens. I don't believe that God created the universe. I don't believe that the events of the Bible are 100% or even 50%, maybe 30%, considering the historical connections, but that's about it. And then another person will be like, well, as an atheist, I suppose I keep myself open to any possibilities, like the universe can be a part of 1,000 different maybes and ifs. Another person's like, I don't fucking care. That's the great thing about being an atheist. We don't have to deal with any of that shit. We don't have to follow any old doctrine. Though I will admit that there's a lot of people these days who call themselves atheists who just they're not atheists because they don't just because they don't call them God. What do you call them then? Yahweh, fucking Jah. You call it the Force? Yeah, I know what a deist is. That makes you a deist. Or deist, and that's fine too. The eternal clockmaker. Hooray. What? You don't believe in the events of the Bible? You heathen. Yeah, that's true. I don't actually believe that the Bible. Oh, I love that line from Metopolis. Huh, look at this person believing that religion is real. No, you mean that he thinks that God is real. No, I mean that he actually thinks that religion is real. That is so dumb. So, well, no, religions are real. It's that God isn't real. Oh yeah? Well then prove it. Prove that religion is real. Okay, and he just points to a Bible. Oh, I have to rethink my life.
That's a scar for you.
Don't worry, Toki. These are Americans. They do not understand. I don't know why I make a Swiss guy so goddamn Russian. I suppose I can't do a Swedish accent quite the same way. But I like how you knew who I was talking about. I mean, Toki is really
He's the only
easy,
one with that inflection.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
Pickles is obvious. He's just Cartman, but lamer. Gee, you know what?
Cartman with a drummer.
That's Murderface. That's Murderface.
Yeah, Murderface
Pickles.
Cartman with a-
Pickles just sounds like a character from a Kevin Smith film. Like, okay, yeah, sure. You know, like
He sounds like what he is.
Yeah.
Drunk out of his mind and knows nothing but drums.
Oh, and the history of LA. Do you remember when he gave them the walking tour around LA for all of like the craziest things that happened in LA? Like, this is where Max Mickelson was sucked off by 20 guys in a row. And you know who number 19 was? No, who? Me. Really? No, but I had you going for a second, didn't I?
And how you treated your life.
Pickles. It's Pickles.
Yeah. Pickles, the drummer. Do 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 do.
Murderface is just like your standard Floridian.
Hammered ass motherfucker. I love his birthday where he got the gift of nothing. Nothing. You guys suck. Okay. Every car had a piece of American history because he loved American history, and it was a destruction derby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He also hated it because everything he loves, he also hates.
Oh, I loved Planet Piss, his breakaway band that had one song and no album. Titty Fish. Yeah. A tit with fish. Ah, titty fish. All right, let's see the rest of it. Shut up, I'm working on it. Did you ever see the crossover with that and Brutal Legend?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
he
did.
looks like Danzig. Yeah, but like Danzig before he was someone.
With a lame intent and a
Nathan and Pickles are the two people who survive if the band breaks up. Everyone else is like too rarefied and they fall apart. But Nathan is good at like quarterbacking. He has a very cool relationship with his dad, which was a great little addition. Like, I hate my dad. I actually love my dad. We go out fishing, hunting, drink beer. He's pretty cool. They're just chilling together. And Pickles is he had like wasn't he on like the eighth band he was a part of when he joined up with the rest of them, plus the mysterious member of the band that you never hear the name of. He appears in like the
Doomstar Requiem.
Hmm?
The rock opera. The Doomstar
Oh yeah.
Requiem.
Well, that doesn't count as a band.
No, but that's not what I mean. The mysterious fifth member of the band who got kicked out before they were famous.
Yeah.
Was the villain in Doomstar Requiem.
Oh, right, yeah. The thing I haven't actually seen, believe it or not.
It's so... How have you not seen it? It's so good.
Because I didn't see it on my lineup at the time, so I kind of put it down to. I kind of just let them go. I let Metropolis go and just wandered off to another adventure. I didn't bother to check if I 100%ed it. So you're saying that there's like a movie?
Yeah, I have it downloaded.
All right, next time I come over because we watched that American War Revolution movie together.
America, the motion picture.
Yeah, folks, I'd never seen America the motion picture until late last year. I'd seen clips of it, and I just put it down to like, okay, this is like a Newgrounds thing or something. No, it was good. It was solid. So yeah, I need to
Doomstar
watch this.
Requiem.
Yeah, Doomstar
So much
Requiem.
better.
Did they ever make Blood Ocean? I want to
Blood
see
Ocean
Blood
got made.
Ocean.
It just got burned down and
I
destroyed.
know,
before
but
it
I
got
want to
aired.
see it. I know who you are. Where Swiss Scars ADR'd in so that the American audience can understand him. I need an ocean of blood. That is not my
Also a
voice.
space
That
alien.
sounds weird.
Don't forget he was also a space alien in it for no reason.
Yep. And Murderface is a cop. Why? Reasons. You're all gonna take a bite out of the turd sandwich and you're gonna smile.
Anyway.
That show was great just for the throwaway moments, like when Toki takes his shit. You remember like in one of the earliest episodes they need to get like the outfits and the designer who works with human flesh, they're all pulling like their clothes off and then Toki is just like this fucking god.
Yeah, Toki was the only one who the clothes actually fit all the time. He's
Right?
the only one who didn't lie about his size.
But I always love Nathan's response to it. Like everyone just like they're low key staring at his abs. And it's like, what? And you just hear like Nathan going, I'm a Toki. He's somehow still blaming him for being so fit.
Yeah.
Or when they're showing off their house and it's like showing off the what was it? Was it called like the Drakenhof or something like that? The castle that they live in.
That ended up flying for a while.
Yeah, and like there were like tours that went through it, and you could see each person's individual room. And Toki's just like building models, and his hair's stuck to stuck to the table. I cannot move. People are stopping, taking pictures. Guys, help! Swiskar's massive amount of legalese to make sure that any children born of him can't be legally claimed as his kids. Till he finds out that he is literally a son of Odin, because his mom was the ultimate Norwegian slut, or a Swedish slut, isn't she?
Yeah.
No, Toki's from Norway and he's from Sweden.
I'm not sure if that's the right way around.
No, Swiskar's from Sweden and Toki's from Norway.
That's right.
Because Toki's family were like the weird Puritan family who would always hit him for no reason.
And also didn't talk.
Yeah, they looked like they looked like something from like a Warhammer fantasy novel. Like the dad might as well have been a fucking witch hunter.
Yeah. Oh my
Taste
God,
for mysterious type people. You're lame.
Yes, kids, go and watch fucking Metropolis. It's fucking dope.
Metalocalypse.
I call it what I call it. I've always called it that. I also mix it up sometimes and call it Deathlock, but it's not Deathlock. That's a band. The show is called Metalopolis, but
the Death Clock is the band in Metalocalypse that it's about.
Yeah, Mark Howell's in it.
And it's all the work is done by Brendan Small, actually sponsored by Gibson.
Mm-hmm.
So all the playing of the
Dr.
instruments.
Octo. We cannot stop.
Oh yeah.
I'm Dr. Octo, the doctor, the rock and roll clown. I took cocaine.
But it's sponsored by Gibson, so all the guitar work and playing of the guitars and instrumental work, all the finger work for the actual instruments and the way they play them is 100% accurate.
Yep. Didn't they get like a lot of different bands? Didn't they get a lot of different guys from different bands? I know in Aqua Team they have for the main theme they got the Mastodon to play Linoleum Life, but didn't they get the drummer for that to also be the drummer in Deathlock?
He might have voiced Pickles, but all the music is done by Brendan Smalls.
Not when they're up on stage.
No? Each part is played individually by Brendan and then layered together. It's all one dude. It's like Dave Grohl doing the original Foo Fighters album.
Oh, okay, fair. But been a hot minute since I saw it. I remember seeing the footage from a massive open air concert where they you remember the music video where Nathan was basically like Conan attacking the giant tower, and he's killing all the other members of it, but it's the uncensored version, so you can see TNA.
It's the music. It's a video for Thunder Horse.
Thunder Horse, yeah, okay. But yeah, I saw the YouTube. I think it was YouTube. No, it would have been not Vimeo, but something like Vimeo. They played that. I remember seeing a band down below. So are they just aesthetic? They're actually not playing. Okay, cool. So it's just one person who was playing all that, and it was just over. Like, okay, cool.
Yeah, like as far as I know, for all the cartoons, it was just Brendan Smalls playing the different instruments, and then he might get someone else to do a double up with him, but they wouldn't be recorded, and he would just record himself twice, copying what they were doing.
Speaking of that and Brutal Legend, they do appear as a bonus track if you complete, I think, Silver and above on like the relic hunting. You can find them down as Mermaid Murder.
Murder.
Thank you. What was also the one that was the coffee? It was like the coffee jingle they were hired for.
Yeah, that caused volcanic eruption.
Yeah, and they would pour giant tubs of scalding coffee down on the fans.
Yeah.
And it became like a point of pride, like you aren't a real fan unless you have like first degree burns from
You're not a real fan unless you have literally been by.
Oh, do you remember Megas XLR?
Yes, I do.
The guy who ran the trash pile appears there because it was made by the same guy.
Yeah, and I believe he gets his arm.
There, you're gonna have to repeat that one.
I think he gets his arm cut off, and then yeah.
Yeah, and every time he shows back, he's like more and more. Death is less of a problem in that show. I noticed that. But every time he shows up, he's like more and more maimed. He loses an eye at one point, and he comes back, and he's got like this fake, weirdly colored eye.
Yeah. And there's the presenter who gets caught in seemingly in an acid attack, and he's steadily just the dribble of drool.
I remember that dude. He's just like a skeleton at some point with like fake hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, people just seem to get mutilated because the Metalocalypse basically, Death Clock, the band, basically takes over the entire planet.
It does. I remember that's what the cabal of like basically Illuminati are getting involved with. Like they're terrified of like Death Clock taking over everything. What did I say? Like that one point there, the world's 7th biggest economy, right behind Belgium. Which that's not the world's biggest 7th biggest economy. But now we live in a world where Elon would devour them whole and still have plenty left over for seconds. That's how powerful and mighty Elon is. Fucking terrifying. Hello, alcohol.
I try not to think about it.
Yeah.
Same. Women go their whole life being beautiful.
Fucking
and with
my
this
bread and
I can
butter.
have anyone I want complex. And then they get to me, and I'm alone. And still rather intrusive thoughts. Over-intrusive thoughts.
Over-intrusive
And the result of sleeping around with
he's
deadbeats
so
is their
proud
theme.
of that line.
So hate me because you hate yourself, and your child, because you have been geared toward man-children, who hide their thoughts and react strangely to certain topics.
Why?
Where I'm untouchable, and poor thing knows it's best to convince herself to hate me. So she doesn't have to hate the fact that she can't have me for long anyway, because she's baggage incorporate.
Baggage incorporate.
He might mean incarnate, but I am way less sure what this guy's talking about than
No,
most.
baggage
I'm not sure he's a nice guy, but he's definitely being cringy about women. The evil mind of I hate this person.
You know what women like? It's a hard thing for most guys to follow. Women like to be treated like people. Just people. They're just people. They're just fucking people. Would you stop thinking that they're these different species of fruit or flower or fauna that you've just mastered? You're the expert on these things. Really, is that we're being blocked on every fucking goddamn site? Would you just treat them like people? Hey, what's up? I don't know. You? Oh, I'm just here, killing a few hours. How's your day been? Okay, I'm laying here in my panties. Boom! Entrance! There we go. There. Now you've got a fucking opening. You know why? Because you didn't come at them like a fucking fool. But you know what? For every one time that happens, hey, what's up? Dead silence. Get over it. Move on.
And every fifth time that happens to you, that's a CIA agent or someone trying to get your back.
Hi, no, that's when they start hitting on you.
Yeah.
Oh, again, you crossed the Rubicon. You have to remember what it's like here for us males, chameleons. It is the equivalent of a sea of dick pics or a desert of no boobs. Like it's just if more often than not, if a guy gets bombarded by girls, they're all gonna have um, they're all gonna have profiles that are less than 2 weeks old, and in some cases, I swear to Christ, I've spotted the porn actress they stole the picture from.
God damn.
Yeah, and I was like,
Well,
oh no.
Because he's
so on the
different,
other side
and I
of the
could.
Rubicon, the amount of women who, like other trans girls who've been like, hey, look, what do you think? And it's just like, yes, they are fantastic. Here are mine.
A good. Oh wow, you've been catfished by your own pics.
No. I have literally not even been catfished. This is just genuinely how most.
What, they show pictures of yourself?
No, they showed pictures of themselves,
Oh.
and then
Oh, and you said, "Oh, I should know. I have the same."
as a courtesy, you send the same back.
Oh.
So you just end up sharing nudes almost in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, and that is such. Forget gender for a second. Orientation is so different because lesbians don't introduce with like, "Here's a dildo up my ass." Rather, it's, "Hey, what's up? What up? I don't know. I'm making a smoothie. What kind of smoothie? Oh, this kind." And they show like the next their 14 years of YouTube history, and then they meet up for a tepid coffee, and then don't talk for 6 months before being like, "I think about you a lot." And at some point, they have the most mind blowing sex ever. But here's
But they're
the
still not sure if they like you or not.
yes.
And they're still not sure if you like them.
But what would my cat think?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like everyone is again, every group is different. Oh my god! One thing I noticed in the new app I was a part of, you know what app I'm talking about, by the way.
Yeah. I'm listening. It's like
The amount. That's okay. The amount of hate towards bisexual guys I've noticed from women on that app is insane. Like they don't trust them. That is their words. They don't trust bisexual men. And I'm there like, am I not Am I not privy? I've only had the occasional conversation with a bisexual guy, but they seem like people who just happen to have more options than I do. Like, is there a hidden like a Scientology level of like knowledge that you have to be like, tell you about there, and then it unlocks like the my new chakras, which is probably my bank account.
Well, bisexual men are often seen as greedy and twice as likely to cheat. That's the term that gets thrown around.
Sluts.
Yeah, basically, because they're bi, that they
Yeah.
will sleep with either their male friends or their female friends. It doesn't matter which.
That's bit. Oh, I get it because women often traditionally would put their partner's friends in the categories of like rivals, not to worry about, family, like a guy friend, and now it's all
Straight
kind
women,
of
yeah.
merged together, right?
Yeah, straight women, yeah.
Yeah.
Straight cis
So,
women.
oh
Or
no,
just cis
I've
women.
seen this from bisexual women too, like with bisexual profiles, and I'm like, what? I've also seen other things too. Like, I don't want to be with this particular race. People who look like me, or people who look like the exact opposite of me. I was surprised. If you're spending all day in the gym, then you're not spending it on your mind. So fuck off. And I'm like, oh well, hello. I might start going to the gym by the end of the year, but I can at least I can say that I watch about 3 documentaries a day. Does that help? Does that help? About one historical book a month? Does that make you feel wet between the? That seems so weird. It's like people who are into food or metal. I just don't conflate those two things. Like, to me, history is this sort of like brain massage, like a sensory tank where you go inside it and you just go, now you can focus on this particular thing that you love so much, history. While you're at it,
Well,
here's on the other screen, here's Hearts of Iron 4 or Crusader Kings 3. Enjoy being in the top 20% players on the planet.
well,
Like,
let me put it to you like this. When someone says they should spend all day they should spend all day at the gym, they should spend mind. Well, audiobooks exist.
that's what I used
Documentaries
to do
exist.
when I used to be on the treadmill here and even in the gym. That's where I got my first habit of it. I would switch the channels on the TV. I mean, you've been to gyms, you're running on the treadmill and they have the TVs in front
The
of
gym
you. Yeah,
twice in my
oh, of
life.
course, the
Ever.
prices are. What?
Yeah. In my
Yeah.
entire life I've only been to the gym twice.
Oh, well, Jesus, I've actually done you then. Like, I've been to about 5 times, 5 different gyms. And all of it, the gyms themselves were fine. There wasn't a damn thing wrong with any of them. It was me. Um, but and well, Jesus, sometimes you do need an instructor to go through the motions with you to teach you of muscles you did not know you had, and they hurt when you discover them. Oh my god! But
I was a gymnast, but I've never been in a machine gym. It's different when it's just a hall.
oh yeah, yeah. Well, even then, you're gonna learn about all your muscles that you didn't have.
Well, it's just basically aerobics.
True. Only difference is whether or not you're holding something of tremendous weight. So in my case, I wanted to get rid of my at the time what I was worried about was my bat wings, and they introduced me to the backwards thing where you're on your knees, but one knee is stretched up, and then you take your arm and you go back. Oh, you obviously got your hand on. You got the hand. You got your elbow on the ground as well, and the other hand is just reaching back behind you. I did not know those muscles existed until I unlocked them.
and they started to hurt.
To say it, I almost like swore so much that she told me to like, leave. He was like, "Oh my god, relax." I was like, "I didn't know. I didn't. Ow, 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 ow." And she's like, "Yeah, yeah. Like you're in your 20s and you've never used these muscles before. What did you think was gonna happen?" And in hindsight, she was right. I had just unlocked this thing that I think it was just going to be as easy as opening my eyelids. It was going to hurt. And the idea is that you have to keep on doing it forever. That's the trick. If you ever want to untone, and I know this all too well because I've only recently started picking up the weights again, and they're fucking with me. And it took me 4 days to get over the pain. And now I can only do about maybe half to 3/4 of what I could. And my new heavier set weights are coming in the mail next week. So I'm correct. Yeah, I'm going to be in for a rough time. But you know what? The difference between then and now is I'm prepared for it. I'm going to accept it. The pain is a part of it. But look, here's the important thing. You want to know something fun? How about Quasimodo predicted all this?
Why do women only like jerks who treat them like shit?
Why do guys only want bitchy bimbos who walk all over them?
I really went downhill after the World Trade Center. You know, Quasimodo predicted all this.
Who did what?
All these problems, the Middle East, the end of the world.
Nostradamus. Quasimodo's the hunchback of Notre Dame.
Oh, right. Nostradamus.
Nostradamus and Notre Dame. It's two different things completely.
It's interesting, though, to be so similar, isn't it? Then I always thought, okay, hunchback of Notre Dame. You also got your quarterback and your halfback of Notre Dame.
One's a fucking cathedral.
Obviously, I know. I'm just saying. It's interesting, the coincidence. What? You gonna tell me you never pondered?
I love how the fucking proto-Wojaks are all looking at them like, bruh.
Yeah, no.
That? The back thing with Notre Dame?
No.
Don't you think it's interesting? AKA the moment where you just want to sound interesting. You just want to sound interesting in a conversation.
Yeah, where you don't really know what the fuck you're talking about.
Here's the thing. I tried that and I looked like a jackass, so I usually just stayed quiet. But the problem with me is because I'm an autist, I kept on staying quiet long after the point where I could have engaged in conversation. If I had a time machine, I really would go back in time and be like, speak up here. Say something now. And it would have solved many issues. Not all of them, of course, but still. Now what? Oh, this is cool. Stick a trowel in the ground and just there you go. And look, they're painting it kind of like an orange as well with the segments.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I'm just thinking back to when me and Metal Monkey were. What?
Go on. I was going to say this just reminds me of a polished coconut.
Imagine that for a job every day, doing that for hundreds of coconuts every single fucking day.
Yeah, that would be. Huh.
Yeah, there's a real. Someone has to do it. Someone right now is sitting on most likely an upturned like fruit container, and they're just like some, click, click, next, click, and they're doing it hundreds, if not thousands of the things, and we're not making fun of them. I'm not pitying them either. Like, I don't know what to think about it because that is their world. Like, we don't have an equivalent.
In a way, I'm kind of jealous because it's a job. They're being paid to do something that they don't have to think about too much about. They just go through
Is that the
reactions
sort
and
of
emotions of doing
job you'd like? A very sort of simple thing where like something would come in, you press a button, it does a thing, and then you move on to the next and you press a button. Would you like a monotonous, simple, straightforward job?
not long term.
Hmm.
Like short term, few weeks, sure.
All right.
I need to sort of, for a job to work for me, I need to have a job that's different but the same every day. If you can understand that. Like, it's why I love being a tour guide.
Yes.
Being
I
a
get
tour
that
guide
because I did the
different
drinking
but the
tour.
same every day.
All right. Would you be able to
always
work
have
on?
the same.
Would you be able to work on a car in a car factory?
No.
What if you were rotated every week into a different job?
Then I would have to learn the craft and trade of each individual.
Yeah, 5 different jobs. For example, spray paint 1 week, and then the other one, rivet.
Most of that's automated these days. So you
That's
just basically
true.
walk
But
one
let's just say
line.
you're working on a startup.
I guess it would be fine if everyone was on rotation as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. You'd have a jumbled week with weekends off and obviously all the benefits that a human being deserves, like think of it.
But that's down to ADHD, so
Mm.
I need different but similar. And
Do you remember a video game that came out maybe years ago where you were just a pair of hands at a fishing, like a canning company, and your job was every day the fish would show up, you'd slice its head off, and you would then put the head and its offal into like a tray that would be sliding underneath you, and then you'd move it along, and a new fish would come in. But as the days would go on, you would start fantasizing about a medieval dragon that you were fighting and the world based around that. And it was like you were losing touch with reality because you had to both fight the dragon and fight then in times the dragon's minions while also cutting the head off the fish. As the quantity of fish increased, like the dragon would have a bunch of goblin minions, so on. Is this ringing a bell for you?
no, it's
I remember,
not.
I remember seeing this on. I think it was. Oh, too bad we don't have Shulks here. Yahtzee's best of that year, and I remember my friend, the final girlie, talking, and she said that she absolutely like loved the game. And it's apparently based off the game creator's own personal experiences before he became a game developer. He was out in Eastern Europe, and his job was just to work in a canning factory where you go like cut, scoop, move, repeat, and his mind would start wandering. But you could easily cut your own hand off, which immediately failed the thing because your mind is just like dun 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 dun. Like I've walked from where I am up to the petrol station for close to 10 years now, and I swear to Christ, today when I went up to get my breakfast, I don't remember half of it. It was all automatic. It was like clunk 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 clunk, and I came back and I was like, what if I just wasn't paying attention that day when there was something on the step. I could have broke my ankle. I could have snapped my neck. Could have been hit by a car.
It's the motor reflex. After a while, your body learns. It's why 70% of all accidents in cars happen close to home.
You pass by the main motorway. You pass by the major city or town that you live by, and as you're moving into the housing estate that you live in, you kind of slowly switch off all your stuff. When in reality, no, you switch everything off when you turn the engine off in your driveway.
That's when you should do it.
Yeah.
But the reality is, your brain doesn't work that.
Not unless you have to constantly remind yourself through discipline.
Yeah, your brain operates in such a way that when it goes through what it thinks is familiar, it will continuously say, "Okay, I know this. I don't need."
Oh, you do this on the bus. Like, if I took right now from Abbey Street by the Life Centre, the 41C, right to my old house, around about the point of, say, just before the Omni Centre, everything would just kind of like slowly switch off to me. But I did that before while I'm drunk, and in one cases while high on LSD. And I hopped off 5 or 6 stops after because I just kind of got distracted with my own thoughts. No, motherfucker, you have those own thoughts when you're at your fucking destination. Those are luxuries, not requirements.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you have to wonder how many, after thousands of hours of working with the coconut, these fuckers here just look the other way for half a second, out goes a thumb.
Yeah, that's probably the main thing of how they end up getting retired, is from that.
Yep.
Getting too comfortable with what they're doing and fucking up, basically because their brain's like, you know this. Why the hell would you need to think about this? It's the basic automaton of
Again,
brain,
it's Simpson shit. It's knife goes in, guts come out. Knife goes in, guts come out. You know.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right.
Next time you want to say it, it's mozzarella. All right, not mozzarella.
I'm not sure about that. Let's ask to a few Italians.
Come si pronuncia questo formaggio?
Mozzarella.
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 Hey, guess what it's
Next
called?
time you want to
It's
say
called
it, it's
mozzarella.
mozzarella. All right, not mozzarella.
I'm not sure about that. Let's ask to a few Italians.
Come si pronuncia questo formaggio?
Mozzarella.
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 It's
Now,
your
here's the
typical
thing.
American Italian.
What?
It's your typical American Italian thinking. They
Oh
know
yeah,
better.
we should know that all too well with the Irish Americans going on. Me in particular, I've had so many middle-aged divorced uncles' hearts by being like, yeah, Ireland isn't just full of like tiny lot farms of like cottages next to the coast and shit like that. I'm from Dublin. You want to know the color that sticks with me? It isn't green, it's grey. Concrete. As far as the eye can see. Grey sky, grey land. Hell, grey water if it's not fucking green or brown. And you should know, because while you are a bitch, you also grew up in Dublin. So you know all too well that Dublin is urban as fuck.
Yeah, but Dublin South is grey and green, and many shades of green, because there's a lot more fields and trees
Park
and stuff like
and places where rich people can go, I love the best of both worlds. I live in the city, but I also live, meanwhile, the super rich live out in Meath.
Oh yeah.
And they commute to work every day
Yeah,
in
the
their
most expensive houses in the entire country
City West
are not in Meath. They're in Dublin South.
I'd say City West because it's the best of both worlds. Because look how close it is to Meath.
The most expensive houses in the entire country were the ones that were facing out on Dalkey Island. Or facing to Dalkey Island.
When did you last check?
I haven't checked since I was like 15.
Most expensive houses in Ireland.
Cork. No.
It will be country ones, so maybe I should have. Yeah, no, let's make that clear because Dublin is where we're at. So.
Dublin.
Dublin. This is the most expensive
House,
house.
County Waterford. No,
Waterford. All right, we're already off to a great start. Tell me again how that's Dublin. Period townhouse, Ballsbridge. 10 million.
This year. Sold this year.
And you know what? Look at it. You'd be able to get that for about maybe 4 million in London. And that includes sterling. But where in London? I could get that in Hammersmith for 4 million.
Well, the houses I'm talking about are 3-story Victorian jobbies.
Well, that's a Victorian jobby right there. So you're gonna have to get more. All right, give me the one that sticks out in your head the most. What part of Dublin?
It would be facing out Dalkey Island. So
House
Killiney,
in
I guess. Dalkey. Dublin County. Dalkey. Dalky.
Dal. Oh, there we go. I don't type Dalkey. Think about Dalkey that much. This might be the only time this year I end up thinking about Dalkey. Pretty, if nothing else, although it looks angry. That house looks angry.
Yeah.
2 million. Less than less than a million. That looks more like I don't know, it's more like a train station. All right, nearly 6. Nearly 6.
That these houses that I know of were, I don't know if they've been broken down to apartments yet. What happens?
Yeah.
Is that in the side?
Well, how about we just look at price?
Yeah,
From
sure.
min to doesn't matter, but to max, we just go to done. Then we hit the filter to highs to low. Refresh. Here we are. Hill House, Torca, Dalkey.
That would be at Dalkey Hill.
Yeah, that's 3.5 million. 4 beds, 4 bath. That is so ridiculous. I'm in a 3-bed, 3-bath right now, and we are well under even 100,000 when I got this. 1 extra bed, 1 extra bathroom. Oh my god.
Yep.
It's so ridiculous. And like even the inside. I hate when rich places try to add like the telescope
To make it look more impressive when it's obviously everything they
Now
put
it
in
has a pretty view, but so does mine.
hose.
Yep, I should know. I cracked my LSD cherry on that fucking those bluffs. Also, Gabo used to live there before he died.
Yeah.
Look, that's lovely, but it's Ireland. How often are you going to be out there on that?
Never. It's an Americanized house, and it's very
Yeah,
modern.
with a Tudor outside. Look at this back
no.
here. That would be great in Spain. Got to use this maybe 14 days out of the year.
Yeah, I know.
This
Like I
looks
said,
like one of those hotels that you pay extra for because they're fancy and they look old. And in
And they're not.
Dublin or out in Meath. But yeah, they were made in like 1994 to make themselves look like the Sheridan. You know the types? They're usually
The
out
thing
in
is,
like in
you go,
Newbridge or somewhere, Newgrange.
yeah, you head out to the Sheridan and actually go in and look at the place.
It's so dinky.
It's not even that it's dinky; it's just genuinely falling apart.
Of course it is.
Because
I've been to the Ritz in Budapest. I was there the day I landed. My hotel was a few doors up. That was a cool hotel. The room itself was dog shit, but the eatery was someone's old hunting lodge before the fall of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. That was some fucking dope ass shit. But you go out, you turn two doors up past one of the best, no shot, best equipped alcohol heavy stores I've seen. It's not an outright liquor store, but it might as well be. And it was you could buy your potatoes there and like your fucking orange juice, but you could also buy like umsqueck. What's umsqueck? I don't know, but I regret not buying it and trying it. So
isn't Budapest a dry country or dry city though?
what? Budapest? Are you thinking Baghdad?
No.
Budapest is
Where's
Hungary.
Budapest?
The capital of
Hungary.
Hungary.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm talking out my back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you
sorry
know
about
what else?
that.
Even when you get down to Turkey, they still let you drink. Hell, Syria, who's just recently had a change of government, they said foreigners can drink in hotels and shit like that. So that's the same as I experienced in Tunisia. So who knows? Maybe before I die, I get to see Damascus, which is pretty fucking cool. If
What's
they
left
live
of
up to their promises. But anyway, when I was there, you go out onto the main road, and the real life Ritz, the one that spawned like the Ritz Carlton and the Ritz,
the original Ritz.
yeah, the AK original Ritz, it was there and it was open, and I poked my head inside, and I saw their chandelier, and this thing looked so ridiculous compared to the rest of the. Otherwise, in any other situation, this hall would be big enough for Christopher Walken to do a music video in, where he's flying through the air. But as it was just this huge fucking lobby, and then the biggest chandelier I have ever seen. That chandelier was made when Napoleon was still alive, and it was just looming over everything. And I looked at it and I was like, "Oh my god, this place is so badly designed." And we left because there were people coming towards us anyway. We were clearly not. We were not
The
there.
right sort.
Yeah, we were not the type of person for it.
Yes,
But
you were not the right sort.
yeah, but we could have passed off as maybe the help. But the point is that like we weren't there for to book a room. After all, they would have known we were coming weeks in advance and probably would have literally laid out a red carpet that they would have unfurled as we arrived in our traditional limousine. That's the sort of place it was. And I just like I looked at it, I was like, fuck no. But I've been to places where like doors open like in Star Trek, where like the doors no, like the Caminos from Star Wars, where like the doors come open in multiple layers.
Yeah.
And I kind of almost like that new modern sort of like you'll be suspended in some weird fluid that will just take all your pain away compared to, oh, this is the same bath that's the Duchess of such and such rested in. Cool. Didn't she? Wasn't she famous for her numerous STDs?
Didn't she die of like a very common but exceptionally dangerous thing?
No, you're thinking of her sister. This one died when the revolution came and cut off her head. Ah, okay. You have her skull. No. Next.
Yeah, like these old historical hotels, because 9 times out of 10, they have to be kept in historical accuracy, are
And
falling
even
apart.
then, they don't do it right
They
because
don't get
their
restoration.
historical accuracy by the Renaissance, the new the romantic movement of the 1800s that restored all these crumbling buildings. Like, I
They
want to
restored
see the old castles as they were in the 12th century and shit. So drafty as shit. I'm not spending a night there. I want to see them as they were. So renovate them as they were. Don't turn them into your summer retreat as you have an affair with an American heiress.
You see,
I
that's where England really excels, is with with the National Trust. Let's be honest here, the National
and
Trust.
Beatrix Potter, we have so much to owe you.
Yeah, but the National Trust,
Yeah,
it
he
restores the old
founded it.
houses up. Yeah.
Yeah, the one from Peter Rabbit. He founded the National Trust.
Yes, she did. And what it still stands for to this day, it still does this, is
Hmm.
it still does house restoration. Places like Blenheim Palace, which was Churchill birth.
Blenheim. Blenheim. You call them Blenheim. There's no him.
My apologies.
It's
My
all
point
cool.
is, they keep these buildings in great order as they would have been at the time, but still, no one stays there. No one lives there except maybe the groundskeeper in a modernized house on the land.
Right.
Like, they're not living in these old style houses, no electricity.
No, it's like Versailles. Versailles hasn't. The last time Versailles was used was literally the Treaty of Versailles,
And it
and
wasn't
that
even, no one actually even stayed there.
no, absolutely. Except maybe ironically the servants who were like tending to them as they were doing their whole like, hey, let's reorganize the Middle East. What's the worst that can happen? This Sykes-Picot agreement sounds pretty dope. But after they were done, yeah, no, they all legged it. They all like Paris's hotels and trendy salons were completely booked up. After that, like the Germans didn't do anything in World War II, and then after that, it was just yeah, it's turned into a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and it's still maintained as absolutely beautiful. But anyone who works on it works nearby it. There's probably like a Potemkin village set up nearby, like in Disney. Oh my God, Disney World. Have you ever been? The one in Florida.
No, I never wanted to. Just
So
no.
I've been there once as a kid. It is its own universe. You can get lost there for a month and not see everything. See the bulk of it even now. But the thing is, everyone who works there commutes. No one actually obviously lives on the ground. But they had to set up individual towns. So these fake little towns exist all around, like the center of a flower with a bunch of little petals all around it. And if Florida were to ever fuck with Disney too much, they could always just pull it because increasingly Disney World does not bring the money needed to maintain it. And everything in Disney is this atrocious money sink, but it's still
Oh
not
yeah.
enough. So at a certain point, like they have one of the largest fleets in the world, and it's all just like cruise ships and maintenance crews because they're in the middle of a swamp. It's why Disney picked it. Walt picked it because it was so cheap. And they just said like, "Hey, I'm gonna have literally all the money in the world. Let's work around this." And in that regard, Walt Disney was a better millionaire slash billionaire than any anything Elon's ever done. But not as much as Bezos, because at least Bezos goes looking for hidden treasure. I think that's kind of cool. I'd do that if I was a billionaire.
Well, you see, a lot of people who have inherited their wealth, they've no idea what to spend it on.
No, because
They've
it's
no
always
idea how to
guaranteed.
actually make. Yeah, they just have no idea how to show pleasure and enjoyment with. Whereas someone who's made their money themselves by some great idea or some
Richard Branson.
Yeah, he knows how to fucking go out and spend it.
Yeah, like I've read his book, and he's don't get me wrong, he didn't come from poverty, but in his teens and 20s, him and a bunch of mates rented out a boat like the ones outside my front door, the canal boats, and they had that as their office. And he also got into a weird smuggling scheme where he would ship over he'd ship over records that cost too much over in the UK by going down to Paris. And he'd go through the customs in Dover so many times, bringing back huge records that he'd sell at a profit, and he'd keep going back, that eventually he ended up being caught out that way. And I thought that was very interesting that, like, he never thought that far ahead. He also got Yoko Ono to cry into John Lennon's chest when he wanted to know what the you remember in the White Album there's there's like, was it the 3 minutes and 16 seconds, and it's just silence.
Yeah, the silent track.
Yeah, that's meant to be their kid's heartbeat from the time he existed till the time he died. And he was like, "What does that mean?" And suddenly Yoko burst out crying, and John had to explain. It was like this. It's like when I respect this because I've talked to like really big celebrities, and I've royally fucked it up. Like every time, it's a running joke now here on the channel. Every time we've had Landon on the show, there's something wrong with me. I'm sick. I'm hungover. It's not the right type of booze. I miss it because I slept through it. And like every time I have Landon on, he's like this alien who comes down and Prometheus and Bob from Kablam. You remember that?
Vaguely. Prometheus was really forgettable.
Prometheus and Bob.
900,000 years ago, an alien videotaped his attempts to educate a caveman. The Prometheus and Bob tapes.
Who do you think I am in this situation? I am Bob. Prometheus is here trying to teach me, because this motherfucker is like there's like a scientific principle named after this motherfucker. And like he streamed where the UN were like DMing him in the background. And he's like, "No, let's talk about this King Cobra guy." And he tries to teach me, and I'm just this fucking caveman. Oh, the worst had to be when we had him and Jesh on at the same time. Oh, I was just a beast of burden. I was someone's oxen. Oh, bless. I loved Prometheus and Bob. I love Kablam. Action League was fucking amazing. Oh, right away. Action League. Now.
Oh, Action League was incredible, but I almost
Action
forgot about
League.
Prometheus
Now,
and Bob.
starring The Flesh. He's super strong
Strong and super naked.
Thunder Girl. She flies,
She flies like thunder.
Stinky Diver, a former Navy commando with an attitude as bad as his odor. And Meltman, with the power to
Melt. Oh God. Oh yeah, hell yeah. I remember I was dating the girl from Rhode Island online. So
And the mayor was a corrupt piece of shit.
Hmm?
And the mayor of Action.
Yeah, it was. If I remember right, he was out of like a playset from. Oh, I forget. I forget what it was, but it was it was something that I used to see on shelves, but I'd never seen the mayor character, and they just brought him in. But yeah, I had I used to have an on off like early relationship online with a girl from Rhode Island, and she said that she used to have night terrors from the Kablam episode where there was this. You remember the host of Kablam, and it was like these two cartoon kids.
Yeah.
There was a moment where one of them was obsessed with a cat, and the other person did what they could to try to convince them that the cat was safe. And as it turns out, the cat was just a black cat, and it was okay. But as they turned around and walked away at the end of the episode, the cat gave this sort of like demon grin with like these demon horns. Its ears turned into demon horns. Apparently, she had night terrors well into her early 20s with that demon.
Okay, that's kind of wild.
Isn't it? Like, because we take that shit for granted, but that's just it though, right? Like, we don't know what's gonna fucking trigger us. I didn't realize for the longest time that watching people shoot up with heroin would make me pass out. But then one day, unfortunately, I watched someone do it, not in person, but on like in a video or a clip or something like that. Next minute, and it was being waken up by my mom. And since then, I've had this like inherent fear of fucking needles. And yeah, that means I can't watch Trainspotting. Which is a shame. But I can watch American Gangster.
What?
Yeah, including the scene where one goes right into the fucking pregnant belly of a woman.
Fuck. Well, okay.
But you know what? The first time I ever saw that, I passed out. I always remember it was on Boxing Day. It was on Stephen's Day. I got up. I walked up. I walked out trying to get a glass of water because I knew shit was bad was happening. Next minute I knew my friend was waking me up in the door frame. I just slumped. Last time it ever happened was the episode of BoJack Horseman where the girl he used to work with OD'd on heroin and he had his own magical trip. The fact that we even have this conversation at all is because of drink. Now, it's all psychosomatic. It has to be. There's literally no other reason why this would happen. But for whatever reason, I conflate the two. I still don't like needles, though, as a rule. Needles kind of suck. I know somebody, I'm not going to say who, because she's been on stream before with me. She's big into the needle art stuff, where, you know, you flick the veins until they make a shape, and then they repeat the process on the skin, and it creates like the weave. Oh, God. What the fuck is up with that? That ain't cool. I don't like that. Like I don't appreciate that. But like I've seen the pictures. Wait, Trump is launching his own crypto? No.
More scams.
No, he's about to become president. He's the most powerful person on the planet. He doesn't need a cryptocurrency. Trump coin.
Maybe he's really trying to get impeached.
Oh no. If that would have happened, that would have happened. Trump launches meme coin ahead of inauguration. Yeah, that's good. You know what's going to do? He's going to scam about, I'm going to say, 30,000 QAnoners out of, let's say, 40 million. And he'll use that 40 million to hush money someone else. And then suddenly he'll pull the rug and boom. Well, he won't, but he will in turn pass that off to someone, maybe Barron. Barron's first job will be Trump's, because he's old enough now to take a job. Will be Trump's thing. I used to like Barron because you'd look down at him and he'd always be like playing with his DS and just not caring. Like, every time you'd see Trump on stage talking about we're gonna get them, all of them, he's just there like, yeah, I love Adam, I love Harvest Moon or whatever the fuck he's playing. Like I just respect that. I respect the hustle. Like he's a rich kid and he likes games, but apparently his handles, yeah, he has a sort of like "LOL" slur. So yeah, he's a rich kid who can get away with anything. Let's say. I mean, you try to ban Baron Trump off like Fortnite, it's gonna end badly.
For Fortnite.
Yeah, exactly. He'll complain about it, and suddenly Epic Games well, which is already bad for Epic Games because they're already kinda owned by China. They're gonna find that suddenly their American markets cut out. Uh-oh. All right. Have you seen this?
Don't think so. Art styles that's ring a bell.
I thought I told you, by the time I got home from work, you had better be out there looking for a friggin' job.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm watching my shows.
You're not watching anything, your friggin' eyes are closed. You haven't opened them since you became a restful cube.
I don't really perceive like that anymore.
I let you stay here because I thought that when you were done mutating and shedding your corporeal form, maybe you would enter a new phase of reality and get out of my house. But you're still here, and you're still on my friggin' couch.
Hey man, you know, restful cubes be resting, man. That's what we be doing, man.
And that smell, is that you? You're starting to stink. It smells terrible in here.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Okay, clearly, even in your new form, you still have to shower. You smell awful. Go to the shower.
Nah, not yet.
Go to the bathroom and take a shower.
Not yet.
Shower now.
Nah, man, no, not yet, not yet.
Okay, let's compromise. You go to the backyard, I'll hose you off, and then afterwards, I'll get you a Happy Meal. And I won't tell Ronald McDonald that you've been a stinky boy, which I will do if you don't go to the backyard.
Okay, that works for me.
You're enjoying this way too much, aren't you?
Yeah, kinda.
There's another one where he's like working in KFC and someone's asking for chicken and he's like, yeah, we don't have it. The reason I'm thinking no though, does that not remind you of a certain person that we have in common? Where they were a little bit too good for the practicalities? A little bit too good of the realities of things.
And kind of smell.
Well, he himself didn't. Maybe his breath did a little bit, like a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not a monster, but I'd never live with that fucker again.
Nope. Nope.
Oh yeah, this is Elon calling. This is old now, but Elon calling out the right wingers who didn't like the H1. Have you seen this response?
No. It's probably going to be bad, though.
Oh, it's going to be bad in the sense that it's infighting with the right, and that's good to me. I don't know about you, but I love to see infighting in the right.
Oh, yeah, I'm down for that.
Yeah, it's so like I said, like Elon loves his slave labor, and he wants the H1 whatever to to import and impact his bottom line. But MAGA is full up with a lot of neo Nazis, and they don't like the idea of a bunch of dirty brown people coming in. And Elon made the conversation, and ta-da!
And ironically enough, some elements of the extreme legacy MAGA movement will have to deal with it as well. Because that's how it is. And don't hate the fucking big tech bros. Because out of all of them, Elon is the only one that's giving all of these crackheads a fucking voice.
Yeah. Oh, context. Elon at this point had an alt account that he didn't change his voice to. He would pretend to be Elon's biggest supporter and like be his like vocal man. You know, the mouth of Sauron. This was the mouth of Elon, but it was just Elon. He couldn't find anyone to be his perfect man.
It's because no one would even do it to be paid and be.
Oh no, people would do it, but they would just do it wrong by his standards. So he did it himself. Would you believe that the wealthiest man in human history is also a bit of a skinflint? Like
Yes.
he doesn't pay people that much. You think he would just walk into a door of anyone's house and just hand them 1 billion? Now, let's be real here. If you walked into Outhouse in Dublin, I am not calling Outhouse in Dublin out. I'm using this as an example. Outhouse in Dublin is a fucking institution. I am using it as an example.
Yeah.
You walk in there and someone came in and they asked you, what's up? And you said, I'm looking for, and then you name someone who works there. I want to take them away. They would say, no. Then you hand them 1 billion, not 1 million, 1 billion, and say, what about now? I'd say about 90%. You can toss in your own, but I'm going to say about 90% of human beings would take that billion. What about you? Would you say 90, 80, 50? How
I'd say
low,
you're
how
right.
high would you
I'd
go?
say you're right. It would be 90 to 99.
Mm-hmm. You'd need a real unicorn of a motherfucker. You'd need a true guardian angel to be handling the door that day. And that would be true anywhere. Every government organization would open its legs. Every motherfucker on the planet would just go, yeah, fuck it, okay. Like, and can you blame them? No. Like,
Yeah.
we can't blame them. Elon should be that force of nature. I'm picturing some alternate reality where Elon appears just as this like random 1 in a million chance creature that walks into a room and just goes, I'll take that. Oh, that's not for sale. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Then he pulls out the 1 billion. He'll have notes that he had to go to like the Federal Reserve of that particular country just to get printed out. Because after I think, oh, what's the largest that regular people can hold? Is it like 5 or 10,000?
Well, even holding that much, you can still be a...
And I mean the actual, like, the notes, the individual notes, because I've held 500s, I've held thousands. Is it
Yeah.
5,000 and then afterwards it's 10,000 is the limit, isn't it?
I'm not 100% sure.
After that, if I remember right, after that the government says that, like, you can't literally walk around with that much cash, whether it be individuals of ones or individuals of like thousands and thousands. But instead, it all has to be like done on paper. But obviously, people have in the past, like 50,000s, 100,000s, but they're not the individual notes. Now, what if you got a wad of cash that was those 1,000 notes? You couldn't find a bank outside of the capital of your particular country that could cash that. Like, if I were to take that up to my local bank and hand in even one of those notes that had 10,000, I'd be cut off at the 5,000. I've done that before. I once got a check for 14,000 and I tried to cash it and they were like, oh, we can't do that. We can loan you the 500 straight off the bat. So I took the 500 after a few days of it to be cashed out. So I asked them and they said, oh, if you came in here with a $5,000 note, we'd be able to take that. Nowhere else in town would. This was Swords in the boom days. So there was literally nowhere else that could legally take it. I could maybe, for example, go into a place that I knew someone and just showed them it and were like, okay, for the next 48 hours, you have free reign in the place. There's a room upstairs. Do you want me to call you up some prostitutes? It's just the billions that Elon could just flash, but he doesn't. I don't want him to do that either. I just would like my villains to be villains, you know? Like, let them just have some fucking personality beyond Elon, the failed Path of Exile player.
And ironically enough, some elements of the extreme legacy MAGA movement will have to deal with it as well. Because that's how it is. And don't hate the fucking big tech bros. Because out of all of them, Elon is the only one that's giving all of these crackheads a fucking voice.
You're praising yourself.
I want you to try and pull that shit on fucking Facebook and see how long you last.
Oh, there's a Greco-Roman statue right there. AI.
Grateful motherfuckers, seriously.
Heck.
You keep crying censorship this, censorship that.
Nick Fuentes.
You're not censored. Your takes just suck. Get over it. And get over yourselves. Honestly. I'm not an enemy of anyone.
MAGA.
But if you hate me for saying this, so fucking be it. I don't care. I'm part of what's new. You get to make that choice yourself. Do better.
You're not part of something that's new, though. You're a Nepo baby. Your dad had a fucking harem and ran an emerald mine. You don't even have the harem part. Grimes is doing perfectly fine without you. Like, you're just a fucking loser. How can the most Roman emperors did not have half the strength that Elon has? Think about that. It's so fucking wild. You okay there?
Sorry, I'm fucking tired. That's all.
That's all right. We got an hour to go. So if you want to log out, you can.
I'll stay on for a bit longer, but I can't stay for.
Well, I need to pee, so I'm gonna get rid of the ones that we've watched to make life easier, and I'm gonna hit this.
What body part do you find the most attractive?
Deep nostrils.
Okay.
What? I like them deep.
She's the deep queen.
Shut up, Lorca.
Sorry.
Shut up.
My name is Kuzu Veldor. I have a severe learning disability. We're out here on these streets. You know we ain't nowhere near Deedle. And we're asking the real questions to the real Blurrin. Let's get to it. Snap. What can a Glurrin say in the bedroom to get you in the mood?
Are you recording? Are you this?
Yeah,
is this
we're recording.
Are you?
This is a camera.
Am I being the recorded?
What was that?
Okay, if you're recording this, that's not okay because I need to put on my hat.
The super stylish hat that I look absolutely cool in.
What can a Glurrin say in the bedroom to get you in the mood?
I'd like it if they whispered something and I couldn't really hear them. Like they said something when I was like, what did you say? I couldn't hear you. And they were like, I didn't say anything. And I was like, no, you did say something. And they were like, never mind. And I was like, just say it. And
For me, it's always, what? What? No, you said something. What?
they were like, it doesn't matter. And I was like, it does matter. And they were like, can we just drop it? And I was like, you always do this. And they were like, do what? And I was like, nothing. And they were like, just tell me what I do. And I was like, we don't need to get into this right now. We're going to be late for Ethan's skate trials. That would really get me going.
It would have been.
Damn right. Now, I don't know about you, but if somebody stops every 5 minutes to go to the bathroom because they got IBS, oh my god, now that just makes my bussy wet. Hell yeah.
Yeah. A gray
I
node
once...
person.
Sorry, go on.
A gray node person gets your pussy wet.
No, it doesn't, but, you know,
Oh,
I might have had to experience that before. Don't worry, it wasn't me. As far as I can tell, I ain't got Cronin's or IBS. But what I do have is a tendency to meet girls who do. But you know what's funner than that? Having a sexual encounter with cat girls. Now, I don't mean like the kitty cat meow meow nuzzle nuzzle. I mean those who like their cats to watch. Big motherfucking Manx coon cats. Bigger than my fucking torso, glaring at us. And watch, I swear to Christ, I don't know how else to put this. The cat watched every thrust. It watched my hips go up. It watched my hips go down. Watched my hips go up. And I know this because I looked at it. I looked down at her. She looked up at me and she said, yeah, he does that.
Fuck.
Would that count as bestiality? I hope not.
I think it's more
For a
appreciating
whole...
an audience.
What?
I think it's more enjoying having an audience than bestiality.
So I've given a beast voyeurism. I'm not cool with that either because we didn't have a drink prior and it just said, hey man, can I watch? I'm like, you know what? I got a good vibe about you. Yeah, of course you can. But no, instead it's like, this is my house, this is my rules. Which again is fine if you took me aside, poured me a shot and said, welcome to our home. We have certain rules in my house. Oh, okay, can I hear it? Oh, you will. And then I'll hear it. But no, the cat never spoke to me. You know why? Because it's a fucking cat. I mostly remember it because at some point during the night, and I shit you not, the cat started playing with her hair. She had a long ponytail going down the back. So of course, when she was on her back, it was all spooled around her. And the cat to the right found some of her strands very fascinating and started to, bap, 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 as cats do. So every time I got in close to her face, I'd see this little white paw do a bap, bap. And it was a little bit distracting. I have been on this earth for 37 years, and I have told this story more than once, but it will never leave me. I don't know why, but I just wanted that cat not to be so nearby me? Would that be so hard to ask? Are we at the point now where we can be honest with ourselves that cat near sex equals bad?
I tend not to let my cat in.
You don't let your cat, like, the closest I've ever seen Rona near your fucking front door, let alone your goddamn stairs, was when Shulks lived with you.
That's a bit of a tale, which I'll sum up as
Oh no,
she
no,
a bad
you,
habit of pissing on my bed while I'm in it.
did you never think of adding a litter box in your bedroom?
Oh, it's got nothing to do with the litany. Bladder full of vengeance.
Cats tend to follow, you plop them down every once in a while in this particular spot and say no, you go there, and then they do it.
Yeah, not all cats.
No, because you gave them a giant backyard, so they think that there's a caveat. Because I've never seen your cat do it in the living room, but I have seen your cat like want to constantly go outside. Okay, cool, great. They need to go outside every once in a while. I even see them do it, but clearly not always. There is. I'm almost thinking like you kind of like spoilt her, and now she doesn't understand that there is a exclusive area you gotta go. Like you try to tell a cat that not only is there an upstairs, but upstairs there is a no-go area for toilet. Dogs understand this. They stand by the door and go "Arr, arr, arr," until they have to go. And then they feel fucking miserable that they made a mess for you. Cats don't do that. I think she's too old now to train, but I just think that the opportunity may have come and gone. That's that's all I'm saying. I think you spoiled the little bitch. Did you spoil her? Let's see her. I want to see her again. Cute. You alright?
Yeah, sorry. Like I said,
Hey, if you gotta leg it, you gotta leg it.
I'm saying I've got a leg it. I just brain's going through the shutdown, but
Well, I've got an hour left. So you know what? Let's go through the traditional motions of daily dose. And
These are the best fail videos from the past 10 years.
No, an actual full-on regular video.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This guy got a self-driving taxi to take him to the airport when it started glitching and driving in circles.
This car is just going in circles.
Hi there, Mike. This is Gab. I'm calling from Waymo Support. I'm just calling because I received a notification that your car might be experiencing some routing issue. Please bear with me while I am.
Yeah, I got a flight to catch. Why is this thing going in a circle? I'm getting dizzy. Well, can you stop this car?
I don't have an option to control the car.
Oh
Mike,
my
I'm really so
gosh.
sorry about this. She can't get.
Maybe 20 years from now we will have a self-driving taxi. We ain't there yet. Before people say that that's too long of a thing, no. We're gonna have half-hearted attempts where 40 or even 60% mortality rate is considered acceptable. No, I want less than 2%, please.
yeah.
Because cabs, people die in cabs. That happens. Cabs have been around for over 2, if not even 300 years. Not if you want to go back even further, like having a palanquin meet you at the docks at Ostia Hail, mighty one! Bring me forth a carriage. I need to get to the Senate before noon. None can be done, but perhaps the next day. Then what house would you recommend? The house of Ustian is a well-maintained home. And then you go and you pass the bowl back and forth, and you talk about important things related to philosophy while posing. Because everyone before the birth of Christ posed at all given times. Normally, let's go on.
Gone the golden era of people posing rap.
Oh my god! Did you ever watch the original Battlestar Galactica?
No. Wait. Yes, but not for a very long time, so.
Do you remember the opening scene of the Fleet Master's death?
No.
Death, Pose, Battlestar. No, we're not talking about the very cool.
You need a year.
Yeah.
Original Triforce.
Original.
Right.
Yes. Original.
1978.
Yeah, there. That's what he's That's what he's spoofing. The Lorne Green pose from Battlestar Galactica. Yeah. All right. Fuck it. I will literally type this into Google and let's see if death pose Lorne. A lot of E's going on in his name there. My God. Wow.
On September 11th, Sir Serge in Culver City.
Oh, fuck off with that.
Yeah, they're going with the death of Lord.
All right, well, that's obviously important. Death, Battlestar Galactica.
What about skip? I'm stretched, so I feel better.
Surely an end. No, not now, Centurion. Remove him for public execution.
All right, go fuck me then. I guess him. He dies. He dies. He dies. He dies, and he's like, "Oh, it's iconic. It's weird. It's cool. It's who cares?"
This plane just landed, and instead of waiting like everyone else to get off, a passenger decided they wanted to leave now and left through the emergency exit.
That's not how that shit works. That's been going on since before my ma worked in Dublin Airport, and she started in 1994. Oh my god, every generation will produce someone who thinks it's a good idea to be like, hey, the airplane's right there. I'll just go up and scream at them from the fucking tarmac. That's going to make life better for everyone.
They tried to ding-dong dish their neighbor.
Scream.
Oh no, baby.
That is a terrible spot to be standing in.
I don't trust his mustache. Respect.
This guy was about to drive away after drinking at a bar, but something changed his mind.
American.
Is he gonna flick him on?
Oh, come on, babe. Yeah, what could do?
Come on, buddy. Leave
Come
the
on.
bar.
Yeah.
Backing away.
No way, brother.
That's not
No.
suspicious.
This dog couldn't decide
No.
which side of the car had the better view.
Oh. I wish the dogs I went on fucking car rides with had the sense to keep themselves preoccupied as much as they did. My dogs were famous for constantly demanding being up in the lap in the traveler's seat, or worse, the driver's seat. No, you stay back. Oh, okay, now you're going to claw over my arm because you think it's some sort of game. No, it's not a game. You will get us all killed or arrested, especially around Dublin. Oh my God, you're going to get so arrested if you're going to be found with a dog in your lap. Oh, don't do that. Don't ever do that.
Poor little guy must.
What was that about dog?
We had to always put the dog in the boot. Didn't have the lid on the boot, granted. You know, but had them in the boot behind the
Around the yeah, I've been in cars where dogs were brought in the boot. I remember one guy actively wanting to go into the boot. Did that ever happen to you?
That's just well trained.
No, it's the dude.
Oh, no, it's a weirdo.
Yeah, like I remember this. My dad picked us up in Swords, and he drove us down to like fucking Wicklow. And along the way, he picked up a friend, and his friend wanted to go in the booth. Now looking back at it, I'm like, oh, that guy was wanted for something.
Yeah, yeah, that was classic. I'm hiding out.
Oh yeah, I knew. Let's just say I knew some people from Tala growing up, and not just people from Tala, but well, I did mention Conor McGregor earlier.
So that sort of caliber person.
Oh, don't get me wrong. The connection came from the guy's wife, and she was pure Dublin scumbag. But yeah, I mentioned this. I was at a funeral in Christchurch. Literally, like the whole fucking cathedral was looming over us. I've never been up that close to like that sort of like urban mixed in with historical. It was like all those sort of like crushed in housing estate, Angela's Ashes sort of buildings. And yeah, there was like 300 people there, and they were all paying their respects. And one of them happened to be my ma's best friend's mother. Remember right? And that was Andrew Tate's cousin, and he had said he was going to show up, and he never did. So, and there was no family equivalent either. But if it makes you feel any better, they always remembered Andrew growing up as a scumbag who would he'd get out of problems by being, as they would say, a cheeky bastard. And later on, he would just hit people. So a bully.
Yeah, that's horrendous.
Yeah. Well, sure. Well, why do you think he's being done for fucking rape? By the way, there, folks, Ireland has may have very well settled, but the Irish community kind of agree he is a bit of a rapist. You don't have those sort of like cases you walk out of them like completely unsmirched. But then again, he was never a beloved person anyway. Like I said, like Bono was just a dick. He was just an egotistical little shit.
Yeah.
Honor is a bit of a danger. Yeah, watch him.
think he's a jump roping god.
Go! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
I swore that rat was on like a cruise liner, and he was looking out the porthole.
It's a squirrel.
I know, and that's where my mind went. There's a rat on a cruise liner. Can you tell I've been drinking after a long? Can you imagine what I'm gonna be like on Paddy's Day? Oh my god, your biggest like Lev, who is traditionally known as being like the biggest drinker in the whole world, so he's gonna be the most controlled and organized motherfucker on the planet. No, he's not. No, no, he's gonna be like, hey, I'll have this White Claw. Woo! I got an MP5 from somewhere. As a bunch of police just fucking dogpiling me.
Free MP5. You yelling from the bottom of the fucking
Flashbangs for everyone. You don't need the pins. So I'm flinging them out wildly.
Everyone's running for cover.
You aren't. I know for a fact you're like, yeah, fling those motherfuckers. While you're
I'm there with a
filming
pair
me.
of sunglasses, being like, "Yep, I expected this."
And you know what? I'm gonna afterwards look at you and be like, you look like such a douche with those sunglasses on.
And be like, "Shut the fuck up!"
Forest from the trees. The tree. Was it like the? Yeah. No. I like my phrasing of that. It should be the I've mistaken the trees from the forest. No, it should be the forest from the trees. Why exactly?
This man is on a mission.
A una rueda se pone, Flipa. Ahora, mira cómo coge la curva, mira cómo se echa para el lado, tú. Pues ya es un trailer, mira.
He just had his wisdom teeth taken out, and the anesthesia is still a little too strong. He didn't want the doctor giving him medical gauze, so he gave her a countdown instead.
1, 2.
Oh, he definitely someone I know.
Sight, you saw.
I have never seen a dog look like this when they sneeze.
Bless you. Oh.
I have. Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
My God, bless you. Oh my God.
I remember if you gave my last dog mint, she would make that face.
This is professional.
But she loved it, but she wasn't prepared for it. You think that there'd be some sort of like genetic imprint to be like, this thing tastes like this flavor, but she liked the flavor, but she forgot that it would do the whole thing to her face. So she'd go off and do it, and then come back a few seconds later and do it again, and then be shocked that it would happen, and it would never sink in, ever.
That's just
Please.
I don't know. Some dogs seem to fucking snap. You know, you move to the best example of if a dog's trained or not. Are they following your command or are they following your finger? I always remember that from Stephen Fry.
With Goldies, it's always following your finger.
Exactly. So what do you do with that situation? Well, you relate your finger to the thing you're pointing. So the very first time you point at something, you're pointing to nothing. But then you slowly bring it down to, say, a watermelon. And then the next day, you point at a thing. And they immediately look forward because, well, they have that long face. And they see the watermelon. And then they look up at your finger. And then something clicks. And then they rush out to that watermelon. And from there on out, it's what you do with the information. But most dogs naturally don't understand the difference between what you're pointing at and what you want them to do.
Oh yeah.
Not, I mean, you build it up. Some
Yeah.
dogs can't. A lot of lap dogs can't, for example, but a lot of terriers can because terriers were inherently bred to hunt and follow commands. The best example of that is you build up a little pillow fort out of throw pillows, and you put a Yorkshire Terrier next to it. The first thing it will do will jam its face in between the lowest point and just wiggle inside it. I've seen it. I had a miniature Yorkshire Terrier,
It
and
makes
she
sense.
loved it.
They're
Yeah,
bred as tumbling animals, so.
yeah. Rats and rabbits. So you wouldn't want to put a Yorkie against a rabbit because the rabbit would just bat the damn dog's skull in. What you
Oh, yeah.
really want is a fucking Jack Daniel.
Jack Russell.
Jack Russell. Thank you.
Please do not attempt. This company was called in to try and cut
Those fuckers can out. Those fuckers can put people out if you know what you're doing.
down this tree.
Oh yeah.
I don't respect that because I'm terrified by it.
These fishermen suddenly found themselves right in the middle of a tornado.
Yeah, it ain't fun, is it? Here, I doubt anyone else is gonna donate tonight, so Muscadoon.
You what? Oh right, you're down your shot.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the moment he realizes that he might be dumb.
Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah.
So my niece threw bologna up at the ceiling.
And then it hit on the fan.
And there's absolutely no way we could get it down, so it's gonna smell like.
This cashier
That's really baloney. It follows its own laws of physics.
claimed that nobody could scan items faster than him.
Ooh.
Hold on, one more time. One more time? Alright, bet, hit it. Yo! Alright, bro.
No, that's impressive. Don't get me wrong, but he's gonna have to be compared to someone else, and two, where's the lineup? Give some tell Dara, you know what? A supermarket sweep. Let's do a supermarket sweep where
Let's see how quick you get through a chain of that instead of just the one.
yeah, beep 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 beep. Let's see how quickly he does it compared to the other.
Guys, it's so disconcerting sometimes. Like,
Yeah.
he doesn't seem real. Like, Sylvie, what? Is that comfy?
A group of snowplow drivers worked together to stop a suspect that the police were chasing.
We are on a roadblock with 3 clouds. They got I-70 shut down. Copy on the roadblock.
Oh shit. Please don't tell me they connect.
Clouds I-70 shut down.
So why was this
Coward!
whale more excited than she was?
I think that's it.
Yeah.
The glass in his jewelry store might be a little too clean.
Oh damn. Okay, that's fair. I didn't see that as glasses either. Oh wow.
No, I didn't see that glass.
Oh, there you go, another one.
This company made a robotic device that could remove ice from power lines.
Cool. Does it like? Yeah, it draped it. Alright, cool.
Her evil cat keeps pushing her wheelchair further away from her.
So my cat jumped in my chair while the brakes were off, and now the chair's over here, and I'm over here. Thanks, Sola.
Oh wow, babe, honey, I'm a cripple. You're not? Fuck off. Like, I love you, babe, but you know, I can't literally move without that thing, so. Hey, tuna. Meow. There you go.
These two little guys were spotted doing push-ups at the gym.
I hope there's someone like inbound in 10 minutes to be like, hey, so I heard, oh yeah, I can see the problem. Oh, damn.
She discovered a really weird optical illusion.
So it's moving. But wait, when we start moving, it looks like it's still, and then you can tell it's moving again.
Oh god, Michael from Vsauce explained this one. I do not know what it is because he explained like 50 different optical illusions to me, so. What?
They're both moving in opposite directions. If you actually, you'll see that the ice pack that's on water is
Discovered a really weird optical illusion.
So it's moving. Yeah. But wait, when we start moving, it looks like it's still, and then
they're moving faster away from it as the ice is moving the opposite direction.
Okay, but
standing still.
Alright.
You can tell it's moving again.
These horse riders stumbled upon a herd of wild horses who were curious because they have never seen tamed horses before.
Fun! That's lovely, that chestnut. It is, isn't it?
We got a bunch of horses up in up on Shemore up there. There's about 8 to 12 horses that graze every once in a while. And when we were up there to hike, the horses were just kind of vibing on the other side of the hill. And there was one girl there who, I shit you not, wanted us to move because he thought it would rush up and rape her.
What?
As she said, the males are currently in what did I call it? Like ingress or something like that. Where the where the animals are currently like just they're in mating season basically.
Rutting or in heat.
Yeah, they're in heat, they're in rutting, whatever. They want to fuck, and I told her, so they look at you, and the first thing they want to do is fuck you, and she's like, yeah, they want to fuck me, as she said, and I shit you not, walking away from our group and towards the horses.
She overestimates how much she looks.
They want to fuck me. They want to fuck me. Her boyfriend was sitting next to me.
No.
I was more terrified that we would have a weird smell and they just wouldn't appreciate us. And they would come up and be like, the casual flick of a hoof will break someone's spine or skull, depending on where it hits. Because horses are strong.
Usually it hits at that femur height, so it'd probably take out your hip.
Well,
or
we were
thigh.
all laying on the ground.
Oh, they just walk on you then.
Yeah,
Fucked.
right. So I was thinking more of a practical reason why we should, because the horses want to control the area. But no, she believed that the horses were gonna rape them. No, they didn't. Big shock to anyone. But
Yeah.
afterwards, you know, I almost think there was a pang of disappointment in her eyes. Oh, love, come up on your own
Size
time.
Queen's got
We had spent 3 weeks planning that fucking hike. We finally
size
got up
queens gotta
there.
learn their limits.
What?
Size queens gotta learn their limits.
Yeah.
Oh, it really likes kelp. Wow, I've got this on film.
What is that?
Mama.
No. I think I might have done that. My ma had the big fat Buddhas hanging around for good luck.
Many of us were expecting flying cars by 2025, but instead we have this.
Well, we expect. Never mind. I was going to say something. Whee!
Terrible choice.
Respect, baby. That's a Sigma right there. That's the baby going like, bitch, I'm in my own lane. I'm currently learning French. I don't have time for you.
So this looked really expensive.
Oh,
You got
it! The trust fund, baby. He's gonna have
there
to.
it is.
Oh god, that's gonna kill him.
I think it's a
I feel sorry for the ski lodges wage slaves. Which before you say, oh well, if you work in a ski lodge, you can't be a wage slave. That's bullshit. You know that there has to be someone who's cleaning the plates, meals.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I'm just gonna point out that that was a very fucking snow machine.
Oh, what? A
Like,
personalized one? Yeah.
yeah, that wasn't. He is gonna have to get it back himself and pay for the damages himself because
But he
that
can't
was
bring it back up the fucking ridge. There's no way in hell he'd be able to do it. So he's gonna have to hire somebody to do it, which is
who was he
probably
with?
gonna. He was with one other guy.
Who was probably sitting on his own one. That was a single seater.
You can't be. Are you really implying that they're gonna tow it back up with that one other seat?
No. What I'm gonna say is, he's gonna drive over to him. They're gonna check out and see if it still works. Try and drive it back.
Well, of course. But let's just say it doesn't work. Then what?
Oh, then he'll just have to either call it scrapped because
He's gonna have to call daddy for a new fucking loan, is what he's gonna have to do.
yeah.
his first day of learning how to be a cat.
Aw, baby. You see? That's how you do it.
This is how they mine for giant pieces of marble and granite.
Yes. And I shit you not, there is an island in the Aegean, and it is known for its particular marble. And there is a recording in like 400 BC of a sculptor who was very angry at that particular block of marble that was carved out, that he broke it intentionally, and it's still there to this day in that same quarry where people still commission the locals to quarry the marble.
It
But
is
it's
nice
in
marble.
yeah, but it's still left there. That particular thing is left there, and it's almost by the locals seen as a thing of good luck. As they walk by, they tap it on the side as they start their day. And generations of people have done that. Remember what I said about the coconut? Just think about that.
Yep.
Entire generations. Like, of course I'm going to cut marble. It's what my dad did. Like,
oh yeah, but you can see the flaw in this marble. Like, look at the front face of it.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah, it's such an obvious flaw.
And look at that too. Ooh. And that's because they cut it on purpose, Dingleberry. Look at that even cut. You thought that was a natural flaw.
This dog got mad at the
They didn't want the whole piece. There's nothing on earth that requires that much fucking marble. But what they wanted was.
Cheats off it.
Yeah, exactly.
ice for being slippery.
That piece of marble I described is about a person and a half big. Marble is its own art. I wish I could do it. I really do. I think if I was taken under a master for about 10 years or so, I think I could carve marble. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna carve David, because that's an artist. But I could carve a block, produce it, and have no problems and be like, oh, that's a fine vein right there. And I'll be like, yeah, I did that.
You know they cut it into sheets, right?
Yeah. And that was a sheet right there. And that was a layer. Do you think he was doing right there? Also, that whole shit's going to be completely subsumed by technology once we figure out lasers. It's just going to be like it's going to be like a 3D printer. It's just going to completely cut through the.
It's already pretty much done that way.
Mm.
Except it's done using filter
This is
jets because like
how they feed little baby crows that don't have a mother.
Yep. Do that.
That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Yep. They won't open their mouth unless there's a bigger crow nearby, looming over them.
Protection.
Yep. It's also kind of weird, but when a lot of birds are out of the nest, you can find them like opening their mouth next to their food. Like, say a caterpillar is moving by, and it's just got its mouth open, not understanding why the food isn't going into their mouth.
Oh yeah.
And they're just standing next to it, going like, ah, ah. But nothing. Eventually, they put two and two together and do it themselves. If not, they die. That's called Darwinism.
Oh yeah. 100% right.
All right. Garen music. We need to have at least one because I talked about him enough tonight. So we work too hard. How would you know? You're a fucking musician now.
I found this fucking terrifying British sandwich. This is one of the most shocking pieces of footage I've ever seen. We have the pre-chewed peas that English people seem to love. Horrific start, and it's only going to get worse. Enough vinegar to preserve me, and I'm a fat cunt. Wait till you see the pie. What the fuck is that? It looks like...
Oh, by the way, if you want a cultural equivalent, Brendar would be kind of okay with the peas. He wouldn't be okay with the chips, as he said, why add starch on starch? And I gave him the longest fucking stare. Like, wow, you really don't get drunk, do you? And he's like, well, I have gotten drunk. It's not the same thing.
Yeah. Like, he's obviously never had drunk food, like, Like I don't get the peas because
Yeah. I mean, you've had mushy peas, right?
that's how I know they taste like shit.
Right? Oh God, they suck. Like
Yeah,
baked beans at least have something going for them, but like mushy peas are just dog shit.
they are evil.
All right, so convince somebody. All right. You're not as drunk as I am. Convince somebody listening right now to a chip buddy.
All right. For starters, it's fucking delicious. What more do you need? Like
Shut up. Come on. I can
Chip
do
Buddy is
that
delicious.
part.
All
Why
right,
is it delicious?
because even when sober, it's still tasty. Why
Good.
does the steak taste delicious?
Oh, fuck off with that. You don't have an answer. I thought you were an actress. All right. I'll take over then. The reason why a goddamn a chip buddy tastes amazing, with or without butter, obviously butter tastes better because, well, I don't need to tell an American why a butter tastes better on white
Yeah.
bread or whatever, is because as you bite into it, you get this hint of like you will feel full as you swallow the goddamn endless carbs that are just pumping into you. The you know when you're on a diet and you're always watching like how many calories they have? No. When you're biting into a goddamn chip buddy, it's the opposite. It's all the calories. You are just devouring it.
Oh yeah.
And there is starch too, which for a lot of people, they forget this starch has a taste to it. And that
Oh
taste
yeah.
is a sort of like, I
I'd
don't
go
know
with the
what.
texture option, to be honest. If I was
Oh,
gonna really put thought into it, I would put the texture of a properly cooked chips into bread with butter is fucking delicious. Because it's two different densities of starch.
indeed. And it benefits. It's lopsided in terms of flavor for sure, and that's why, because we're a progressive society, we appreciate a good old fashioned fucking spicy sauce. Enter your
Yeah.
spicy sauce here. Hell, let's get wild. You want to get a chips on white bread, awesome. Now you want to add a little bit of meat on top of it, and that white bread is also a wrap. Great. Oh, you're adding a little bit of like
I'll tell you
a
what meat
little
you
bit.
want.
Yeah.
You want
Oh,
fucking lardons or bacon. Lardons or bacon combined with fucking chips.
if you're drunk, yes.
Top notch.
If you're not, I recommend something with a little bit of flavor. I would recommend turkey.
Turkey has not really got its own flavor, which isn't the
It's
same thing.
drizzle and grease does.
You're just kind of describing a sandwich with no flavor texture.
I'm not, because I'm talking about the sauce. You were the one that brought meat up.
You bought meat.
I add it as an extra, like whatever meat you want is grand, and then I was gonna move on to the pinnacle of it, the reason it's all stuck together, which is the sauce, and then you derailed with the
My apologies.
turkey. You know, it's fine. Um, but I have to say this. Everyone's palate is different. I currently want strong, tangy going into spicy flavors. Not sweet. I don't want barbecue. I want basically chili, the sweet chili shit,
Yeah. Good shit.
and harder. But if you can evolve that into a chip sandwich, I am fantastic. But here's the thing:
Taco
when I
mayonnaise.
grew up, that did not happen. What you got was you got 2 slices of white bread, you got butter, and it would usually be Kerrygold. But if not, then it would be something like butterly or some shit like that.
Yeah.
And then you would get your chipper chips, combine it, and if you're really lucky, then they would put a bit of barbecue sauce in between. And then bam, eat it, shut the fuck up, watch whatever the fuck is on the Sci-Fi Channel, back when it was called the Sci-Fi Channel, not the
Yeah.
Sippy Channel, and shut the fuck up. Drink your at that point, I suppose I would have had my first cups of tea. Drink your first, which, by the way, tea, and that is great because of the grease in the food. And then get to bed. That's it. That's your last thing you're gonna eat before you go to bed because it's heavy and you don't need to go out. That's not a food to start your night with. You don't have a chip buddy to start
No.
your night with. You end your night with it. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
A chip buddy is the last thing you put to go to bed. It's like getting a big dirty kebab
I have
before you go.
2 chicken fillets in there right now, and when I end the stream in 15 minutes, um, I I'm gonna go and I'm gonna make sure
Well,
they're nice and toasty and toss in a bunch of spices and sauces, devour them, and hit that bed. You know why? Because it's heavy and it's welcoming, sweet, quiet, and get to go to sleep. When you're
like I said,
drunk, you can't appreciate.
I've got a brisket pie that once I finish the stream here,
Right? A lasagna would have also been a fantastic choice.
I call it the brisket pie, but realistically, it's a cottage pie with brisket meat
Which
in it.
is
And I got
also fine. There's not a goddamn thing wrong with cottage pie. Um, when I went to the UK, I had my first real shepherd's pie from root to fruit, basically.
proper lamb mince.
Everything done proudly from one step to another, all in the one location, which happened to be in Cornwall. And boom, done. We sat down, we had it, and it was, I will say this, a lot more richer than any shepherd's pie I've ever had before. Every
Oh, I
flavor.
will make better. I'll do it with a cottage pie, and I'll make you something recipe.
All
Cheesy
right.
garlic mashed potato at the top. Sausages diced up small, fried in the pan. Lardons, mince, carrot, celery. Celery is just for that little bit of texture. Doesn't really have much of a taste involved.
It's all
Then the
right.
gravy is
No,
luxurious,
I
with garlic
no fear.
seeping through the entire thing.
Gonna reach.
And use
Rather,
like half garlic.
and for the record, there, folks, she's not kidding. Her sausage beef thing that she produced, was it last year? That
Oh yeah,
stuff
yeah.
was
Beef
fucking dope. It didn't look good, but it tasted amazing.
That was the beef dogs, wasn't it?
Mm. This one knows how to cook. Proper wife material. You all have to get on with this shit.
I know how to eat. There's a difference. You know how to eat, you know how to cook. Because when you're cooking, you're tasting as you're going. Anyway.
You do realize that like 80% of guys past the age of 30 will just be like, wait, you know how to cook? Which is a shame because your immediate response have to be back, don't. I've been with guys who I've had to show them how to use the oven. to make oven chips, McCain chips, because mommy is still alive, and they were pushing 80, and they would make them dinner.
To be fair, I did have a friend who didn't know how to use a washing machine.
I think you told me about this one.
He knew how to set all the dials. He knew how to put the clothes in. He just didn't realize he needed soap.
Hold on, so he didn't open the little tray on the side and add in the conditioner and the soap.
No.
So he just thought water took care of everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you met him, did you notice a smell?
No, because I'd known him since I was a child.
After you taught him, did you notice a better smell?
No, because he was still living with his mother.
Fuck's sake. Oh, Jesus. There you go. There you
But after he
go.
learned to use a washing machine, after he moved out, after like 2 months of having moved out, he did kind of smell like potatoes.
Okay, but that could mean, was he a farmer?
No, it was just when you rinse clothes and don't wash them properly, but you
The
still put
yeast
them.
begins.
It doesn't have a smell per se, but it slowly starts because it takes the worst of the smell out, but it doesn't clean the clothes. So the clothing starts to build up this sort of starchy smell to it.
Yeah, so the yeast begins.
Yeah.
Starts with it.
So, like, and he wondered why people would be like moving away from him when he was sitting in the group.
Was he also showering? Was he like bathing? Was
Oh
this
yeah,
college?
no, he knew how to wash himself. Like, he knew how to shower. He knew how to use a shower. He knew how to bathe himself.
But his clothes were just. It was the equivalent of him dunking it in the river.
Basically, yeah.
Something tells me there were other reasons why other people moved away from him other than that, but that's not great. Especially because he must have noticed you must have noticed too, like his clothes must have been falling apart.
Oh no, they were fine.
They couldn't have been fine. After a while they started to crease and like they started to become super hard. You noticed it become a crumple. Did he iron?
It only took like 2 weeks, so it didn't actually get to the point where it was actually horrendous.
Oh, eventually he corrected the.
He got corrected.
Was it public?
No, I was at his apartment. You see, we did neither of us went to college.
Well, it sounds like a major college story of people like this not being able to understand. Like I heard some horror stories of girls about tampons. Oh yeah. Let's just say that you don't add a clear bag to a bin.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Anyway, so go on.
So in the end, we just sort of sitting down after I gave him speed halo. He said, "I need to bang on some fucking clothes because you're never gonna notice this unless you're literally there when they're putting on, like in the machine." So he goes to the machine, he puts it on, he throws his clothes on, and then it's down again. Where's the soap? Did you put any soap in there? And he was just like, sure, just the machine does the job. It's grand. It's grand. It's grand. It's grand. And we were like, no, the soap and the fabric softener does
Hold
the job.
on. Did his ma think that? Did his dad think that? Like, does he come of
No
a
one
family of
taught
long
him
line?
this.
What?
No one taught him this.
But
like his parents didn't sit him down and say, "This is how you." He just knew vaguely that they went in the washing machine and came out the other side clean.
So this wasn't him being like incredibly lazy. It was literally him being ignorant.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? This, dare I say, is a positive. After he was done, you noticed a massive upturn.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And did he thank you for teaching you of a magical new way?
I think he was too embarrassed.
Did his action speak for itself?
Well, he used soap in the washing machine after.
Which is all you can do in that situation, so yes.
Yeah.
Alright. You know what? Bless him. This is why when we were kids, do you remember how always the girls went to home ec and guys went to like carpentry and technology and shit like that?
Yeah.
Bullshit. Home ec is such a useful skill. Oh my god. I went into technology.
Home ec shouldn't be optional.
It should be mandatory.
Yeah, it's because it's just life skills for the. It's cooking. It's
Alright, so the
keeping
guy
yourself
who
clean.
made Starship Troopers had this idea of the perfect man, and a lot of it is really like problematic by today's standards. But then he tosses in shit like tie his own shoelaces, being able to tend a wound, cook a tasty meal, cut a decent dance, wash his own clothes, run a 5K in the morning from the moment he's woken up. It's shit like that, and you're like, wait, what? And then you think about it, and it's like, none of these things are horrifically like overpowering. He's not saying like every man has to wake up and immediately tackle Mount Everest every day. Instead, he's stuff like you know how to wash your own clothes, right? Like
Yeah.
you know how to clean a toilet. I had a partner who, I shit you not, quite literally, she didn't like the look of my toilet. I'm like, fair, which yeah, okay, I could have. She caught me in between cleans, let's say that, and I was like, okay, fair, I'm gonna go and clean it. And I started cleaning it, and she's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm just cleaning it." And I was just using the toilet duck in its traditional way. You know, you upturn it and you squeeze it underneath the bowl and shit like that. And she had never seen it before. I was like, "But I met your ma. Your ma's a clean freak." "Yes, you have." And she's like, "No." And I realized she had never cleaned the toilet before. And I'm like, okay, maybe this is a chance for me to teach her how to do something. So I gave her the toilet duck. FYI, guys, over here in Europe, British Isles, the toilet duck is like Flash. There's numerous brands, but the toilet duck is like the bottle it comes in. It's shaped like a duck, and it goes underneath the bowl, and you squeeze the body to get the juice out. There's no other way around it. You get the juice
Yeah.
out and you clean underneath it, and it's just, we call it toilet duck. There's even a brand called toilet duck to make matters more complicated. But she was holding this and she did it for a few seconds and then immediately went over and fucking flushed it right away before I could even get over to stop her. I'm like, no. Okay, great. So we have to start from the beginning. And she's like, no, it's all going to be clean. And I looked down and nothing was clean. You have to let that shit fucking set.
Flow.
Yeah.
It's got to flow down the bowl until
Like,
the
she
point where
just,
it's all cooled at the bottom of the water.
right? It's
And then
shit
you take
like
the
that.
scrubby brush and you go
But
in and
this
around
is
all of that.
this is the same woman who taught me how to work like really complicated cleaning things with like a tiny little hand cloth. Just in case you thought I was like throwing shade or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
we are taught what we are taught. So after that, it's up to every single person to either figure the rest out themselves or have someone helpfully put you aside and teach you, hey, this is how you don't spill your piss every time you take you go to the toilet. You lift the toilet seat up and you aim for the center and you fucking let it go. You do a little wiggle and then you flush the toilet, close the seat, especially if someone else is going to be using it, and then you fucking wash your hands.
Exactly.
It's
Basic
just things, yeah. But tons of parents don't do that. And that includes really good parents. It's just little things that we all expect life is going to take care of us, right? Well, no. Like I said, I met a guy who was going to college when I was in like primary school, which would be like under the age of 10. And I met him years later and he had no idea to make oven chips. How the fuck do you cope with that shit? I was already fucking. I had already made my magnum opus meal, the multi-layered lasagna thing. That to this day is still the best thing I ever made. And trust me when I say this, when you have a one night stand asking to take a few cubes off it to take home, you know you done good.
Oh yeah.
She ate more than I did. And I did this just as she helped too. She diced the onions. She did a pretty damn good job. We also may have gotten distracted. But anyway, what is, like, kid or not kid, everyone always has shit to learn. It's why earlier tonight, I remember, oh, you said something about a spice. Cilantro equates to.
Oh, cilantro and
It's not parsley. It's the other thing.
I have to look this up now because I can't remember off the top of my head because you said cilantro first. So give me 10 seconds. I should have it saved in my phone.
That was the
That's
thing. Like, you didn't like them calling it cilantro.
coriander.
Coriander. Yeah. See, I learned that today.
Seem to love. Horrific start, and it's only going to get worse. Enough vinegar to preserve me, and I'm a fat cunt. Wait till you see the
Here it
pie.
goes.
What the fuck is that? It looks like a fucking skin graft.
Even by British pies, that's a fucking insult.
Yeah, that's no bueno.
You ever have pigeon pie on London Bridge? I had, and all you taste is grease. Here's the thing,
You gotta
though.
taste the spices in the gravy and.
Oh, you do. You taste the paprika and the goddamn pepper, but it's overwhelmed by the sea of oil and grease. You are being told you are eating pigeon. For all you know, you are eating enter your meat here. You wouldn't know. It's just this mush that they give you. Here's the thing, though. They're giving it to you for £3.
Okay,
That, yeah, that changes some dynamic, doesn't it? Like,
yeah,
you
it does.
can't, yeah, it doesn't quite come across as a steal then. But you bite into it and you're like, okay, I can see why Terry Pratchett made fun of you guys. Because you don't know what you're biting into. What you're biting into is just the sense of flavor.
Sensation of texture.
Yeah, what did Mr. Dibs
Cut my own throat dibbler.
yes. And when you bit into one of his sausages, it was Yeah, it was. You got a concept of something.
But there's not much there, and it's mysterious. It's this. You can taste the sawdust in it because it was an Ankh-Mor pork sausage.
Of course it was. And it took until the guy who reformed the post office and the bank come along and be like, um, oh, what was his name? He always dressed in like a gold suit.
Moist von Lipwig.
Yeah. Oh, I can't say I loved his character. He wasn't really a person. He was more of a
Plot device.
idea. Oh, he's
He
more of
was a
an
plot
idea.
device.
Yeah. Mostly so. Mostly so Terry Pratchett could just love on the Victorian idea of a postal service. You know, you like your
And the
pneumatic tubes, but you're not Futurama pilled. Well, here you go, motherfucker.
yeah, yeah, it's like William de Word from The Truth.
I have no equivalent to that. I have no idea.
William de Word runs the paper in Ankh-Mor pork.
Hmm.
And it's again another Terry Pratchett, and William de Word just became the newspaper guy, the guy who finds out
William Wordsworth, right?
de Word, William the
No, but I
Word.
mean that's the parody, right? Wordsworth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he literally uses the printing press to paper first.
I do love how from his first book to the last, you can tell and Morfork has changed culturally and economically and even like bureaucratically.
All
There,
because of veterinary, though.
well, yeah, because you can see the passage of time. Let's be real here. If Machiavelli had been tossed into the 1800s, he probably would have immediately legged over to the UK and being like, this Napoleon motherfucker, you don't need to worry about him. Instead, let's focus on the fact that your factories are producing a lot of rope. What else could they produce? Well, our ships need that. What if find a black stone that could put them on fire? Ooh, go
Machiavelli wouldn't have been intelligent enough to have picked up on geology.
He
because
wouldn't have been intelligent enough then if you kicked him 200 years down the line.
I
That
don't think
opens
so.
up so many cans of worms. Like, what happens if Napoleon, like Andromeda addressed this? What if Napoleon was alive during the time of World War One? He would have ordered a Ford artillery strike that would have lasted all of 5 seconds, and then ordered a full bayonet charge in 1918.
And
In
then they would have got
1914, they tried the exact thing because that was the Napoleonic doctrine. The Battle of the Wilderness, it was called, and 14,000 Frenchmen died.
yeah, like
So Napoleon would have been removed from office immediately. He'd be like, well, I think you should go and become the governor of one of our, I don't know, more obscure colonies way
you
down here
say
on the
that
map. Get the fuck out of Paris. We don't want to ever see you again.
you say that, but I don't think so. Because you got to bear in mind how the English treated their troops.
All right. So if Cromwell was a general in the First World War, he would have, for starters, been a politician screaming not to get involved. But if he got involved, he'd be like, okay, what we have to do is the following. We focus up in Belgium, and every time the French ask for help, we don't provide. Instead, what we do is this. And they would have focused on one city. Probably because it's Belgium, it would have been Antwerp, or it would have been, what's their big major port? It's not Bruges. It's like Yep. I think it's Yep. Anyway, they would have focused on their one major port, and that would have been him. All the while, he would have created, and I shit you not, morality police. Basically, commissars that would have gone around the army looking for anyone who wasn't moral enough. And every time they would have lost a war, lost a fight, it would have been because that person didn't pray to Jesus enough. Eventually, he would have been very quietly and very quietly, Oh, you want to become the governor of the Isle of Man? How about the governor of then Ireland? Oh no, that would have been bad. Churchill would have killed that motherfucker.
Yeah, outright.
Churchill would have been like, well, I'm just looking for a man who can maybe make Cromwell go away. He'd be like, I'm just saying, the man, he has some good ideas, but his the implication
His
of it is
table
a little
manners
bit
are
bad.
questionable.
Have you seen the wart on his face? No, I can't see it in Parliament any more time. And then it pans over to fucking Cillian Murphy from fucking Peaky Blinders. Dum dee dum dum dum. Now there's an alternate reality. Fuck yeah. Where he
Anyway,
kills Oliver Cromwell. Hell yeah.
final video, shall we?
Oh yeah, we're ready to wrap this shit up. It's after midnight.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Don't worry. I'm ready to go to bed. Everyone who is watching, really, at this point now, I've been gibbering on and off for 2 hours straight. Ordinary sausage is where it's at. Alright. Now this I want to leave till tomorrow.
There.
So
Hangover fit.
here, perfect.
Well, hey there, folks, and welcome back. I guess. The last sausage of the year. We're gonna finish it out with a banger. It's the world's hottest gummy bear. 3 grams of it. Like a little SD card. This little gummy bear has a rating of 9 million Scoville units. What is he holding? A little hockey stick? Is that a bomb? Either he's playing a little banjo, or he has something that's gonna make him very sleepy. And yes, this is another Batman's donation. I have a whole room dedicated to the stuff they send. And we'll give this sausage just enough pork to make one hot link. Hit it with some salt, pepper. How much damage do you think one gummy bear can really do? I really can't sausage, but baby, it's cold outside. Between you and me, I think the Scoville scale needs a recalibration. Like not 9 million on the Scoville scale. What is that really telling me? That's the spicy gummy bear water. All right, in 3, 2, 1, let's sausage.
This is gonna be dry as fuck.
I mean, think about it. The scale goes from 0.
It's just a basic pork sausage with a tiny bit of extreme super spice.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's gonna be like, okay, so this is steak.
To like 50 billion. Oh, this made a whole lot more sausage than I wanted. It's like with hyperinflation. At some point, the scale becomes useless. Cram it down into one big link. That's how you make a sausage, fella. With special thanks to today's Mark Boxalo box artist, this guy! Average Banger, which is of course the British version of ordinary sausage, and Mrs. Sausage's rating for me in the bedroom. This will...
Alright, so Average Banger and I have some problems, particularly relating to any time he shows up in Belfast. All I can say is that every time he shows up, he flips me off and says the following: "We back for you, traitor." And all I can say is, what if we come for you first? And then we have a giant naked fight in a pit on the Isle of Man in the center of the fucking Irish Sea, and the two of us fight. And then I realize that I'm having one of my schizo moments, and I am currently in Greece, and I am about to partake in a massive fucking faux pas, and I realize that I have never met the so-called average banger. Except I have, because it's me.
Blow is brought to you by HelloFresh. I love the
That's drunk humor right there. Did it sound funny? No. Did it sound weird? Yes.
Was it
holiday
coherent?
season.
No.
At the end of the day, all that matters is the following: that we skip past ads.
It just fell short the distance. Ah, rats. Not a
I can
scratch
do
on her.
the
So I guess
distance.
I'm gonna have to give that Will It Blow, half a Ruffalo. Anyway, what was
That's
I
it?
talking about?
Oh.
Right, it's the Scoville scale needs to be readjusted. 9 million? Here we go!
No. Seriously. Wow, that's an impressive pause on my part.
Yeah.
Second of all, again, Raisin, if she was here right now, would deconstruct your knowledge of it. I want him to create a sausage in the form of the hot ones, and and hand
Why
it
though?
to Raisin. Like, I have created the most hot sausage in the world. Okay, you gonna talk, or you just gonna produce? All right, bitch, here you go. And here's a little bit of hot sauce and stuff. And she just takes the hot sauce bottle from him and just pours it on top of it until the whole thing's empty. She bites it, and then she hits her limit. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, her eyes go wide in a way we've never seen before. And she's like, okay, I found my plateau.
That's like 100.
But you have to admit, it's a pretty high
50
plateau.
million on the Flutie Duty scale. It shouldn't be calculated by pepper spiciness. It should be measured by distance, like the furthest you can be from a bathroom while eating it. Like a bell pepper would be like 1,000 miles, and this would be like 20 feet. All right, I think it's done, and we're gonna just cut the tip off to see how we did. Look,
Don't
I
film
am.
yourself
Oh
eating
my
yourself,
God,
eating
it's
it, and
super juicy. I gotta imagine
go to the
that
toilet.
is liquid gummy bear pouring out of there.
Ew.
All right, my butthole, it's been a wild ride. Here we go. Oh my! It's a slow burn. It's just getting hotter. I knew it was coming, and still I wasn't prepared. But I think that's what happened. I think the gummy bear converted back into liquid sugar. It's not sweet at all, but golly, is it spicy. I got a big fat booger hanging from my nose. It's not terrible. It's just frustratingly hot. If you're into that sort of thing, then the spice level will be fine for you. If you're like me and you like normal spicy, not spicy to the point that you're lying for attention, then this sausage is way too hot for you, because it's way too hot for me. So I'm gonna have to give this sausage here 1 out of 5.
He sounds like he's on fire and wants to die.
Yeah. Yeah, he does. Anyway.
I respect the cat.
Yeah.
Bop, 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 bop.
Shoot!
I agree. Shoot. Anyway, in a non-shoot variety, I just want to say goodbye. I am drunk and I want to spend what's left of the next. This is actually really like it's weird. It's gonna be the next like 2 months. I won't get to experience this, but I'm gonna be spending 2 months not giving a flying fuck about it either. So it's kind of a weird dichotomy of being like, you're never going to do the chlormph ever again. Oh, what's the chlormph? Haha! You're already addicted to the chlormph because you asked. No, I'm just curious. Oh, it does this to you. What's this? It'll do it to you. Aha!
You'll
No,
never see it coming.
you fool. Like, it's 3 years after you asked the question, someone just come into your ear. You fool. You never even realize. And then they say nothing else ever again. You're like, what the fuck was that? No, but I'm gonna spend the rest of the evening finishing the drink, having some chicken, and sleeping. So I wanna say thank you, feel good.
What I?
Get to bed because you're tired and you want to sleep.
Oh, I intend to eat. Like,
What do you eat?
changing position.
Good.
I told you I've got brisket pie.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, I respect. You know what? I'm a little bit jealous of the crust right now. Crust of the pie in particular is what I'm.
It's gonna be potatoey.
I know, but there's still gonna be that moment where you get your spoon.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be tasty.
Damn
Proper
right.
taste, they say.
Well, I will probably not see you then until Paddy's Day, and I am pumped for that. But before you go, is there anything you would like to promote? Any third party you're like, hey, this person's starting off. You want if you want to go and give them a nudge or a wink or blah blah blah. Kitty!
Yeah, that's enough for me.
Whoa, she sounded extra loud and extra unhappy. What's going on?
I woke her up.
Bull. Oh, come on. Cat etiquette is that when the cat is doing something, you don't dictate.
All right, I'm promoting my cat as usual. Get one.
Everyone, go like Feel Good's cat. They're on my Discord. And Blue Sky is where you'll find me if you want to talk social. If not, then you know how to find me on my Discord. Link in the doobly. As for the layouts of the streams for the week, well, I'm going to give you some streaming tomorrow because we are joined by Eddie Rupskin. Big old fan, big old love, and all that good stuff that relates to it. Basically, he is a felt bear who is also a puppet, and he loves us. It's why he laughs. He's like the ghost of Christmas present. He will always be jolly. But until that time, be sure to follow us on Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, Twitch, where I do my gaming throughout the week, and all that good stuff. Now, if you don't mind, Lev wants food and sleep. That's what he's gonna do. Bye bye.